Cold. Bone deep, knife-edged cold. Tangled up with a weakness that went all the way to the marrow, like every ounce of strength had been drained out of me. I couldn't even lift a finger. I forced my eyes open. My vision swam for a long moment before it cleared. A gray, washed-out sky. A few bare branches clawing upward like skinny, skeletal hands. Under me, half-frozen dirt, cold as iron, and the moldy stink of rotting leaves. The wind scraped across my face like a blade. I shivered, and that one shudder sent a vicious cramp ripping through my stomach, so sharp it nearly tore me in half. Hunger. The realization was terrifyingly clear. Not the guess it's about time for dinner kind of hungry. This was the dying kind. The kind that lives down in your instincts. I struggled to sit up and discovered just how absurdly weak this body was. Propping myself up on my elbows, I looked down at myself. A ragged gray-blue padded jacket, patched all over, cuffs worn shiny, filthy cotton batting poking out. My hands were skin stretched over bone, black grime packed under every nail. These weren't my hands. Definitely not the hands of a 28-year-old programmer who typed code all day and occasionally dragged himself to the gym. What the hell is going on? My voice came out as a rasp. My throat was bone dry. Fragments of memory started pouring in, memories that weren't mine. 1959, famine. Refugees on the road. Both parents dead earlier that year, leaving an 18-year-old kid named Li Xing to drag his last breath northward, hoping to try his luck in the capital, and then collapse in this stretch of woods. Li Xing's same name as mine. Wrong century. I transmigrated. I froze. My stomach spasmed again, and I doubled over. Into 1959. I'd heard the old-timers talk about this stretch of history. The famine years. Nothing on the shelves, nothing in the fields. People starved to death. You've got to be kidding me. I pull one all-nighter, put my head down for a nap, and wake up in 59? I laughed bitterly and patted my pockets. Pure reflex, left over from the body's original owner. My fingers hit something hard. I pulled it out. A blackened cornbread bun, furred over with mold, about half the size of my palm and hard as a rock. And this was the kid's last scrap of food, hoarded God knows how long, too precious to eat. I stared at that moldy lump for a solid 10 seconds. Whatever. Beat starving. I gritted my teeth and scraped off the worst of the green fuzz. Pointless. Really. The mold had threaded all the way through. I smashed it into pieces with a rock and put a chunk in my mouth. Hard. Gritty. Sour. Bitter. With some indescribable funk underneath. Chewing alone took effort. I worked up spit and swallowed slowly. Every bite was like choking down sand. But my stomach registered food, and that grinding cramp actually eased, just a little. I slumped back against the tree, panting, and my brain started spinning. Transmigrated. Early winter, 1959. Location, probably not far from Beijing. I needed food and water immediately, or I had one day left in me. Maybe. Gripping the trunk, I hauled myself upright with everything I had. My legs shook. Black spots swarmed my vision. It took a while before they cleared. North, that's the capital. I sifted through the original owner's hazy memories. But in this shape, I'll freeze or starve before I get anywhere near it. The despair came rolling back. And that was when I felt it, something strange. Not out there. Inside me. Hard to describe. Like some region deep in my brain that had never been switched on suddenly woke up. A faint but unmistakable sense of extension, as if my consciousness could reach into a space that existed outside my body. I closed my eyes and focused. Bit by bit, I began to see it. A dim gray expanse, maybe an acre across, its edges swallowed in thick fog. Black soil underfoot, scattered with weeds I couldn't name. In one corner, a few low shrubs, hung with small reddish-brown berries. Wild fruit. My eyes snapped open, heart hammering. It wasn't a hallucination. That space was real, and there was food in it. So this is my cheat? A personal space? Now, how did I get the fruit out? I concentrated again, reaching with my mind to grab the berries. Clumsy at first, like fumbling for something with an invisible, uncoordinated hand. 3 tries. 4. Then, a reddish-brown berry materialized in my palm. It worked. I would have hooped if my body had the strength for anything but shallow gasping. The berry was a bit bigger than a cherry, smooth-skinned, faintly sweet-smelling. I popped it straight into my mouth. Tart, a little sweet, surprisingly juicy. One went down, and something in me lit up. I pulled out 5 or 6 more and ate them one after another, until that at death's door weakness finally loosened its grip. I didn't stop until I'd put away more than 20. Okay, not starving to death today. I slid down against the tree, and only then had the energy to really examine this space. 1 acre. Not big. At the moment, nothing but weeds and those few berry bushes. The soil looked reasonably fertile. If I can get my hands on seeds, I can grow my own food. My mind raced. But first, how do I get in? I tried picturing myself stepping inside. Nothing. My body stayed put. All I got was a clearer read on what was in there. So for now, remote storage and retrieval only. And there was a range limit. Within about a meter, things moved easily. Past that, it got difficult fast. The sky was darkening, the temperature dropping. I couldn't spend the night out here. One night of exposure would finish this body off. I counted the berries left in the space. 30-something. I made myself stop eating. That was my food supply for who knew how many days ahead. I dragged myself back to my feet. Beijing it is. I looked north. The kid had the right idea. The famine's bad everywhere, but the capital gets priority on supplies, and the relief system's better organized. Besides, a spark went through me. In 1959 Beijing, I've got several decades of hindsight to work with. Supply and marketing co-ops, factories, government work units. Even a day labor job beats sitting outside the city waiting to die. I knew it wouldn't be easy. Getting into the city meant papers, letters of introduction. Relief stations only held so many people. Finding work would be harder still. But staying out here? This body had exactly one future, and it ended in a ditch. Let's go. I started walking, unsteady, following the dirt road north. Wind tore through the bare trees with a low moan. I pulled the ragged jacket tighter. Every step was a fight, but my eyes were getting harder by the minute. Right now, I had exactly one objective: survive. If I'd known I was going to get transmigrat. Time travel, I grumbled as I trudged along. I should have taught myself agriculture, history, and politics instead of cranking out Python and Java all day. Night thickened around me. I kept heading north. And somewhere deep in my consciousness, in the midst of that one moose space, for lanterns seemed to flicker on for an instant, then wink out. Out. The next day, just before the sky went completely black, I finally saw it. That silhouette. The city walls of old Beijing. The gray-black rampart lay in the dusk like some enormous sleeping beast, stretching to the edge of sight. It towered over me, and I thought of that line from the founding of a republic. Reporting, sir. The wall ahead is too high. We can't climb it, and grenades won't blow it open. A sight nobody in my own century would ever get to see. I stopped and leaned against a bare tree by the road, catching my breath. My legs had gone numb ages ago. Every step felt like walking on cotton. For a full day and night I'd walked and stopped and walked again, kept alive by the wild fruit in the space, and only when I absolutely couldn't take it anymore did I let myself eat one or two. The juice briefly soothed my cracked lips and hollow stomach, but the calories were nothing against this cold. A ragged cotton coat is no match for a northern winter night. The wind knifed in through the collar, the cuffs, every seam between the patches, stealing what little warmth I had left. I pulled my hands up into my sleeves and watched my breath vanish into the dark. Made it. My voice was so hoarse it barely registered. But a second later, the real problem hit me. How do I get in? Will they question me? Famine years. Refugees pouring into the cities from everywhere. And this was the capital. The controls would be tighter than anywhere else. No letter of introduction, no legitimate reason, just a ragged drifter? They'd send me straight back. The original owner of this body had nothing on him but that moldy corn bun I'd already eaten and a single crumpled sheet of paper stamped with a faded red seal, an identity certificate issued by the commune. Li Xing, male, 18 years old, member of Liz Huang Production Brigade, Finjin Commune. Dated early 1959. Probably the last document the brigade ever issued him, after his parents died, so he'd have a reason to leave the village and go find relatives. I fished the paper out of the pocket against my chest and unfolded it carefully. The edges were worn fuzzy, the seal had faded to a dull rust, but the writing was still legible. I folded it back up, tucked it into the innermost layer, and felt my pulse pick up on its own. The gate was 300 meters ahead. Outside it, a squad of armed guards patrolled in heavy army greatcoats and padded caps. I took a deep breath and forced myself calm. The programmer's brain started running scenarios. Just say I'm starving and came to beg? No, too passive. Say I came looking for work. In this era, the state assigned every job. What claim did a country kid with zero connections have on one? Relatives? I muttered, repeating the plan the body's former owner had made. Came to find a distant relative. Couldn't locate him. It held up. During the famine, plenty of people left home to throw themselves on city relatives. The success rate was low, but it was legitimate. And his hometown wasn't that far from the capital, a few hundred kilometers. The logic tracked. I dug through his memories again. His parents had mentioned it once, some distant cousin-uncle who'd come to the city years back, working in a factory of some kind. But which factory, where he lived, what he actually did? The kid had never gotten it straight, and once his parents were gone there was no way to find out. Good enough, I told myself. Fewer details, fewer ways to trip up. I started toward the gate. Halt. State your business. Oh, I pulled the certificate from the innermost layer and offered it with both hands. My fingers shook, from the cold and from nerves. The one who'd stopped me looked like public security militia, a kid in his early 20s, face raw red from the cold, but with sharp eyes. He looked me over, brow already furrowing. He took the paper, held it up to the lamplight, and studied it for a solid 30 seconds. Then he looked back at me, turned, and handed it to the man beside him. You read it. I can't read. I said nothing. The literate one took 2 minutes with it. Li Xing, 18, Daishinjing Commune, Finjing Commune, I said, nodding, keeping my voice level. What brings you to the capital? Came to find family, I said, right on script. My uncle works here in the city. My parents died at the start of the year. There's no living to be made back home. I figured I'd find him, see if he could help me get by. What's this uncle's name? What work unit? Where does he live? Lu Erneo. I used the vague name floating in the kid's memory. My folks never said which unit, just that he worked in a factory. I don't know the address either. Somewhere on the south side, I think. The militiaman's eyes sharpened further. You came all this way knowing nothing? I dropped my head, letting just enough embarrassment and helplessness show. I didn't have a choice. There's nothing left at home. Staying meant dying. Before my parents passed, they said if I couldn't survive, go to the capital and find Uncle Erneo. He's got a kind heart. He'd at least give me something to eat. Half true, half invented, but the feeling behind it was real. All the despair and raw will to live still soaked into this body. I let it rise up at once. My eyes went red without my meaning them to. That wasn't acting. That was the body's own reflex. The militiaman looked down at the certificate again. An older man came over, and the two of them muttered back and forth. Too many refugees, the young one said quietly. Orders from above are to keep it under control. But he's got papers, and the hometown checks out, the older one said. Look at the state of him. He's genuinely about done. In this weather, a night outside the wall, and there'll be one more body come morning. Silence for a few seconds. The wind was vicious tonight. I couldn't feel my feet at all anymore. Finally, the young one sighed and handed the paper back. Go on. Head to the relief station first. And listen, once you find your relative, get settled. Don't go wandering the streets. Thank you. Thank you, comrade. I took it back fast and bowed deep. The moment my foot came down on pavement inside the wall, my knees nearly gave out. I was in. I made myself keep walking, couldn't linger near the gate. 50 meters on, I finally let myself slow down and glanced back once. Then I turned around and looked at the streets of the capital. The sky had gone dark, and lights showed here and there along both sides. Mostly low single-story houses, brick and timber, gray tile roofs. A few two-story buildings, kerosene lamps or electric bulbs glowing in the windows. The air smelled of coal smoke and cooking, and that particular warm human smell that only cities have. I stood at the roadside, briefly at a loss. Where is the relief station? Forgot to ask. I had no idea where it was. And besides, the relief station was probably packed to the rafters already. Find somewhere out of the wind for tonight, I muttered. Figure the rest out tomorrow. I walked slowly down the street, taking stock of my surroundings. The grocery store was closed, a little chalkboard out front reading, tomorrow's stock, cornmeal. Ration coupons required. Farther along was a state-run canteen, warm lights spilling from the windows, the faint smell of food drifting out. My stomach lurched so hard I had to force myself to look away. 2 streets later, I found a narrow alley. Deep inside were a few abandoned, half-collapsed rooms, doors and windows broken out. Nobody could be living there. I picked the one at the very back. It didn't even have a door. The room was empty, the floor thick with dust, cobwebs strung across the corners. But it had 4 walls, and it blocked the wind. Against the back wall sat a pile of dry straw, probably left by whoever had squatted here before me. I pulled the last of the wild berries out of my space and counted them. 18 left. I'd have to ration carefully. I ate 3, wrapped the rest in a scrap of cloth, and put them back in the space. The straw was filthy, but at least it was soft. I curled up on it, pulled the padded jacket tight around me, and shivered uncontrollably. And yet my mind was strangely clear. Another day alive. That was something. Don't rush it, I told myself. One step at a time. Tomorrow I'll check out the relief station. I need to find work. I thought it through. Even hauling sacks, at least it'd mean food in my stomach and somewhere official to stay. Somewhere in the middle of all that, exhaustion won out. My thoughts blurred. In the last moment before sleep took me, I suddenly remembered the acre of land in my space. Soil, seeds, growth. If I could actually put that space to use, even just radishes and cabbage, it would be a real shot at survival. But where was I supposed to get seeds? Carrying that unanswerable question with me, I sank into sleep. I woke up freezing half a dozen times that night. That ratty padded jacket was no match for a Beijing winter. At first light, I fished 2 wild berries out of the space and gnawed on them slowly. Today I was going to the relief station. Out on the street, people were already up and moving. Blue and gray work clothes, everyone hurrying somewhere, lunch tins and cloth bundles in hand. A bicycle bell rang out now and then, a crisp sound cutting through the morning fog. I walked along the street, asking anyone I passed, Annie, where's the relief station? A woman with a vegetable basket pointed the way. Go up to the intersection, turn right, walk another 200 meters. Big compound with gray walls, that's it. Thank you, Andy. I heard the noise before I even reached the compound. Inside were men and women, old and young, all of them gaunt and sallow, dressed in rags. Some held children, some supported elderly relatives. They all stood quietly, waiting for breakfast. A shelter had been set up in the yard with a few long tables and several staff members working behind them. People who'd gotten their porridge squatted against the wall, slurping it straight from the rim of the bowl, too hungry to wait. I took a deep breath and walked up to one of the workers. Comrade, I came from Hebei, fled the famine. Does the station need any help? I can read and write, and I'm good with figures. His hand stilled. He looked me over again. Good with figures? Yes. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Bookkeeping, inventory, all of it. He thought about it, then shouted across the yard. Old Chun. Got one here who can read and do figures. A man of about 50 came out of the inner room, reading glasses on his nose, a thick ledger in hand. He looked me up and down. You really literate? Yes, really. Old Chun tore off half a blank page and handed me a stub of pencil. Write something. Let's see. I took the pencil and wrote. Neat and careful. Self-reliance through hard struggle. Old Chun looked it over and nodded. Not bad. Can you do arithmetic? Yes. 88 plus 125. 213. 356 minus 189. 167. Old Chin pushed his glasses up, his expression sharpening. Cornmeal's 7 finacati. What's 3 caddies? 2 liang cost. 2 seconds of mental math. 2 mao, 2 fun, for Li. Old Chin grinned. All right. Quick head on you. He turned to the man at the window. Sign him up. Temporary worker, room and board, 5 mao a day. Then to me. Once you're registered, head over to that room, kid. He pointed at a doorway. My voice actually shook. Thank you, sir. After registering, I went into the room. It was warmer inside, with a small coal stove going. 2 old desks stood against the wall, buried in ledgers, forms, and receipts. Old Chun pointed at an empty desk in the corner. You sit there. Our books are a disaster. Last month's relief grain records still aren't sorted. Get these organized, total everything up, and reconcile it against inventory. He hauled over a huge stack of forms. Do whatever you can get through today. I'll take you to the canteen at lunch. You'll sleep in the shed out back tonight. Thank you, Uncle Chun. Old Chin waved it off. Just do good work. The station's short on people who can read and count. Don't you worry. I'll give it everything I've got. I sat down and opened the first registry. Mimeographed, the print smeared and fuzzy. The forms were piled up by date in no particular order. Every kind of supply jumbled together. A complete mess. Looking at that heap of paperwork, my old professional instincts nearly kicked in. Back in 2025, one Excel file, one pivot table, and this would have been done in minutes. Unfortunately, it was 1959. I shook my head and got to work. At noon, Old Chin showed up with a lunch tin. Chow time. The canteen was a big shed with a dozen or so long tables. Today's lunch, cornmeal gruel and cabbage soup. A few limp leaves floating in watery broth. I was more than satisfied. I found a corner, sat down, and sipped the hot gruel in small mouthfuls. When I finished, I licked the bowl clean. Back to the ledgers in the afternoon. Toward evening, Old Chin came back, glanced at the sorted forms on my desk, and stopped short. That fast. All done. He picked up the top stack and leafed through it, nodding. Thorough work. Go ahead and knock off. The canteen only does the one meal at noon. What are you doing for dinner? You got any money on you? I shook my head. Old Chin dug a dark steamed cornbread bun out of his pocket. My wife packs these in case my stomach acts up. Take it. That's your dinner. Uncle Chun, I can't take this. You gave me work and a bowl of hot soup. That's plenty. But in the end, I couldn't refuse. Watching him walk away, I made myself a silent promise. Someday I'd repay this 100 times over. That night, I moved into the shed in the back courtyard. One big communal platform bed, a dozen-odd men sleeping on it, all temporary workers. A single kerosene lamp cast a dim, wavering light. The air reeked of sweat and feet. I found a spot against the wall and lay down, beneath me. The straw mat was so thin it dug into my back. But inside, I felt settled. I had a job. Only 50 cents a day, but still. A man in his 40s on the bunk next to me leaned over. Hey kid, you new here? Where you from? Hebei, sir. I work the kitchen. Name's Lu Dashin. Shuchong, Hunan. The kitchen's a good spot. The kitchen. Before I could finish, Lu Dashin was out cold, snoring like thunder. I shook my head, smiling. I needed to plan my next move, one step at a time. That one moo of land in the space. I had to start using it. Seeds, the relief station had to have some. I'd look around over the next few days. Didn't need much. Just a little. Somewhere in the middle of all that thinking, sleep took me. Outside, the old capital went quiet. Nothing but a stray dog barking in the distance. The whole city sank into sleep. And inside the space, where I'd buried those wild fruit pits, a few seedlings pushed up through the soil and shot skyward overnight. I opened my eyes the next morning to an empty shack. Everyone else was gone. I sat bolt upright. Had I overslept? I'd slept way too well. Once my head cleared, I didn't get up right away. Instead, I let my mind sink into the space. One look, and I froze. Those fruit pits I'd tossed in the dirt without a second thought were now a lush green thicket. That fast, grown that much in one night. That couldn't be right. I reached out and touched a leaf. It felt completely real. My engineering brain kicked in immediately. Time inside the space had to run a lot faster than outside. How much faster? That was something I'd have to test. But just knowing this much had my heart pounding. I knew exactly what it meant to be able to grow food fast in a year like this one. I pulled out of the space, put on my padded jacket, dug out the half a corn bun old Chun had given me, and pushed the door open. People were already moving around the yard. Judging by the light, 6 or 7 in the morning. I didn't have a key to the office, so I headed for the back kitchen instead, figuring I'd help out. And while I was at it, see if any opportunities turned up. Smoke was pouring out of the kitchen. Lou Dashin squatted in front of the stove feeding in firewood, and another cook was chopping cabbage at the counter. Uncle Lou. He turned around, grinning. "Oh, you're up, little Lee." Slept like a rock. Didn't even stir when the rest of us got out of bed. I smiled. "Anything I can help with?" Master Wong looked up from the cutting board. "Number cruncher like you knows how to work?" "Nothing to help with. Breakfast is just porridge, be ready in a bit. This cabbage is for lunch." He went back to chopping, blade quick and steady. I wandered around the room. Sacks of grain were piled in one corner. Fresh cabbage and radishes filled another. My eyes landed on a bamboo basket by the stove, a dozen or so sweet potatoes, plus a whole basket of potatoes. I walked over, stopped about a yard away, and focused. Inside the space, sweet potatoes, and radishes appeared at the edge of the plot. Out here, the baskets looked untouched. I'd taken the ones on the bottom. My heart was hammering, but nothing showed on my face. I chatted with Lou Dashin a bit longer, and once it was clear there was nothing for me to do, I left. Only when I reached an empty corner of the yard did I let out a breath. That had been a little risky. Worth it, though. Sweet potatoes were valuable, high yield, easy to grow. Old Chun was already in the office when I got there, about to light the stove. "Morning, Grandpa Chun." "Sit down, let me do it." "You're here." Old Chun looked up. "You did good work on those books yesterday. Fast, too. Take it easy today." I said okay, went to the kitchen for a cold briquette to get the fire going, came back, and put a kettle on. Old Chun disappeared somewhere. I sat down, and my mind drifted straight back to the space. Those potatoes and sweet potatoes were still just lying there on the ground. So I dug holes in the space, buried them, planted the potatoes and sweet potatoes, and covered them up. Then I watched. Nothing at first. Then, after maybe 10 minutes of real time, the soil over the sweet potatoes and potatoes shifted, just barely. I held my breath. A few minutes later, a tender red sprout broke through. It really was growing. I watched it climb higher, the color fading from red to pale green. Out in the real world, this would have taken days. In the space, it was happening right in front of me. I pulled out and checked the clock. 20 minutes had passed. I went back in. Every sprout was 2 inches tall. Out again, checked the clock, another 10 minutes. My brain started running the numbers. 30 minutes out here, and the sweet potatoes and potatoes had gone from sprouting to 2 inches. Normally, sweet potato slips take 5 to 7 days to emerge, then another 3 to 5 days to reach that height. Call it 8 days total, 192 hours. 192 divided by 0.5. 384 times? That was terrifying. I made myself calm down. Plants don't grow at a constant rate. Germination is naturally fast, and it slows down after. And my observation window was way too short to be reliable. But the flow rate was definitely faster out there. A lot faster. I decided to test it properly. For the next few hours, I sipped hot water and checked the space every 10 minutes. I also separated out the potato seedlings and planted a patch of sweet potato vines on their own. 3 hours of real time later, both crops had fully leafed out, deep green and thriving. Normally sweet potatoes would need at least 20 days to get that far. 3 hours in the space, so the ratio was roughly around 160 to 1. That number felt a lot more plausible. Still incredible, but not completely insane. Of course, it was only an estimate. I'd need long-term observation. Different crops, different growth stages, the rate might vary. But one thing was certain, I could grow food in the space, and it grew fast. Around noon, "Little Lee, time to eat." Old Chun was back. I hadn't heard him come in. "Coming, thanks." Lunch was porridge and cabbage soup again. I squatted in the corner drinking it, still doing math in my head. If it really was 160 to 1, one day out here was 160 days in there. Sweet potatoes take 4 or 5 months to mature. Call it 150 days. In the space, that meant less than a day to harvest? I nearly choked on my porridge. If that was true, the space was a grain factory. Rotate crops through that one moo, and a single day's harvest would feed me for a long time. Assuming I had seeds, and assuming I could explain where the food came from. Old Shin went off to do something in the afternoon and didn't give me any work. In the space, the sweet potato vines had sprawled across a huge patch, leaves thick and almost frighteningly vigorous. The potatoes were doing well too. At this rate, they really would be ready tomorrow. Before quitting time, Old Shin came back with a stack of ledgers and handed them over. Get through these tomorrow. Then he pulled out another corn bun, set it on the desk, and walked out. Thank you, Grandpa Chun. I meant it. In a year like this, who gives away food? After work, I went straight to the kitchen. Master Wong was sitting there smoking. When I said I was looking for seeds, he pulled a cloth bag out of a drawer. This is all there is. Radish and cabbage seed. Been sitting for 2 years. Probably won't sprout. Take him if you want. Want. I took the bag. Inside were 2 small paper packets, the writing on them smudged beyond reading. Thank you so. Thanks. That night, the moment the kerosene lamp went out, the room went pitch black. Before long, snoring filled the air. I lay on the communal plank bed, too keyed up to sleep. The wild fruit in the space had ripened. The sweet potatoes and potatoes I'd planted during the day had put out tubers too, all different sizes. Not fully mature yet, but you could already make out the shape. With a thought, I carefully dug one out of the soil. Not big, reddish-brown skin, still dusted with black earth. It actually worked. I muttered to myself. I looked at the sweet potato in my hand, then at that thick sprawl of vines, and something in my chest finally settled. Food. Real, actual food. In a year when everybody's stomach was empty, having a patch of ground that could crank out crops fast meant you were holding on to your own survival. I buried the little sweet potato back in the dirt and let it keep growing. Then I turned over a small plot beside it and sowed the radish and cabbage seeds I'd scrounged. Not many seeds, just a small patch of each. I wanted to see how different crops did in the space. When I was done, I pulled my mind back out. Snoring all around the shack, hazy moonlight outside the window, hard boards beneath me, cold air on top of me. But inside, I was warm. I thought about 2025, sitting in an office tower banging out code, griping about overtime, griping about lousy takeout. Looking back now, those complaints were a goddamn luxury. Farming's more nerve-wracking than coding, I thought wryly. Mess up your code, you just restart. Mess up your crops, you go hungry. But watching life push up out of the soil, watching food ripen bit by bit, coding never gave me that feeling. I rolled over and shut my eyes. Tomorrow I still had the books to sort out, more seeds to get hold of, and the rules of the space to figure out. A long road ahead, but at least I could see a light on it now. I drifted off, slept solid, a smile still on my lips. Outside, winter in the old capital was cold and still. But in that ramshackle room, deep in a young man's consciousness, a plot of land was bursting with life, green as spring. I woke at first light. I'd slept well, but with so much on my mind I kept wanting to get up and get going. I didn't move right away. First I sank my awareness into the space. It had already become a habit, the way I used to reach for my phone the second I opened my eyes. The instant I was in, all that green washed over me, and it felt good. The sweet potatoes and potatoes I'd planted yesterday had gone wild. Vines sprawled everywhere, leaves glossy and slick. I nudged the dirt aside with a thought and found a whole cluster of sweet potatoes hanging underneath. The potato plants were even more aggressive, tubers so round and fat they'd shove the soil up. Over on the other side, the radishes and cabbage from last night had sprouted, so tender you could pinch water out of them. I tried harvesting all the potatoes and sweet potatoes with my mind. When I finished, a wave of dizziness hit me, and it took a good while to pass. So the work drained me mentally. But once I recovered, I actually felt sharper than before. I gnawed down a sweet potato and headed straight for the office. Old Chun was already there, squatting by the stove warming his hands. He looked up. You're up? Get the books done early today, and I'll give you the afternoon off. Go walk around the streets, get to know the city. Sure thing, thanks. I sat down and got to work on the accounts. Old Chin warmed himself a while longer, then came over for a look. Little Lee, the way you sort everything into categories, it's a pleasure to look at. I told the director about your method yesterday. He said the relief stations landed itself some real talent. I smiled. Come on, Uncle Chun, what talent? I just keep it like this so it's easy to look things up later and harder to make mistakes. Keep it up. In a few days the director might make you a permanent hire. From your lips to God's ears. I went back to my figures. Just then the door swung open. Director Wong walked in. 50s, very thin but sharp-eyed, weathered face, steady in the way he talked and carried himself. Old Wong, this is the Little Lee I told you about. Take a look at this kid. He's the real deal. Old Chun hurried over with the ledger. He's got the books clear as day, and he even caught several errors. A lot better than this old fool. Director Wang took the ledger and paged through it carefully. His brow gradually smoothed out, and approval showed on his face. He looked for a long while before raising his head, his tone mild. Literally, you did all this? Yes, Director, I organized it. If anything's wrong, please set me straight. I stood up fast. I knew that in this era, keeping your head down was never a mistake. Set you straight on what? I know a few characters, but arithmetic's beyond me. This is good. Very good. He set the ledger down. Neat handwriting, clear structure, and you caught the mistakes. These days you don't often see a young man who's both educated and steady. He paused, then asked, You're from Baoding in Hebei? Any family left? My heart lurched. Here it was, the question that mattered. I gave the answer I'd prepared. A village outside Baoding. My folks passed a couple years back. I'm the only one left. I came to the city hoping to stay with distant relatives, but when I got here I found out they'd moved away long ago. Nowhere to go, so I came to the relief station. Director Wang sighed. Hard times. It isn't easy. He was quiet for a moment, like he was turning something over. Then he looked at me, his tone turning serious. Literally, let me ask you something. Would you like a proper job? My heart slammed so hard it nearly came out my throat. A proper job? Could it be? I forced the excitement down and played dumb. Director, could I really get a proper job? I've got no connections. All I can do is read a little and keep accounts. What you can do is plenty, he said with a smile. The supply and marketing co-op over on Nanluoguxiang has been short an accountant lately. The job comes with some purchasing work too. The head of the co-op is an old comrade of mine from the army. Just yesterday, he was complaining to me that he couldn't find the right person. You're steady, you can handle books, and you've got good character. I'd like to recommend you. The supply co-op? My eyes lit up. Getting into a supply and marketing co-op meant a genuine iron rice bowl, 100 times better than temp work at the relief station. Director, is this for real? My voice actually shook. I couldn't believe a pie this big had fallen out of the sky. You think I've got nothing better to do? That I'd yank your chain for fun? He nodded. But don't get ahead of yourself. Co-op work looks nice from the outside. It isn't easy. He pulled me down into a seat, and his tone went grave, like an elder giving advice to his own kin. The co-op has a lot of rules. Everything goes by the book. You can't let a shred of self-interest in, and you absolutely can't get mixed up in profiteering or black market dealing. Best case, you lose the job. Worst case, you're held responsible. Anytime, one wrong step. You'll never dig yourself out. You're an outsider. No background, no connections. Once you're in there, you watch what you say and how you act. Do more, talk less. Get along with your coworkers, and don't give anybody anything to hold over you. Those old-timers, their relatives have relatives, and the web stretches for miles. Go to them for advice. Don't go thinking you're something special just because you've got an education. Bookkeeper and buyer, neither job is easy. Keep the books spotless. Keep the purchasing fair and above board. Don't play favorites, and don't skim off the public purse. Every word landed square on my heart. I knew the station chief meant every bit of it for my own good. This was hard-won wisdom for surviving in these times. Chief, don't you worry. I'll work hard. I won't embarrass you, and I won't let you down. I meant it. Just remember it. He nodded, satisfied. I'll put in a word with old Zhang at the co-op in a bit. He won't turn me down. Tomorrow morning, go to the South Gong and Drum Lane co-op and ask for him. Show him what you can do. As long as you don't botch anything major, the job's yours. He added one more thing. Be sharp about it. Talk less, do more. Show them you're steady and reliable. Don't go showing off. Yes, thank you, Chief. Thank you so much. I didn't know how else to thank him, so I just bowed. Don't thank me. He clapped my shoulder. Just do good work. And when times get better for you, don't forget to help others out. Do your part for the country. Absolutely. Absolutely. I nodded again and again, my eyes stinging. In this strange era, running into people like Chief Wang and Old Chun, people who genuinely wanted to help me, was pure luck. Chief Wang gave me a few more reminders and left. Old Chun grinned and slapped my arm. Good kid, you've really landed on your feet. The co-op. People would kill for a spot in there. You hit the jackpot. I owe it to you and the chief for putting me forward. I meant that too. Don't stand on ceremony with me. He waved it off. Just work hard once you're in. Don't make our relief station look bad. Oh, and the pay at the co-op isn't bad. 28 yuan a month during your trial period. Once you're made permanent, it goes up to 35, plus grain coupons and cloth coupons. 28 yuan. Another rush of excitement. With that kind of money, I could not only feed myself, but put a little aside, live better, and buy more seeds and supplies for the space. That afternoon, Old Chun actually gave me the half-day off. It was my first real chance to see this famous old city properly. So many sights that would be gone for good before long. The streets were full of people, most of them dressed in the same three colors, gray, black, and blue. Their faces were weathered, but there was a spark in their eyes. I walked and looked, walked and looked. Starting tomorrow, I knew my life would be different. No longer a refugee scraping by at the edge of starvation, but a co-op bookkeeper and buyer, about to get my hands on an iron rice bowl. But I hadn't forgotten Chief Wang's warnings. A wire stayed pulled tight inside me. In this era, an iron rice bowl was hard to hold on to, and a co-op was a hotbed of trouble. I'd have to be careful, one step at a time. When I reached an empty corner, I sank my awareness into the space. Looking out over that broad sweep of sweet potatoes and potatoes, I felt solid ground under me. Tomorrow I had to perform, land the job, then work hard at the co-op, build connections, stockpile supplies. I looked up at the sky. The sky over the capital in these years was very blue, and the sunlight came down warm. I took a deep breath. The air carried a faint trace of coal smoke and cooking food, the smell of 1959, and the smell of my new life. The next morning, I didn't dare sleep in. I beat the dust off my clothes, washed my face with cold water, and combed my hair until it lay flat and neat. Before heading out, I repeated Chief Wang's words to myself. Watch what you say, talk less, do more, and set off for the South Gong and Drum Lane Co-op. The co-op sat halfway down the lane, a two-story building of gray brick and gray tile. A red lacquered wooden sign hung over the door reading South Gong and Drum Lane Neighborhood Supply and Marketing Co-op, and beside it, painted in white, a slogan. Develop the economy, guarantee supply. It stood out sharply in the morning light. I pushed the door open and a mingled smell hit me. Kerosene, bolts of cloth, hard candy, farm supplies. The old wooden counters had been polished to a shine, and several clerks in blue work jackets were busy. One weighing out salt, another restocking shelves, abacus beads clacking away. The place was humming. Excuse me, comrade, is Director Zhang in? Chief Wang from the relief station sent me. I walked up to the counter and asked one of the older clerks politely. He looked me over. Plain clothes, clear eyes, respectful manner. He pointed at the stairs. Office on the second floor. Just knock and go in. I thanked him, took a deep breath, and knocked lightly. Come in. A deep, full voice. The office wasn't large. An old-style desk sat in the middle with an abacus, ledgers, and an enamel mug on top. A portrait of the chairman hung on the wall. Behind the desk sat a man in his 40s. Average height, broad shoulders, a stern face, and sharp eyes. This had to be Director Zhang. Good morning, Director Zhang. My name is Li Xing. Chief Wang recommended me. I bowed respectfully. Director Zhang set down his pen and pointed at the chair across from him. Sit. Old Wang mentioned you. Said you're literate. Good with numbers. Keep clean books. We need a bookkeeper here, doubling as buyer. You've got to know your accounts, and your abacus work has to be solid. A messy ledger or a bad calculation is no small thing. No small talk, straight to the point, with the blunt efficiency of an old revolutionary. Yes, Director. I'll do my best. I sat up straight. Talk's cheap. Let's test you. He pulled a thick stack of ledgers out of a drawer, along with several slips of paper covered in figures. This is part of last month's running account, plus some purchase itemizations. Some of the numbers are a mess. Work it out on the abacus and find where the general ledger doesn't match the itemized entries. Half an hour. Can you do it? I took them, feeling steady. In my past life, studying for the CPA exam, I'd handled books 100 times more complicated than this, let alone basic running accounts. But I didn't let myself get cocky. This was an interview in 1959. I had to play it by their rules. I spread the ledgers out and skimmed them quickly. Brush and fountain pen entries mixed together, some of the handwriting sloppy, the categorization crude, just income and expenses logged line by line in date order, no account classifications at all. It did look like a mess. I didn't touch the abacus. I did it in my head, calculating as I went, writing the results down on paper. In under 20 minutes, I'd worked through it twice, and the numbers matched. I stopped, looked up, and said, Director, I'm finished. The general ledger checks out, but 3 line items don't match. First, the vegetable purchase on the 15th of last month. The books show 15.60 in expenses, but the actual voucher says 14.80, overstated by 80 cents. Second, the candy sales on the 20th. The books say 8.20, but the actual cash received was 9.20, understated by 1 yuan. Third, office supplies on the 25th. 2 ledger books and 10 pens. The books show 3.50, but the actual receipt says 3.30, overstated by 20 cents. As I talked, I pointed out each error for him, laying it all out clean and clear, right down to the last cent. Director Zhang just stared at me. He'd figured I'd be doing well to finish the calculations in half an hour. He hadn't expected fast and accurate. Not bad, kid. Fast and accurate. His tone softened, and approval showed on his face. Where'd you learn to keep books like that? Something clicked in my head. Here was my opening. I wanted to show off a little modern accounting know-how, so I said with a smile, I figured it out myself, Director. The way I see it, bookkeeping shouldn't just be accurate, it should be clear. Ideally, you do it on an accrual basis. A what basis? Director Zhang cut me off with a frown. Accrual what? Never heard of it. Around here at the co-op, we do things the old way. Cash for goods, goods for cash. Money comes in, you log revenue. Money goes out, you log an expense. Simple, clear, hard to screw up. That accrual business of yours sounds complicated. Last thing I need is you making a mess of the books. My stomach dropped. Damn, I'd forgotten what era I was in. I quickly put on a smile and backpedaled. You're absolutely right. I didn't think it through. The old way is the safest. I'll stick to the old way from now on. Director Zhang's tone eased up. It's good that you've got a quick mind. But on the job, you follow the rules first. The methods our forefathers handed down have lasted this long for a reason. You don't go changing them on a whim. Yes, sir, absolutely. I'll follow the rules. I nodded fast. Seeing how sincere I was, he looked even more pleased. He thought for a moment. Kid, you passed the arithmetic test, your bookkeeping's fast and accurate, and you've even worked out methods of your own. You've got the makings of a real accountant. Old Wong didn't steer me wrong. Then he grinned. All right, you're hired. 28 yuan a month, 25 jin of grain coupons, 2 feet of cloth coupons, and the rest of the coupons issued per regulation. Put in a full year with good performance, and you'll go permanent. Pay bumps up to 35. Thank you, Director. I shot to my feet and bowed again, my voice shaking with excitement. I'll work hard. I won't let you down. He scribbled a slip and handed it over. Go to the warehouse and pick up 2 sets of work clothes. Once you've got them, head home, get yourself sorted, and be ready to start. I thanked him about a dozen times and walked out of the office with what felt like a little furnace burning in my chest. I picked up the 2 sets of clothes, one of them a padded winter jacket. Walking out the co-op's front gate, I clenched my fist and shouted inside my head. Done it. I've got an iron rice bowl. The sunlight on my shoulders felt warmer than it had yesterday. Watching the crowds bustling along the street, I felt solid, grounded. With this job, I'd have a legitimate reason to be around goods and supplies. Add in my space, my cheat code, and life from here on out was only going to get better. I walked along, thinking, Nenluo Guxiang. Isn't that where a courtyard full of love is set? Wonder if there's a two-faced sweetheart like Qin Huiru around here. Then I laughed at myself. No way. That's a TV show. This is real life. What I didn't notice was that right after I walked out, a woman who looked almost exactly like Qin Huiru pushed open the door and went into the co-op. I saw none of it. I was too busy being happy, 2 brand new sets of blue work clothes tucked under my arm, my steps so light it was like I had springs in my shoes, headed straight for the relief station. Hey, old Chun, keeping busy? I pushed open the door to the accounting office, my voice a good 3 notches louder than usual. Old Chin's head snapped up, his reading glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. When he saw it was me, he nearly dropped his abacus. Well, I'll be. Little Lee, does this mean, did you get it? His eyes locked onto the work clothes under my arm. That blue twill fabric was a rare sight around the relief station. Got it. I dropped the clothes on the desk, grinning ear to ear. Director Zhang took me on. Accountant and purchasing agent. 28 a month, plus grain and cloth coupons per regulation. You've really got something, kid. Old Chin clapped me on the shoulder. I could tell right off how quick you were with figures. Last time I was reconciling the relief grain accounts, I got it wrong 3 times before it balanced. You used that categorizing method of yours and had the whole thing straightened out in one morning. I scratched my head, privately laughing. That was just basic Excel logic. Out loud, I said modestly, that's all thanks to your guidance. Right about then, Station Chief Wong came in carrying his enamel mug. One look at me, and he smiled. From the look on your face, you got it. All thanks to you. I quickly filled him in on everything Director Zhang had arranged. He's putting me on the books first, plus rural purchasing runs. Says supplies are tight right now, and they're short-handed. Station Chief Wong nodded and pulled the door shut behind him. Sit down a minute. Accounting's steady work. But purchasing, that one's a tough nut. He poured me a cup of hot water, his tone turning serious. The countryside's short on grain and goods too these days. Purchasing means covering every village on the outskirts of Beijing. Long roads. And on top of that, you're at the mercy of the village cadre's moods. Bad luck, and you can't even fill the planned quota. Out in the wind and the rain, it's hard living. I knew exactly what I was hearing. Behind all that hardship was nothing but opportunity. I held my cup and listened intently. Chief, I'm young. I'm not afraid of hard work. Good to hear you say it. Then Wong shifted gears, dropping his voice. But there's opportunity in purchasing too. Officially, co-op purchasing goes by the plan. But the countryside always has things that fall outside the plan. Vegetables the villagers grow themselves, the chickens and ducks they raise, wild stuff from the hills. If you know how to handle yourself, get on good terms with the locals, allocate things sensibly, you won't just exceed your quota, you'll improve your own situation a bit too. Provided, of course, you stay within the rules. Don't get greedy. Don't give anybody something to hold over you. My heart skipped. So he was flat out telling me I could use the purchasing job to pick up a little extra income, just dressed up in a polite phrase like allocate things sensibly. I understood immediately. This was exactly what I wanted. Rural purchasing meant access to farmland, seeds, chicks, and ducklings, a perfectly legitimate supply channel for my space. Understood. Don't worry, Chief. I'll stay within the rules, keep my head down, and work hard. I won't embarrass you or the co-op. My eyes were steady with conviction. Station Chief Wong smiled, satisfied. I wasn't wrong about you. Remember, when you're out purchasing, keep your eyes sharp, your words sweet, and your hands clean. Anything you can't handle, don't force it. Come back. Talk it over with Director Zhang, or come find me. He added a few more words of advice. Watch what you say, get along with your coworkers, stay safe, and finally pressed 5 Gene worth of grain coupons into my hand. Take them. You just started, money's tight. Consider it emergency cash. My eyes stung a little. In 1959, 5 Gene of grain coupons could save your life. I tried to refuse, but he wouldn't hear of it, so I finally accepted. Director, I'll pay you and the relief station back someday, I swear. Pay me back, nothing. Just do a good job. That's all the thanks I need. He waved me off. You can keep your bunk here at the relief station for now. Move out once the co-op assigns you a dorm. I went back to the bunkhouse to pack. Not that there was much to pack. I changed into a new set of work clothes and went out to wander around the city, not coming back until sunset. Lying on the hard plank bed, I listened to Lou Dashin next to me telling dirty jokes while a crowd of coworkers ate it up. My thought was, listening only gets you so far. You've got to put in the practice. I closed my eyes, focused my mind, and entered the space. The one-moo plot was overgrown with weeds. I cleared them all out with a single mental sweep, and immediately got so dizzy I had to rest a good while before I recovered. Once I did, I dug a bunch of small holes, carefully buried the sweet potato vines I'd cut earlier, and planted the potatoes too, figuring I'd slice them up and replant once they sprouted. Should have a bumper crop by tomorrow night. The thought made me grin. This accountant/purchasing agent job was practically tailor-made for me. The accounting side would teach me how goods moved and how the books worked, so I wouldn't give myself away. The purchasing side gave me a legitimate excuse to travel all over the countryside outside Beijing, collecting seeds, supplies, baby livestock. Perfect fit for the space. I started sketching out a plan. First trip to the countryside, I'd just get the lay of the land. After that, I'd trade the sweet potatoes and potatoes from the space to the farmers for chickens, ducks, geese, and piglets, then raise them in the space. Good for eating, good for trading. Also, there's no water in there. I need to dig a big pond, then find a mountain spring somewhere and fill it up. No time like the present. I started digging. Before I knew it, dawn was breaking. I'd blacked out more than a few times that night. The mental drain was brutal, but each time I recovered, I came back stronger, and the work got easier. I exited the space. Even though I'd barely slept, I wasn't tired at all. I was bursting with energy. I ran my hand over the work clothes beside me, and a fierce certainty settled in my chest. 1959, Beijing. Li Xing has arrived. I've got the space, I've got a job. From here on out, things only get better. Early the next morning, I put on my brand new blue work uniform and walked to the co-op with my head high. The city streets were just waking up. Steam rose from the breakfast stalls along the road. An old man was busy hawking doji and jiaochuan. Bicycle bells clanged and jangled, and people in work clothes and cadre uniforms hurried past, every face carrying that determined look of someone making a living. Halfway down Nenloguxiang, I looked up and saw it. That familiar little building of gray brick and tile, the red lacquered wooden sign reading Nenloguxiang Neighborhood Supply and Marketing Co-op, gleaming in the morning light. But the front door was locked up tight. I'd come too early. Great. Up with the roosters. I scratched the back of my head and leaned against the doorframe to wait. Early winter mornings were cold. I pulled my padded coat tighter and watched people pass on the street, unconsciously straightening my back. I had an iron rice bowl now. Time to make something of myself. I was lost in thought when a group of men in factory uniforms walked past the door, laughing and talking. I glanced over on reflex, and my eyes nearly popped out of my head. I couldn't stop the words from bursting out. Holy crap. I rubbed my eyes fast, sure I was still half asleep and seeing things. The man in front, short hair, dark blue work clothes, calm and composed. That was first Uncle Yi Zhonghai from A Beautiful Life in the Courtyard, no question. The one beside him, back ramrod straight, all puffed up self-importance. That was second Uncle Lu Haizhong, plain as day. The slouching one behind them with the shrewd eyes, Jia Dongshu. And to top it off, walking next to Jia Dongshu was a big guy with a face that said, "Don't mess with me. Silly Zhu he use you." My brain went blank with a loud buzz. No way. I fell into the TV show. Here I'd been wondering whether Qin Huairu was even a real person, and it turned out the entire Courtyard cast was right here. In my last life, I'd binged that show several times. I knew these people inside and out. Yi Zhonghai was a schemer. All he wanted was someone to take care of him in old age. Lu Haizhong was obsessed with rank and loved to put on airs. Jia Dongshu was selfish to the bone, and once he married Qin Huairu, the whole family leaned on him. Silly Zhu was blunt as a hammer, loyal, but quick to fly off the handle. So the plot's going to come knocking on my door? I muttered to myself, excited and nervous in equal measure. Excited because there was the White Lotus, there was Lu Xiaoyi, there was Qin Jingru. Young man, waiting for us to open? A deep voice startled me. I turned around. It was Director Zhang, keys in hand, smiling. I snapped out of it. Director Zhang, you're here? I figured I'd come early and tidy up. Hardworking, I'll give you that. He unlocked the door with a laugh. Come on in, it's cold out. I followed him in and shut the door behind me. Nobody else around. Nice and quiet. Without waiting to be told, I grabbed the kindling and coal briquettes from the corner. Director, let me get the fire going. You rest. I'd spent time at my grandmother's place in the countryside in my last life, so lighting a stove was second nature. Stuff scrap paper into the firebox, stack thin kindling on top, strike a match. Once the flames caught, I fed in thicker sticks, then added the coal. Before long, the firebox glowed red and warmth spread through the room. Then I took a broom and swept the floor in the area around the counter, found a rag, and wiped the dusty countertop until it shone. Director Zhang sat off to the side watching me work, approval written all over his face. This kid was sharp and hardworking, a cut above all those young people with big heads and no hands. I just filled the kettle and set it on the stove when I heard footsteps outside. First in was a man in his 40s, stocky and dark-skinned, calling out cheerfully. Morning, Director Zhang. Lao Zhou, you're here. Zhang turned to me. Xiaoli, this is Lao Zhou, our delivery man. He handles the pickups from the ministry warehouse. Nice to meet you, Brother Zhou. I stepped up quickly. Lao Zhou looked me up and down and broke into a grin. So you're the new accountant, Xiaoli? Director says you're a whiz with numbers. The words were barely out when 3 women came in. The first was in her early 40s, hair permed in the style of the day, wearing a blue cotton jacket faded from washing. Her voice carried. Well, now this is the new kid? Looks bright enough. Aren't you the one who asked me yesterday where the director was? One. The 2 behind her were younger, one with braids and big round eyes, lively looking, the other with ear-length bobbed hair, quiet and reserved. Just then Director Zhang came down the stairs holding an enamel mug, stepped behind the counter, grabbed a pinch of tea leaves out of the tin canister and dropped them in, then jerked his chin at me. Xiaoli, is the water boiling? Pour me some. I jumped up. The kettle was already steaming, so I lifted it and filled his cup. Director Zhang took a sip and cleared his throat. Let me introduce everybody. This is Li Xing, our new accountant. He'll also be handling purchasing runs out to the villages. He's young, just started working, so look after him a little. Don't go picking on an honest kid. Don't you worry, Director. Who'd pick on a newcomer? The middle-aged woman who'd come in first waved him off with a smile. I'm Wang Xiulan. Everybody calls me Big Sister Wang. I've been here since the day this co-op opened. Anything you don't know, just ask me. I'm Zhao Hong. I handle fabric and sewing notions. The girl with the braids had bright, sparkling eyes. I'm Sun Xiaomei. I handle candy, salt, that sort of thing. The quiet girl's voice was soft, and she gave me a little nod. Old Joe spoke up too. From here on out, when you bring goods back, unloading and sorting, I'll give you a hand, little brother. It warmed me right up. I answered each of them in turn. Thank you, Big Sister Wang. Thank you, Sister Zhao, Sister Sunday. Thanks, Brother Zhou. I'll be counting on all of you to show me the ropes. We're co-workers, no need to be so formal. Big Sister Wang's eyes darted around, and she reached into a paper sack behind the counter and passed out handfuls of sunflower seeds. Here, try some. Came in just yesterday, nice and salty. Hey, Wang Xiulan. Director Zhang's face went stern. Those seeds belong to the state. They're for selling, not for you to snack on. Big Sister Wang tossed 2 into her mouth and cracked them loudly, completely unbothered. Director Zhang, now that's just playing favorites. Didn't you just help yourself to the state's tea leaves a second ago? I grab a couple handfuls of seeds so everybody can have a nibble, and that's not allowed? Besides, if we don't know what they taste like, how are we supposed to sell them to customers? That left Director Zhang with nothing to say. He pointed at her for a long moment, then finally laughed helplessly. All you think about is your stomach. Don't let it happen again. Once we open for business, no more helping yourself to state property. Yes, I know. You're getting old. That's why you talk so much. Big Sister Wang handed me another fistful of seeds. Xiaoli, go on, try them. I took them with a smile and popped one in my mouth. Genuinely tasty. These days, getting to eat a handful of sunflower seeds was a rare treat. I could tell the atmosphere at this co-op was pretty easygoing. No scheming or backbiting, just straightforward people. The 5 of us gathered around the stove and chatted. Big Sister Wang did most of the talking, filling me in on the rules, which goods required ration coupons, which you could just buy with cash, plus the ins and outs of purchasing out in the countryside. Be straight with the farmers, she said. Don't try to pull anything slick, or next time they won't want to sell to you. Old Joe cut in. The roads out there are rough. First time you go, tell me where you're headed, and I'll point you the right way. Some of those villages are way out in the sticks. Easy to get lost. I filed it all away. These co-workers all seemed warm-hearted, and it put my mind at ease. After a while, Director Zhang checked his watch. Shaoli, the accounting office is upstairs. Our books aren't complicated. Tidy them up whenever you've got a spare moment, and do the totals at the end of the month. He paused. Supplies are tight right now, and our quota from up top isn't enough. If we want to do more business, we've got to rely on purchasing. Focus your energy on the countryside runs. Get out to the villages around Beijing as much as you can. Grain, vegetables, poultry, that's the good stuff. Exceed your quota, and there'll be plenty in it for you. I nodded quickly. Don't worry, Director. I'll work hard and bring back as much as I can. Good. Director Zhang nodded, satisfied. Oh, right. I mentioned it to Director Wang at the neighborhood office yesterday and put in a housing request for you. Number 95, Nanluo Guxiang. It's one of the front row rooms. Not big, but livable. Beats you running back and forth to the relief station every day. My heart leapt. Housing solved. That was fantastic news. Thank you, Director Zhang. I can't believe you went to all that trouble over where I'd live. It's not easy being on your own away from home. A man needs a roof over his head to feel settled. Director Zhang waved it off. The neighborhood office is straight down the road. You can't miss it. Go find Director Wang now and register. He'll give you the key. I've got things to take care of. Have a look at the place, get yourself settled in, and come back to work this afternoon. Will do. Thanks, Director. I said goodbye to Big Sister Wang and the others. I'm off to sort out the housing. See you this afternoon. Be careful out there. Big Sister Wang couldn't resist adding. Number 95 isn't far. Just follow this alley straight down. Watch for the door numbers. I headed out with my heart full. That was going to be my first home in the capital. 5 minutes later, I was at the neighborhood office. I found Director Wang and explained why I was there. He was busy signing off on documents and didn't even look up, just pulled a key out of a drawer. Li Shing, right? The room's in the front courtyard of number 95, one of the row rooms. Go take a look yourself. There's a plank bed, a table, 2 chairs, all already in there. Housing's tight in this district, so make do for now. If something better opens up later, we'll move you to a bigger place. Thank you, Director Wang. I took the key, feeling a warm glow inside. I found number 95 easily enough. It looked exactly like something out of a TV show. Big compound, divided into front, middle, and rear courtyards, with quite a few families living there. It was lively at that hour. An old woman hanging out laundry. A few kids chasing each other around. The whole place thick with everyday life. Who are you? What do you want? I glanced over. I recognized her, third auntie. I held up the key. Auntie, I'm a new tenant. The neighborhood office sent me to look at a room, one of the front row rooms here. I work at the district supply and marketing co-op. Oh, the co-op? I know all 4 people at that co-op, and you're not one of them. I just started today. You'll get to know me soon enough. That's the one. You won't need the key. The lock's been gone forever. Third auntie pointed at a door. I walked over, and, sure enough, it wasn't locked. I pushed the door open. The room was maybe 100 square feet, dim, and completely empty. No table, no chairs, not a damn thing. Well, that's not entirely true. There were several piles of human waste on the floor. I looked at third auntie. Auntie, this. Director Wang told me there was a bed, a table, and chairs. Anyone who didn't know better would think this was a public toilet. Then I turned to leave. I'm going to go ask Director Wang what's going on. Third auntie grabbed my arm in a hurry. Young man, Director Wang is a busy man. Don't go bothering her. The table and chairs. I'll have someone bring them over in a bit. We've got a lot of kids in the house, so we just borrowed them for a while. I'll get the place cleaned up for you too. Fine, auntie, I won't go to the neighborhood office. But not one single thing from that room had better be missing. I'm heading out. If the stuff isn't back by the time I return this afternoon, we'll go down to the neighborhood office together and ask whether there's been a burglary. Might even have to call the police. I walked off without looking back. I already knew from the TV dramas that there wasn't a decent person in this compound. They'd obviously jimmied the lock and hauled everything out. Well, since I'm here, let's take our time and have some fun. I glanced back at the gate of number 95. I wandered around until nearly noon, then went back to the relief station and scrounged a bowl of cornmeal gruel. Uncle Chun, I got assigned housing. A room in the front row, facing north. That's great news. Assigned to place your first week on the job. What kind of luck is that? Come here, sit closer, let some of it rub off on me. Just the one room. I went to look at it today. The neighborhood office said it came with a bed, a table, and chairs, but when I got inside there was nothing. And the floor was disgusting. Oh, sorry, We're eating, never mind. One of the aunties in the compound told me not to report it, said she'd send the furniture over in a bit and clean the place up for me. Kid, you shouldn't have listened to that old woman. You should have gone straight to the neighborhood office. Want to bet? Go back there, and the stuff still won't be there. You're too green. Old Chin curled his lip. Come on, that's theft. They'd really dare. I wasn't quite convinced. Then let's bet on it. You win, I'll give you a set of betting. And if I win, then I'll still give you a set. Call it a housewarming present. Old Chun roared with laughter. After lunch, I talked with Old Chun for a good while longer and learned a lot. Sure, I'd come from the future and seen plenty, but my skills at actually dealing with people were still pretty weak. I said goodbye to Old Chun and strolled back to the co-op that afternoon. Before going in, I pulled 5 sweet potatoes out of my space. Sister Wong and the others were huddled around the stove warming up. You're back, little Lee. Get settled in the new place. Not yet. Had a little hiccup at the compound. Stove's burning anyway. Might as well roast some sweet potatoes. I set them on the floor and tossed one into the stove. Stove's small, so one at a time. Everybody gets one. Absolutely not. These big sweet potatoes are worth several meals. Take them back and boil them at home tonight. Sister Wong grabbed the tongs, frantic to fish it out. Come on, Sister Wong, eat up. I'm the accountant and the buyer now. You think I'm going to go hungry? I said, heading up to the second floor. The others downstairs exchanged a look. All right, we won't stand on ceremony with little Lee, Sister Wong said. We'll make it up to him some other way. When it's done, we'll cut it up. One's enough for all of us. Save the rest for him. Upstairs, Director Zhang wasn't in. I unlocked the accounting office, sat down in the chair, ran my hand over the long desk with its sheet of glass, and sighed. So I'm a public employee now. In my last life, I sat the civil service exam twice and failed both times. Life's a funny thing. I flipped through the ledgers on the desk. Director Zhang hadn't been wrong. The accounts weren't complicated, but the previous records were an absolute mess. Ink blots everywhere, figures scratched out and written over, some receipts crumpled and shoved between the pages. Just looking at it gave me a headache. Time to get to work. Using modern accounting methods, I sorted everything into categories: purchases, sales, inventory, and reorganized it all in pencil on scratch paper. Whenever I hit something I couldn't make out, I went downstairs and asked old Zhou and the others. Brother Zhou, this blue cloth with the little white flowers from September. Why does it say 5 bolts crossed out and changed to 3? I carried the ledger downstairs. Old Zhou leaned in for a look and scratched his head. That trip. I went to pick up the goods, 5 bolts originally. The cart tipped over on the way back, and wouldn't you know it, a dog lifted its leg and pissed all over them. I returned the 2 that got hit. Don't get me started. Sister Wong snapped at him. You could have brought them back and sold them as damaged goods. No ration coupons needed. I could have made my daughter a whole outfit. It's all your fault. All right, Sister Wong, doesn't the smell bother you? I noted the explanation in the margin. So what? Wash it and it's fine. Sister Wong poked at the stove. It's done. Here, little Lee, I'll break off half for you. The 4 of us will just have a taste. You take the rest home. I've still got work to do. You all split it. Roast them all. I've got more stashed away. I won't starve. I went back up and kept working. I worked straight through the afternoon. By the time I'd gotten last month's accounts in order and looked up, it was already getting dark outside. I tidied up and went downstairs. Director Zhang had come back at some point and was warming himself by the stove. Been at it all afternoon, haven't you? Take a break. Where do you get these sweet potatoes? Nice and big, sweet and mealy. Heh. On my way in at noon, I almost got lost, and I ran into an old fellow carrying a sack of sweet potatoes. Some punks tried to rob him, so I stepped in and helped. He insisted on giving me half a sack. I refused and he got offended, so I just took a few. But I slipped 2 Gene worth of grain coupons into his pocket on the sly. AI, people are so starved they'll even rob an old man. Director Zhang shook his head and sighed, then glanced at his watch. All right, everybody, call it a day. The others started closing up the counters. I said goodbye to my co-workers, pocketed my key, and headed for number 95. I'd barely reached the front gate when I heard kids wailing and women squabbling inside. Plenty of life in the place, all right, just not the kind that promised any peace. I stepped through the gate, and sure enough, the room was exactly as I'd left it. The door was ajar and creaked when I pushed it. Inside was pitch dark, the filth still on the floor. Forget a bed or a table and chairs. There wasn't even a clean patch to stand on. I frowned, but I wasn't angry. If anything, I found it funny. Old Chun had called it. Nobody in this compound took a neighborhood office assignment seriously. I didn't bother going in. I turned around and walked back to the neighborhood office. Director Wong was just getting ready to head home and did a double take when I came in. Little Lee, right? How's the place? Everything all right? Director Wong, come take a look and you'll see for yourself. My tone was level. The bed, the table, the chairs you mentioned, not one of them is there. And the room's been used as a public toilet. There's such a thing. Come on, let's go have a look. Director Wang's face darkened. The two of us walked over to number 95. Just inside the gate, we found third Uncle Yin Bugue squatting by his door fussing with his flower pots. He'd come home from the school and heard from his wife about the new tenant. That room was one he'd been planning too. He was saving it for his son's wedding. New tenants had come to look at the place before, but nothing ever came of it. The neighborhood office always ended up finding them somewhere else. He figured this time would be the same, so he hadn't given it much thought. When he spotted Director Wang, he shot to his feet, plastered on a smile, and came over rubbing his hands. Director Wang? What brings you here? It's so late. If something came up, you could have just sent someone. No need to come all this way yourself. I'm here to look at young Li's room. Director Wang didn't beat around the bush and headed straight for the front room by the gate. How many does this make? There were 3 before him, and I came out every single time. This room still hasn't been cleaned up. Yin Bugue trailed after her, smoothing things over. Ah, some kid, no idea whose, was too lazy to walk out to the latrine and just did his business in there. I'll get someone on it right now. He raised his voice and hollered. Everybody out here. Director Wang's here. We've got business. At that, the courtyard went dead quiet. People filtered in from the front, middle, and rear yards. Yi Zhonghai, Silly Zhu, Old Lady Jia, Lu Haizhong, and a few other households. Old Lady Jia stood with her hands on her hips, looking thoroughly put out, like she'd just finished a shouting match with someone. Director Wang. All 3 of you elders here? Take a good look at this. You call this fit for a human being? Where's the bed the neighborhood office issued? The table and chairs? Where'd they all go? Yin Bugue pulled his head down between his shoulders and kept his mouth shut. First Elder Yi Zhonghai hurried forward, wearing a mild, conciliatory smile. Director Wang, don't be upset. It's just kids fooling around. Don't you worry. I'll find out whose child it was and give them a proper talking to. Find out what? Old Lady Jia cut in, her voice shrill and loud. It sure as hell wasn't my bonging. I stood off to the side with a half smile and looked at her. Granny, let's start with the table, chairs, and bed. Director Wang told me herself. 1 bed, 1 table, 2 chairs, all of it on record. They're gone now. Did somebody steal them? Who are you calling Granny? Your whole family's grannies. She craned her neck and let loose. Are you blind? Back in the day, Zhang Xiaohua was the prettiest flower in this whole city. My son works at the steel mill. You think we can't afford 2 lousy chairs? You think we need to steal yours? Country bumpkin, just crawled into the city, huh? Looking for a free ride? Not a chance. Director Wang's face darkened. The housing is assigned by the neighborhood office, and the furniture comes with it. It's all registered. Old Lady Jia, if you took it, bring it back right now. Get the room cleaned up, and we'll let the matter drop. I didn't take it. She stamped her foot. Whoever took it can go to hell. Don't you go pinning this on me. Everyone else in the courtyard stared at the ground. Nobody said a word. Yin Bugue was sweating bullets. The table and the bed were sitting in his own house at that very moment. If anyone actually looked into it, he was finished. But with Old Lady Jia flat out denying everything, he didn't dare open his mouth. I knew this crowd all too well, so I just looked around at them and said, Director Wang, why don't we call the police? The police? Director Wang frowned. If it came to that, it'd be an official theft case, and word getting around wouldn't do her any favors as neighborhood director either. Yin Bugue went white and waved his hands frantically. No, no, no. It's such a small thing. Is that really necessary? It's got to be a misunderstanding. Let me go ask my wife. Maybe she and Old Lady Jia just got their wires crossed. Seeing him start to cave, Old Lady Jia panicked. Yin the penny pincher. Don't you talk nonsense. I didn't take it, and that's that. This punk is just looking for trouble. Enough. Director Wang's shout cut through it all, her face like iron. I don't care who took it. I'm giving you all one last chance. Before tonight is over, the bed, the table, and the chairs go back where they belong. The room gets cleaned. The door and windows get fixed. I'm coming back to inspect tomorrow, and if it looks like this, don't blame me for not being nice about it. I'll go straight to the police. Whoever took it answers for it. She swept her eyes over the group, a clear warning in them. This neighborhood is supposed to be about solidarity and helping each other out, not ganging up on the new guy. Young Li works at the supply co-op. He does good work for this neighborhood. You think this is any way to treat him? With that, she turned and left, giving them no chance to argue. The second she was gone, the air turned awkward. Yi Zhonghai looked sour. Young Li, you've got too short a fuse. This courtyard runs on solidarity and mutual help. Acting like this, how are you going to get along with your neighbors? Courtyard business gets settled in the courtyard. Silly Zhu crossed his arms and glared at me. What's your problem, kid? You just got here and you're already running to the neighborhood office? Think you're too good for the people in this courtyard? First Elder just said it. Courtyard business stays in the courtyard. You stir things up like this. How do you think the neighbors are going to see you? Exactly. Second Elder Lu Haizhong chimed in with a nod. If you've got a problem, talk it out. Don't drag the neighborhood office into it, and definitely don't call the police. Word gets around and you lose face, and courtyard number 95 looks bad too. I almost laughed out loud. So my stuff gets taken, my room gets trashed, and somehow I'm the one in the wrong? These courtyard rules were really something. I took my time answering. Rules are for settling things fairly, not for covering for your own. The neighborhood office assigned me that room. The furniture vanished into thin air, and the place is too filthy to live in. Who wouldn't be upset? I figured, we're all neighbors, best to work it out between us. But since nobody's owning up to it, let's have the police look into it. They'll figure out who took it. Silly Zhu rolled up his sleeves, looking mean. You little rat. Don't think going to the neighborhood office makes you somebody. Around here, you listen to the old residents. Keep stirring the pot, and see how many friendly faces you get. Old Lady Jia joined right in. That's right. Some bastard nobody's ever heard of, and he's throwing his weight around. Keep it up, and I'll have my old Jia haul you off. I looked at the crowd in front of me, one smoothing things over, one playing tough, one throwing a tantrum. A whole stage production. Honestly, I found it kind of entertaining. I'd been worried about finding my footing in this strange era, but now? These people had plenty of faults, but they weren't truly evil, just petty household scheming and small-minded selfishness. I didn't argue, and I didn't get angry. I just shook my head, turned, and walked out of the courtyard. Hey, where are you going? Silly Zhu called after me. I didn't look back, just waved a hand. Don't trouble yourselves. I'll find somewhere to crash for the night. Tomorrow I'll just wait for Director Wang's inspection. I left the courtyard and walked slowly down the alley. The night breeze had a chill to it. Along the way, I pulled 2 big sweet potatoes out of my space. Back at the relief station, I stuck them in the mouth of the kitchen stove to roast, found a clean spot to sit, and sent my consciousness into the space. The new batch of sweet potatoes and potatoes had already ripened. I pulled up a whole string of them. They looked plump and heavy, a real sight for sore eyes. After harvesting, I planted another batch. No dizziness this time. Had my mental strength grown? I didn't dwell on it, and pulled my consciousness back out of the space. I mulled over what had just happened. This courtyard compound really did live up to its reputation. Everybody here was a born drama queen. Nothing to be scared of, though. I'd just treat it like a TV show. But how come I hadn't seen Qin Huairu today? Thinking about that curvy figure of hers, I felt an itch I couldn't quite scratch. Easy does it. The best is yet to come. I smiled and popped a wild berry into my mouth, sweet as could be. This first fight in the compound, I had to win, and win big, or I'd be dealing with headaches for the rest of my life here. I ran the numbers in my head. Tomorrow Director Wang would come to inspect. If my stuff was back where it belonged, and the place was cleaned up, I'd let it drop and give everyone an out. If not, I wouldn't be so polite. Dragging in the police was a hassle, sure, but with freeloaders like these, sometimes you had to play rough. Then again, Yin Bugue and Old Lady Jia were the type to chase profit and dodge trouble. With Director Wang laying it out that plainly, they wouldn't dare drag their feet. What I cared about more right now was how to use my job as a purchasing agent for the supply and marketing co-op to get out to the countryside more often and start up some real farming and livestock in my space. Living on vegetables alone, my body wouldn't hold up. After finishing off 2 roasted sweet potatoes, I said goodnight to the old-timers on the communal sleeping platform and lay down, out like a light. First, get healthy. I'd come all this way. It'd be a crying shame not to play the rogue at least once. Night deepened. The voices in the alley died away, leaving only the occasional bark of a dog. At first light, the hutong smelled of coal smoke laced with a thread of something cooking. That particular way old Beijing smells in the morning. I climbed off the platform. Up already, little Li? Old Chen was already there. Morning, Uncle Chun. I went to the tap, cupped water in my hands, and splashed my face. Droplets ran down my jaw. My eyelids lifted, and my head cleared instantly. Uncle Chun, I'm off to work. What's the rush? Have a bowl of porridge first. That's all right. It's a bit of a walk. I should head out early. With that, I set off for Nanluo Guxiang. I'd barely reached the door of the co-op when I saw 4 men arriving for work as a group. Silly Zhu with his hands stuffed in his pockets and a cheap cigarette dangling from his lips. Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and a guy with a long face. The long-faced one spotted me, narrowed his eyes, immediately pinched out his cigarette and ground it under his shoe, then wheeled his bike over and fished a pack of great front gates out of his pocket. Hey buddy, it's you, right? He grinned, kicked down the kickstand, and held out a cigarette. Name's Su Damao. Same courtyard as you, number 95. We're neighbors now, so let's look out for each other. I knew this was Su Damao, the big shot of the number 95 compound. I glanced at the cigarette and didn't take it. Co-op's not open yet. You'll have to wait if you want to buy something. Buy something? I just came to introduce myself. He tucked the cigarette back in his pocket and patted his bike seat. I'm the film projectionist at the steel mill. Next time they screen a new movie, I'll save you a good seat. I'll buy you a drink one of these days and fill you in on how things work around our compound, so a new guy like you doesn't get lost." His eyes darted around as he talked. Then he swung a leg over the bike, and the bell went dingling. "All right, big brother's got to get to work. Catch you later." He pedaled off, tires crunching over the gravel. Silly Zhu hollered after him. "You idiot, he's some fresh-off-the-farm newbie, and you're handing him the good smokes? No wonder everyone says you're dumb. You dumb pig," calling other people. "Aw, mama." Su Damao twisted around to yell back, wasn't watching the road, plowed straight into a telephone pole, and went sprawling flat on his back. It hurt just watching. I thought to myself, this Su Damao, he's not a bad guy, actually. I'd train him up properly later on, but for Lu Xiaoye's sake, I wouldn't be too hard on him. Not long after, Director Zhang rode up, parked at the door, and handed me the keys. "You're here early. Go ahead and open up. It's cold out, and your big sister Wang and the others should be along soon." I took the keys, slid one into the lock, and the door creaked open. First thing inside, I got the stove going, sparks leaping up, coal crackling and belching black smoke. Just as I finished, Big Sister Wang, Old Zhou, and the rest trickled in, exchanging greetings before getting to work. Once the water boiled, I topped off everyone's canning jar teacups with hot water. Old Zhou's jar even had a knitted sleeve on it, so he could carry it by the handle. Then I went upstairs, rinsed out the director's cup, pinched in some jasmine tea, and brought it up to him. "Little Lee, get these accounts squared away today. They have to go up the chain by the end of the month." The director set down his cup and handed me a stack of ledgers. "I'm going out today to work some connections, see if I can scrounge up anything off plan. We're running way too short. If I can't, you'll have to go out to the villages and buy it up. Don't you worry, I'll get it done." I took the ledgers and went into the accounting room. I worked straight through until nearly noon, then stretched and went downstairs for a break. Big Sister Wang and the others were gathered around the stove, shooting the breeze. "Big Sister Wang, what's got you all so cheerful? Anyone listening in would think you'd struck it rich." "Huh, what could it be? Just gossip about this family and that. You done up there, Little Lee? Come on, sit here and warm up, it's cold upstairs." Big Sister Wang scooted over to make room. "I won't sit. I'm going to go check on my place." And I casually filled them in on what had happened the day before. "Those people at number 95, so they gang up on the new guy, huh? Next time they come in to buy something, we won't hold back any of the hard-to-get stuff for them." Old Zhou tucked his hands into his sleeves and leaned against the counter. "Exactly. Somebody needs to teach them a lesson. They all look so kindly and decent day to day. How do they turn out to be that sort?" Zhao Hong and Sun Xiaomei chimed in too. "Don't sell to them." I laughed. "It's no big deal. Giving the new guy a hard time right off the bat, that's normal. It'll sort itself out once we know each other better." I went upstairs and came back down with 5 fist-sized potatoes, which I set down by the stove. "Roast these up. One each. Take the edge off." "Oh no, we couldn't." Big Sister Wang waved her hands frantically. "You keep them for yourself. We'll survive skipping lunch. I've got plenty more where those came from, don't worry." I nudged the potatoes down into the ashes. "Get them roasting and don't let them burn. I'm heading back to the compound for a bit." They couldn't turn me down. Big Sister Wang sighed. "These days, who actually sits down to a proper lunch? Every bite you save is a bite saved. There's the old folks and the kids waiting at home." I just stepped into the number 95 compound when I saw Yin Bugue squatting outside my door, smoking, ash dropping to the ground. The moment he saw me, he shot to his feet, wiped his hands on the front of his jacket, and said, "Little Lee, you're back. Come take a look. I spent the whole night fixing this place up. Didn't sleep a wink." I pushed the door open and got a face full of dust. The trash on the floor had been cleared out, though the smell lingered. The bed, table, and chairs had all been returned. I pressed down on the edge of the bed and looked underneath. A few bricks were propping it up where the legs should be. Then I checked the chair. One leg was crooked, and the whole thing wobbled at a touch. "So should I be thanking you for all the trouble?" I said, tipping my head slightly. "How come the bed and the chair are both crippled? Doesn't seem too safe to sit on." The flesh on Yin Bugue's face stiffened. He rubbed his hands together. "Ah, trouble, what trouble? We're neighbors. Stuff wears out when you use it long enough. Little problems here and there. Patch it up, and it's good as new. Say, Xiaoli, you work at the co-op, right? If anything ever comes in that doesn't need coupons or money, you keep your Uncle Yin in mind. Eh? I've got a house full of kids, and I'm the only one bringing in a paycheck. Oh, don't get me started. It's nothing but tears." Something clicked in my head. So that's his angle. Already looking for a handout. I kept it polite. "Uncle Yin, everything at the co-op goes by the book. If we ever get defective goods marked down, you'll be the first to know. But nothing's free of charge and coupon-free. That doesn't exist at the co-op." Just then Granny Jia's shrill, nasty voice came ripping across the courtyard, one barb after another. "Qin Huairu, you dirt-scratching peasant. If the Jia family hadn't taken you in, you'd have starved to death in a ditch somewhere with nobody to bury you. It's the middle of the day and there's no food on the table. Trying to starve me out? So you can be the one running this house. Crying? What are you crying for? Bad luck, that's what it is. Nothing came back after that. Qin Huairu clearly hadn't dared talk back. Yin Bugue curled his lip. Don't mind her. Bullies Huairu every single day. Huairu's just too soft to fight back. I frowned and changed the subject. Uncle Yin, what happened to the lock on my door? It wasn't there when I came by yesterday. Yin Bugue's eyes drifted toward his own doorway, and his hands started working harder. Lock? Didn't see one. Probably some kid took it to play with. I'll ask around. I knew exactly what had happened, but I couldn't be bothered to make an issue of it. If you'd ask around, I'd appreciate it. No lock is inconvenient. See you later. With that, I turned and walked off toward the neighborhood committee office without waiting for a response. Director Wang was drinking tea. She set her cup down when I came in. Shaoli, I went and had a look this morning. Everything's been returned and the place is clean. Let's not bring the police into this. It makes the committee look bad. Thank you, Director Wang. The thing is, the bed's got bricks holding it up instead of legs. One chair leg is snapped and the door lock's gone. Think you could help work something out? Director Wang sighed. These days, having a roof over your head is a blessing. Whose furniture isn't held together with spit and string? Just buy yourself a cheap lock. You're new here, cut people some slack. I nodded, made a little more small talk, and headed back to the co-op. The potatoes were done. Old Joe dug through the stove ash and pinched one out, steam blasting up into his face. The rest of us crowded around the stove, tossing the potatoes hand to hand because they were too hot to hold, taking bites with cheeks bulging, fanning at our mouths. Old Joe finally forced a swallow down. Where'd you get these potatoes? All the same size, and man, they're good. A cook gave them to me. I'll save you some next time I get any, I said, making up an excuse on the spot. Now that'd be something. Food's the one thing nobody's got, Big Sister Wang said happily, chewing away. Once the potatoes were gone, I went back upstairs to work on the books. I just finished up and was about to head down to warm myself when Director Zhang came hurrying in, footsteps thudding. Shaoli, I've got something for you. I spent all day calling in favors and barely came up with any goods. First thing tomorrow, I want you out in the countryside buying grain, potatoes, sweet potatoes, eggs, pickled vegetables, anything edible, bring it back. The higher-ups aren't allocating us anything and we're about to run dry. Got it, Director. I agreed immediately. I was thinking I'd take along extra salt and sugar cubes. Those'll trade well out in the villages. Good thinking. Director Zhang's eyes lit up. Go on down. I'll get you the money and coupons. A few minutes later, he came down with a stack of vouchers and 30 yuan in small bills. Take this. Before you clock out, bag up some salt. Take my bicycle too. There are bamboo baskets in the warehouse. Hang one on each side of the rear rack. Makes hauling easier. Be careful out there. Go early, come back early. Don't worry, I'll watch myself. I stowed everything away, already running numbers in my head. While I was out there, I'd pick up seeds and some young livestock and see whether the space could handle raising animals. After work, I wheeled the bicycle back to the courtyard compound to check on my little corner of the world. The room was bare. I needed a table and a stove. Those could come later. I left the door open to air the place out. On my way out of the courtyard, I ran into Qin Huairu. She had Xiaodang in her arms, the child's eyes shut, burrowing into her chest. The kid looked sick. The moment Qin Huairu saw me, a stranger, she dropped her head, lifted a hand to tuck back her hair so her palm covered half her face, pressed her lips into a downward line, and hurried past quick and quiet, angling to go around me. I watched her back retreat, remembering the faint swelling on that half-hidden cheek, and shook my head. Then I got on the bike and rode toward the relief station. There weren't many people out, mostly kids playing. The adults were probably all home. When you can't eat enough, you move less and conserve what you've got. I pulled 2 big sweet potatoes out of the space, let go of the handlebars, and rode along gnawing on one in each hand. Riding no hands like that made every kid on the roadside stare in envy. At the relief station, I parked the bike in the yard and locked it. Inside, there was a brand new set of bedding on my spot. Had to be Grandpa Chun. I laid my hand on the quilt. Warmth pooled under my palm, and something in my chest went warm too. I shrugged off my jacket, lay down, pulled the quilt up to my chest, and let my breathing settle. I ran through tomorrow's route in my head. I had a rough sense of the villages outside the city. I'd hit the closer ones first, trade salt for chicks, ducklings, and goslings, then turn in potatoes and sweet potatoes from the space to fill my quota. I was growing more than I could ever eat anyway. Moonlight came through the window and spilled across the floor. I thought about Qin Huairu in the doorway, those big, liquid, peach blossom eyes, that full figure. I'll give her this much. She really is something to look at. But I'm not going to end up like Silly Zhu. If I'm playing that game, I'm playing to win. I slipped my consciousness into the space, harvested another batch of sweet potatoes, and replanted, close to a full moo this time. Maybe it was my imagination, but the space seemed a little bigger, and my mental strength had grown noticeably stronger. So stronger mental strength means a bigger space? Whatever. It's a good thing either way. Sleep now. I've got the countryside tomorrow. Back at the courtyard, Xiaodang had just taken her medicine and fallen asleep. Bonging had run off somewhere to play. Qin Huairu looked at Granny Jia, sprawled on the kong like a ball after finishing her meal, and a wave of bitterness rose in her chest. At noon, when Xiaodang spiked a fever, she'd carried her. After a bit of coaxing, before she'd even had a chance to start cooking, the old woman's hand came up and slapped her across the face. Besides, these past couple of years, what woman in any household actually ate lunch? She thought about the cabinet where they kept the cornmeal. That was almost empty too. Dongshu, we're almost out of food. Ma wants me to go back to my parents' place tomorrow and borrow some. Qin Huairu kept her voice low as she spoke to Jia Dongshu, sneaking a glance at Jia Zhang's direction, afraid she'd overhear. Jia Dongshu sighed. I'm the only one in this house with a ration book, and they cut the quota again this year. Even with money, you can't buy grain. You go borrow from your folks first, and I'll figure something out on my end. Can't keep going to master to borrow. Doesn't look right. He stood up. Get some sleep. I'm going to find Bonging. Little punk still isn't home, and it's already dark. Staring blankly into space, Qin Huairu had no idea that this trip back to her parents' village would become the turning point of her life. And over on the communal bunk at the relief station, wrapped snugly in a new quilt and sleeping like a baby, I had no idea that this trip out to the countryside would land me a woman who'd stay devoted to me for the rest of her life. The sky wasn't even fully light yet when I rolled off the communal bunk, the new bedding still holding its warmth. I crept over to the faucet and splashed a handful of cold water on my face. The bite of it shot straight into my pores and snapped my head clear. There we go. Cold water beats an alarm clock any day. I wiped my face and headed for the back kitchen. The old stove back there hadn't gone cold yet. I tossed in 2 lumps of coal and, using the leftover heat, buried 3 sweet potatoes and 4 potatoes, pulled out of my space, in the ashes. Before long, the sweet smell of roasting yams drifted up, making my mouth water. Lu Dashin came in with a padded jacket thrown over his shoulders. Little Lee, you're up early. Hey now, roasted sweet potatoes. Those aren't from our kitchen basket, are they? Uncle Dashin, how could I take Kungjat property? I know the rules. Traded grain coupons for these. Here, have one. I held one out. Nah, you keep it. Your uncle works in the kitchen. You think I'd let myself go hungry? Lu Dashin waved it off. All right then, I'm heading out to the countryside today, so I won't stand on ceremony. I packed the sweet potatoes and potatoes into a cloth sack. See you around. Little Lee, what's got you so cheerful? Bouncing around this early. You find yourself a wife or something? Old Shin came in wearing his overcoat just in time to catch me skipping along. Grandpa Chun, morning. I smiled and filled him in on the countryside purchasing trip. I'm heading out now. Just wanted to let you know. Hold on, don't rush off. Old Chun grabbed my arm, every wrinkle on his face bunching up. Listen to me. Don't go too far out, especially not those villages up against the mountains. They're bad news. He leaned in and dropped his voice. In times like these, people are starving out of their minds. What wouldn't they do? You've got salt and sugar in your basket, money and coupons on you. That makes you a fat piece of meat. Somebody gets rough with you, don't fight back. Let them have the stuff. Staying alive is what matters. Warmth spread through my chest. The old man looked gruff, but he thought things through. Don't worry, Grandpa Chun. I've got it. I won't get into it with anybody. And another thing. He still hadn't let go of my arm. Don't haggle too hard with the villagers. Throwing in a little extra never hurt anyone. You run into folks who are really struggling. Help out if you can. And if you can't get the goods, don't push it. Get there early, get back early, and don't be wandering around out there after dark. Got it. Got it. I'll remember all of it. I heard him out patiently. Now go back inside and rest. It's cold out. Don't catch a chill. Here, take my coat. You can throw it on when it gets cold on the road. And this canteen, fill it up and bring it with you. He shrugged off his overcoat and handed it over. I waved my hands. I can't take this. I still don't know how to pay you back for the quilt. Take it. Better to have it and not need it. No telling what'll happen out there. He pushed it into my arms, his face serious. I looked down at the coat and canteen in my arms. Grandpa, I'm not going to give you a pretty speech. Just know this. As long as I've got soup, you've got meat. I wiped the corner of my eye. All right, enough of that sappy nonsense. Go on. Early there, early back. Old Chin clasped his hands behind his back and headed into the office. Goodbye said, I wheeled out my bicycle and rattled my way out of the city. For the first stretch, the weather cooperated. The sun hung in the east, nice and warm. The fields alongside the road were bare, a few scrawny trees swaying in the wind here and there. I pedaled along humming to myself, figuring I'd hit the farthest village first and work my way back. But less than 2 hours in, the sky turned on me. A gust of wind came howling through. kicking up dust so thick I couldn't keep my eyes open. I squeezed the brakes and squinted upward. Black clouds were piling in like they were headed to market, and before long snowflakes were drifting down, cold against my face. Man, the weather up here flips faster than a page in a book. I cursed and stood on the pedals, hoping to find a village to wait it out. But the snow only came down harder. Within an hour, it was falling in fat goose-feather flakes, blanketing the road until everything was a solid sheet of white, and I couldn't tell which way was which. The northwest wind cut at my face like a knife. The overcoat barely helped. My nose went red and my hands and feet stiffened up. The wheels sank into the snow, slipping with every push, until riding was impossible. All I could do was walk the bike forward, one foot sinking deep, the next barely finding purchase. Keep this up and I'll be a human ice sculpture. I looked around and suddenly spotted a triangular shelter out in the field by the road, thrown together from cornstalks. Crude as it was, it had at least blocked the wind and snow. I hurried the bike toward it, head down against the wind, barreling forward since I couldn't keep my eyes open anyway. I finally ducked inside and got hit with the smell of dry straw and earth. I'd barely caught my breath when I heard a small gasp from the corner of the shelter. My stomach tightened. I looked up. There was a woman huddled in the corner, wearing a patched blue cotton jacket, her hair whipped into a mess by the wind, a small bundle clutched to her chest. It was Chin Huiru, the same woman I'd run into outside the courtyard gate the day before. Clearly, she hadn't expected anyone either. She shrank further into the corner, head down low, shoulders trembling slightly, like a startled rabbit. "Don't be scared. I'm not a bad guy," I said quickly, softening my voice. "I just moved into courtyard number 95. Name's Li Xing. I work at the supply and marketing co-op in Nanluoguxiang. I came out to the countryside to buy supplies and got caught in the snow. We actually saw each other last night at the courtyard gate. You were carrying a little girl." At courtyard number 95, she slowly lifted her head, revealing a pair of wide, watery eyes, the corners a little red, maybe from the cold, maybe from something that had hurt her. She looked me over for a moment, recognized the stranger from the night before, and the tension in her shoulders finally eased a little. Softly she answered, My name's Chin Huiru. I live in courtyard number 95 too. So we're neighbors." I smiled and laid my bike across the mouth of the shed to block at least some of the wind. "Where are you headed? It's coming down hard out there. It's dangerous for a woman alone." She lowered her head, twisting the hem of her jacket between her fingers, her voice thin as a mosquito's whine. "Back to my parents' place to borrow some grain. We're just about out of food at home." Her voice caught, and her eyes went red at the rims. I sighed inwardly. Nobody had it easy these days. I was about to say something comforting when I heard a long, low growl coming from her stomach. Chin Huiru's face went scarlet in an instant, and she ducked her head even lower, like she wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. I pretended not to hear. I gathered up the dry kindling in the shed, pulled off a few corn husks, fished a box of matches out of my cloth bag, and struck one. It flared, and I got a little fire going. The flames snapped and jumped, casting an orange glow across both our faces, and the shed warmed up fast. While she wasn't looking, I reached into the bamboo basket on my rear rack and quietly pulled 3 fist-sized potatoes out of my space, acting like I'd taken them from the basket and tossed them into the fire. I watched the skins slowly blacken. She stole a glance at me. The man in front of her wore the blue work uniform of the supply and marketing co-op, clean cut, well-spoken, none of the sourness or bullying she was used to from the folks in the courtyard. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger, and as the smell of roasting potatoes drifted up, she couldn't help swallowing. Before long, they were about done. I nudged them with a stick. The skins were charred and crisp, split open in places, the aroma escaping through the cracks. I picked the one that looked most done and poked it. Soft all the way through. I started to hand it to her, but the second my fingers touched that scalding skin, I yelped and jerked my hand back, blowing on my fingertips and grimacing. She saw the look on my face and burst out laughing, her eyes crinkling into crescents. Most of her awkwardness melted away with it. Serves me right for being impatient. I laughed too, a little embarrassed, and raked the other 2 potatoes out to cool. Gotta let them sit a minute, or you'll lose a layer of skin. Chin Huiru nodded, her eyes never leaving those potatoes. Her stomach growled again, louder. This time she didn't try to hide it. She just dropped her head, flustered. Once they'd cooled enough, I picked one up and peeled back the blackened skin. The flesh underneath was golden and soft, steam and sweetness rising straight into my nose. I held it out to her. "Go on, eat it while it's hot." She stared at the potato in front of her, wide-eyed. In times like these, food was life itself. Everyone held on to what they had with both hands. Whoever just handed food to a stranger for nothing. She hesitated, then took it. "Thank you," she said quietly. She really was starving. 2 or 3 bites, and the whole thing was gone, leaving her hiccuping. I quickly passed over my thermos. "The water's gone cold, but drink some. It'll help it down." She took it, gulped down 2 big mouthfuls, and finally caught her breath. I tossed a couple of sweet potatoes into the fire and started on a potato myself. Their sweet smell soon overpowered the potatoes, filling the whole shed. With 1 potato in her, Chin Huairu had something in her stomach and loosened up a bit. I peeled the second one and handed it over. She didn't refuse this time, just took it and ate slowly. When the sweet potatoes were done, I peeled one and offered it to her too. "These are nice and sweet. Take it, I've got more." She cradled the warm sweet potato, then carefully wrapped it in her handkerchief and tucked it into her bundle. "I'll save it for when I get hungry again," she said softly. 2 big potatoes is plenty." I nodded and let it go. The kindling burned down, the flames shrinking until nothing was left but a bed of glowing coals. The temperature in the shed started dropping. Outside, the snow kept falling with a soft hiss, showing no sign of stopping. The shed went quiet, nothing but the sound of us breathing. I fed in a few more dry cornstalks, but there just wasn't enough fuel, and I couldn't very well tear down the shed to burn it. Chin Huairu pulled her thin padded jacket tighter and shivered. I looked at her, then out at the snow, and figured this wasn't letting up anytime soon. Looked like we'd be spending the night here. I took off my overcoat and handed it to her. "Put this on. I've got another one. It's too cold, and that jacket of yours is too thin. You'll freeze." She looked at the coat, then at the second one I pulled out of the bamboo basket. Her lips moved, but she swallowed whatever she'd been about to say. After a long hesitation, she put it on. The coat still held my body heat, and the warmth was reassuring. The snow came down harder, and the shed got colder, until even in the coats we were both shaking. She saw me trembling too, and it looked like she wanted to say something, but she held it back. After a stretch of silence, she seemed to make up her mind. "Comradely," she said softly, "it's freezing. What if we sat closer together? We could spread one coat on the ground and share the other. We'd stay warmer." I paused. The shed wasn't big. 1 coat laid out on the ground was just wide enough for 2 people side by side. I hesitated, then nodded. "You're right. I won't argue then." She took off the coat, spread it on the ground, and sat down. I took mine off too, and we huddled together under it. It really was much warmer. Neither of us said anything. It was too awkward. There was no light, so we couldn't see each other's faces. Before long, drowsiness crept in. I turned my head toward her. "Lie down and get some sleep. Even if the snow stops, it's no good traveling in the dark." "That all right." She was quiet a long while before answering, then lay down. I lay down beside her and pulled the coat up over us both. It wasn't wide, so we ended up pressed close enough to feel each other's warmth and breathing. Her body was stiff, and I felt awkward too. We both just stared up at the cornstalks in the roof. "Comradely, you just moved into the courtyard. You probably don't know many people yet, do you?" She was the one who broke the silence, her voice soft. "Not really. I've only met Old Yin and Su Damao, a few others." I said. "Old Yin mentioned things are pretty tough at your place?" At the mention of home, her voice dropped. "My husband works at the steel mill. The pay isn't much, and there's my mother-in-law and 2 kids to feed. He's the only one with a grain ration, so it's never enough." She paused. "My mother-in-law's got a fierce temper and a sharp tongue. That chair in your room, she's the one who took it. When she brought it back, she swapped it out for our chair with the broken leg. Don't take it to heart. It's nothing. Neighbors have to make allowances for each other." I smiled. "I hear Silly Zhu helps your family out a lot." At the mention of Silly Zhu, she sighed. Translation. Her tone. "Silly Zhu's got a good heart. He's just too blunt, always rubbing people the wrong way. He's done a lot for us, but I feel bad always troubling him." We went back and forth like that, mostly talking about the people and the goings-on in the courtyard. Little by little she loosened up and started talking more, about how mischievous Bongang was, how sweet Xiaodang was, her eyes full of tenderness. I'd throw in a word here and there, asking about the unwritten rules of the compound, sharing funny stories from the co-op. The snow was still falling and the shed kept getting colder, but pressed together like that, it didn't feel so bad. I could smell the faint soap on her skin, mixed with the wood smoke in her hair. Clean. I thought to myself, this woman looks fragile, but she's tough as nails. In my last life, watching the TV show, I always figured she was a bit of a manipulator. Actually meeting her, I understood. She just wanted to keep her family alive through some very hard years. "It's late. Get some sleep. Maybe the snow'll stop by morning," I said quietly. She murmured, and closed her eyes. The shed went still again, nothing but the north wind outside and our 2 breaths, even and overlapping. I could feel the warmth coming off her, and suddenly this freezing night didn't seem so unbearable. At some point we both drifted off. A shiver jolted me awake. The air I pulled and made my lungs clench. My breath hung wide in front of my face, then vanished into the dark. I shifted my arm and my padded coat scraped against the cornstalks. The second my hand touched them, the cold burrowed straight through my pores. My hands and feet had gone numb. Every movement came a half beat behind the sensation. Beside me, she was awake too, shoulders hunched, teeth chattering. The snow outside had stopped a while ago. Only the north wind remained, battering the shed, rattling the cornstalks. Before I'd even sorted out my thoughts, my body moved on its own. I reached out and instinctively pulled her against me. The two of us pressed tight. She stiffened, but she didn't pull away. If anything, she burrowed in closer, forehead against my chest, her warmth seeping through the layers of cloth. A little heat. That one movement woke us both completely. The shed went dead quiet. Quiet enough to hear each other's heartbeats slamming against our ribs. Her cheeks felt like they were burning. She edged away, and her elbow accidentally bumped me. We both flinched back in opposite directions, clothing rustling. 2 seconds apart, and the cold cut right back in. We sneezed at the same time. She bit her lip, said nothing, and quietly leaned back in, shoulder to shoulder, arm against arm. Our body heat tangled together until the wind couldn't get through. I could feel the shape of her clearly. Her back was slightly curved, pressed into my arm. I went rigid, straightened my spine on reflex, held my breath, one thought looping in my head. This is respect. Pure respect. She noticed. Her body paused, and her breathing started coming faster. In the dark, her eyelashes trembled. Half a minute of stillness, like she was finally making up her mind. Then her hand came over, slow, fingertips grazing the front of my coat, and slipped right inside. That hand had calluses from years of hard work, and a few small split cracks in the skin. Against me, it was warm. I jolted and looked down at her. Faint dawn light leaked into the shed. I could see her eyes lowered, her lashes casting soft shadows. Is she? My head was buzzing. On purpose? Or by accident? Holy hell. When someone goes that far, playing the gentleman is just posturing. I lifted my hand, brushed her cheek with my fingers, ran my thumb across it twice, then leaned down and put my mouth on hers. 30,000 words omitted. In the cornstalk shed, there was nothing left but 2 breaths tangled together. Outside, the north wind howled, flinging snow against the walls. Inside, it slowly grew warm. We didn't fall asleep until we were completely spent, our breathing gradually settling. The next time the cold woke me, it was already light. Morning sun came through the gaps between the stalks, scattering dappled shadows on the ground. I looked down and saw her curled against me, sound asleep, her lips a little swollen, pushed out in a small pout. I couldn't help leaning down for a soft peck, thinking, 2 lifetimes, and I'm finally not a virgin. Heard Lifu next door is still on his own. The glare off the snow outside was blinding. I gave her backside a light smack. The slap rang out sharp and clear. She let out a muffled sound, lashes fluttering, and slowly opened her eyes. She looked up, met my gaze, and went crimson, shrinking bashfully into my chest. It took her a good while to recover. Her voice came out hoarse with sleep. My mother-in-law's on me every single day to go back to my parents and beg for grain. If she doesn't get her way, she hits me, curses at me. I'm honestly terrified of her. If I hadn't run into you last night, I might have frozen stiff out here in this empty field, and not a soul would have cared whether I lived or died. She lifted her hand, tracing her fingertips lightly across my chest, her eyes steady. As long as you'll feed me and feed my child, my life is yours. You're a good man. I've been married. I've had 2 kids. I'm not good enough for you, but I can take care of you. Once we're back in the city, I'll divorce Jia Dongshu. I froze, my head a mess. I'd figured this was just a one-time thing, heat of the moment. I hadn't expected her to be serious. Going from a night together to a permanent arrangement in one breath caught me completely off guard. When I didn't say anything for a long moment, her eyes dimmed. She slowly sat up and reached for her padded jacket, her voice dropping. I was getting ahead of myself. You're a respectable man. You work at the co-op. Why would you want someone like me? Looking at the scars all over her body, something in me settled. Before her hand reached the jacket, I yanked her back. I pulled her into my arms again and kissed her. Another storm of it, until we were both gasping. Then I cupped her face and said, seriously, from now on, you're with me. I won't hit you. I won't curse at you. As long as I've got food, you and the kid eat. I paused, remembering what bonging was like, and added, your son, though, word is his grandma's spoiled him rotten. I don't dare raise a kid like that. He'd turn around and bite me someday. Your daughter shouting I've met. She's a sweet girl. Her I can take in. Her eyes lit up and she nodded quickly. Bonging's got his grandma and his dad looking out for him. He won't go hungry. It's Xiaodang who gets hit and yelled at, because she's with me. That house only cares about boys. I've been scared for her a long time. No need to decide anything now. We'll talk once we're back in the city. I let go of her and started getting dressed. First, let's see what the roads outside look like. Can even get through. She got dressed too, moving a lot quicker than before. We stepped out of the shack into a world of white. Snow up past our knees, crunching underfoot with every step. Still want to go to your folks' place? I got the bike upright, but the wheels sank straight into the snow. No matter how hard I pushed, it wouldn't budge, so I had to lift the front wheel and half carry it along. Let's head to Chinja village. I want to see my mom and dad. She pulled her coat tighter and pointed. Follow this road straight down. Snow's deep, road's rough. Probably take us half the morning. I nodded and pushed the bike forward, stumbling through the drifts. She walked beside me, the two of us leaving a trail of uneven footprints in the snow. We hadn't gone far when she pulled the sweet potato from last night out of her bundle. You eat it. Get something in your stomach. You've been up all night. You have it. I've got my own. I fished a sweet potato out of the cloth bag in my rear basket, roasted before I set out yesterday morning. Let's rest a minute. Eat first, then we'll keep going. We squatted down and gnawed on the sweet potatoes, the warm sweetness mixing with the cold bite of the snow. It tasted better than it had any right to. Once we'd finished and warmed up a bit, we stood and pressed on, moving faster now. Around noon, we finally reached Chinja village. The streets were deserted, not a soul in sight, just mud brick houses standing alone in the snow, thin trails of smoke rising from a handful of chimneys. Looked like every family was holed up on their heated brick beds, waiting out the cold. She led me to a courtyard. The wall was waist-high packed earth, and the gate was nothing but two wooden poles lashed together with cornstalks, swaying whenever the wind hit it. She reached out to push it open. I caught her hand, my fingers brushing against her icy skin. I closed my hand around her wrist. Her skin was cold as thin ice, the chill seeping through my fingers straight into the bone. I glanced back at the basket on my bike and lowered my voice. Can't show up empty-handed. Hang on a second. Before she could answer, I flipped back the tarp covering the bamboo basket. Potatoes stacked in neat rows, round and packed tight enough to bulge the sides. See? All potatoes. We'll leave some for your family. Her hand shot down onto the tarp, knuckles white, the fabrics weave pressing into her palm. You can't do that. Her voice dropped to almost nothing. These are for your purchasing trip. How are you going to account for them when you get back? No. Her stomach twisted at the thought. I was working for the state, and helping yourself to state property was no small thing. If someone saw and reported it, I wouldn't just lose my job. I could be disciplined. She wasn't about to let me do something stupid on her account. I rubbed my thumb over the smooth tarp and smiled. It's fine. I brought other things. I'll still be able to trade for what I need. Trust me, I didn't see it as taking anything. Really, the potatoes came from my space. I was just moving them under cover of the purchasing job. Partly I wanted her to have something to show her family, and partly I honestly wanted to help her out. After last night, I owed her that much. No. She pulled the tarp back down, quick and urgent. Don't take from the state. Something will happen. It'll ruin your job. My family gets by. Once things ease up, you can help then, but not with state property. She smoothed the tarp along the edges and glanced around. Don't let anyone see. You're out here buying alone. It's not safe. She understood better than I did how crazy this era was. One slip could destroy a person. I was everything she was counting on. She couldn't let me go down over something like this. My hand froze in midair. I'd figured Chin Huiru would take the out I'd handed her and accept the potatoes. Instead, she'd shove them right back at me, breathing hard with the urgency of it. A thought hit me out of nowhere. This woman was nothing like the scheming, sweet-faced snake from the TV show. Not greedy. Looking out for me at every turn. She had her head on straight. Had I been judging her wrong this whole time? I cleared my throat and tested the waters. Palace Jade Nectar wine. She was bent over tucking in the corner of the tarp and didn't catch it. She turned her face toward me. What wine? You want a drink? I don't know if they've got any at the house. I'll ask my dad. No, I don't want a drink. My throat worked. I mean, what do you think of it? I was clinging to one last shred of hope. What if she was a transmigrator too? She reached up and tucked back a loose strand of hair. If there's any liquor at the house, it'd be sweet potato moonshine. I've never tried the other kind. Wouldn't know. And there went that idea. I reached into the basket and grabbed a handful of hard candy, the oil paper rustling. Take these. You can't go home with nothing. Maybe it was better she wasn't from the future. Kindness that pure actually put me at ease. A little candy was nothing. If it let her hold her head up in front of her family, it was worth it. She stared at the candy in my hand, like she could taste the sweetness through the air. She thought about all the times she'd come home these past few years. Her sister-in-law grumbled, sure, but every time she headed back to the city, they'd press a sack of cornmeal into her hands, sometimes sneaking in a few extra scoops of pure corn flour. She bit her lower lip and stuffed all the candy into her coat pocket. She wasn't going to take my things for free. From now on, she'd take good care of me. The cornstalk gate banged in the wind with a creak. Inside, the snow had been swept back, leaving 2 sets of footprints. She walked to the main room door and knocked. Ma. Pa. I'm home. The door creaked open. A little boy stood there bare-legged, shuffling in a pair of oversized shoes patched all over. The second he saw her, he shouted, Annie, then twisted around and hollered inside. Grandma, it's Annie. A rough voice answered from within, warm with the heat of the brick bed. My girl's back? How'd you get here in all this snow? Come on, get up on the Kong and warm up. She dug out a piece of candy, unwrapped it, and popped it in the boy's mouth, then scooped him up and bundled him inside her coat. She looked back at me. Wait out here a minute. They're probably all on the Kong without their pants on. Let me go tell them. She didn't want her family embarrassed in front of me, and she didn't want anyone guessing at what was between us. In those days, reputation was everything. I nodded. She came back out a moment later. I told them you're a purchasing agent from the city, that we ran into each other on the road, and you live in the same compound as me. I picked 5 potatoes out of the basket, good and heavy, and followed her in. 3 rooms of mud brick, no partitions, everything visible at a glance. 3 people sat on the Kong, quilts pulled up over their laps. She gestured. This is my mother. This is my sister-in-law. I set the potatoes on the edge of the Kong. They rolled with a dull thud. Hello, ma'am. I'm a purchasing agent out of Beijing. Ran into Sister Chin on the road. We're from the same compound, so we came together. Sorry to intrude. I nodded at the potatoes. Try a few of these. Just roast them. That's all it takes. Better to bring a little, just enough to show I'm it. Thought. Nothing flashy, but enough to give her some face. Chin's mother patted the edge of the Kong. No need to be so polite, comrade. Thank you for keeping Huiru company. In snow like this, a woman traveling alone really isn't safe. Huiru, hurry up and boil some water for the comrade. That's all right, auntie. I took half a step back. I should get going. I need to check in at the village office, and I've still got purchasing to do. I'm on assignment. I won't keep you. Chin's mother was about to say something when the sound of stomping feet came from outside. Kid's mother. Xiao. The door swung open and a big man came in. His eyes lit up when he saw her. You're back, girl. The snow's got the roads blocked. How'd you get through? Aren't you freezing? Hey, and this comrade is... I stepped forward with my hand out. Uncle. Chin Laoyan went to shake it, realized his hand was filthy, wiped it on the front of his jacket, and then took mine. Good to meet you, comrade. And you're here for? She ran through the same explanation again. Then we really owe you our thanks, comradely. Chin Laoyan pumped my hand up and down. Don't mention it. We all help each other out. Oh, uncle, I just heard auntie say you went up the mountain after a wild boar. Chin Laoyan slapped his thigh. Look at my memory. He turned to Chin's mother. Just like Brother Shirtu said, over 300 pounds. And still nursing a litter, too. If the militia hadn't had rifles, we never would have brought it down. The village chief says it's too cold for the canteen, so once we butcher it, every household gets a share of the meat. Number 1 and number 2 are both over there helping. My breath caught. I leaned forward, my words coming out fast. Uncle, what about the piglets? Are they still alive? My heart was pounding. Wild boar piglets. I had to get my hands on them. Brought him all back. Even a fly's got meat on it. Chin Laoyan pointed out the door. Water was already on the fire when I left. Whether they're still breathing, I couldn't tell you. Show up late, and there'll be blood on the ground. I clenched my fingers and pressed him. Uncle, where are they butchering? I only want the piglets, the live ones. I don't want them dead. I was already doing the math. Dead, they'd be good for one decent meal. Alive, I could put them in the space, and with that ridiculous time flow in there, it wouldn't take long before I had a whole breeding herd. I'd never worry about meat again. Then let's move. I'll take you. Chin Laoyan was already heading out the door. The old canteen. Get there late, and there won't be a single one left alive. I didn't even have time to say goodbye. I grabbed the cart and followed him. I could hear the men shouting from a long way off, mixed with the crackle of burning wood. The old canteen was a few rundown thatched sheds. A huge iron pot sat on a stone stove, flames licking the bottom of it, steam boiling up thick enough to melt the snow in a ring all around. Several strapping men were working over the big boar on the ground. Off to one side, 2 men squatted, each holding a pink little piglet in one hand, a knife already at its throat, a clay basin set out to catch the blood. Stop. Hold that knife. My voice cracked as I broke into a run. The whole place went dead quiet. The men tending the fire, scraping bristles, sharpening knives. Every head turned toward me, faces blank with surprise. A middle-aged man with a face full of stubble set down his knife, looked me up and down, then glanced at Chin Laoyan and grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Laoyan, what's this? You bringing folks to break up an execution? Chin Laoyan hurried over, waving his hands. Don't talk nonsense. Uncle Chief, this is a purchasing comrade from the city. He heard at my place that we'd taken a boar, and he wants to buy the live piglets. The second I heard Chief, I pulled my letter of introduction out of my inside pocket and handed it over, respectful but urgent. Comrade Chief, my name is Li Xing. I'm the accountant and purchasing agent for the Nanluo Guxiang Supply and Marketing Co-op in the city. Here are my credentials. Village Chief Chin Yud wiped his hands, took it, read it over carefully, and handed it back with an approving look. Comrade Li, 2 jobs in 1 man. You must be pulling your weight. We get purchasing comrades from the steel mill out here in Kowtowing all the time. Decent folks, everyone. As for the piglets, it's not out of the question. The weight lifted off my chest. I knew what that meant. He wanted to talk price. So what would you like in trade? Give me the live ones, and I'm flexible on terms. Yud rubbed his hands, red with cold, and gave me an honest smile. We're not short on much out here, except food that sticks to your ribs. Grain or grain coupons, either one. How about potatoes? I've got them. My eyes lit up, and I pointed at the basket on the back of the cart. That bamboo basket's full of potatoes, 150 pounds of them. At market price, 20 cents a pound, that's 30 yuan even. And I don't need any coupons from you. It was a good deal on my end. The potatoes came out of the space, zero cost to me, and I'd be walking away with live animals and real mountain goods. Pure profit. Of course, if you could throw in 2 live chickens, a rooster and a hen, even better. Yud's eyes went wide. He immediately sent someone to count the potatoes and made the call on the spot. Done. Just like you said. I'll set aside 4 live piglets for you, plus 2 chickens, a rooster and a hen, and a sack of mountain goods, all dried fresh this year. The trade went off without a hitch. I had the villagers find some dry straw to line an empty basket, packed hay around the sides, and carefully set the 4 live piglets inside, then piled on a few more layers so they wouldn't freeze. The other basket held the 2 chickens, with the cloth sack of mountain goods laid crosswise on top, all lashed down tight. Not a single cent spent, not a single coupon used. I was feeling pretty good about myself. On the way back to Huairu's parents' place, when no one was around, I pulled 10 sweet potatoes the size of bricks out of the space and dropped them into the cart basket. Back in the yard, I found her and a woman in an apron busy in the lean-to kitchen. The small pot held cornmeal porridge. The big one had something stewing that smelled like meat. She saw me and smiled right away, wiping her hands as she came over. You're back? Did it go all right? Did you get the piglets? I nodded, my eyes crinkling. Went great. Got 4 live ones, plus 2 chickens and a sack of mountain goods. I gestured toward the other woman. And this is my sister-in-law, Zhenghong. She and my brother live in the next courtyard over. She turned to Zhenghong. Sister-in-law, this is the comrade Li I told you about, from the co-op in the city. Very capable. Zhenghong gave a shy smile and said, Hello, comrade Li. Without stopping her work, I lifted the 10 sweet potatoes out of the cart basket and held them out. These are good ones. Split them between yourself and your sister-in-law. They're delicious roasted or steamed. She waved her hands and immediately tried to push them back. Why are you giving away so much again? Those 5 potatoes inside haven't even been touched. Put them back before they freeze and you can't trade them. She was always thinking about my job, worried I'd hand out too much and end up unable to account for it at the co-op. I set the sweet potatoes right down on the stove and waved her off. It's fine. I've still got plenty. Not much. I can't stay long. I've still got purchasing to do. Need to hit a few other villages. When are you heading back to the city? Truth was, I was itching to check on the changes in my space. Earlier on the road, I tried pulling a piglet into it, and the thick fog around the edges had rolled back a good ways. The place felt several times bigger, and I had a vague hunch that I could actually go inside now. What's the rush? Her smile dimmed a little. At least eat first. The snow's deep, the roads are bad. Nah, work comes first. I couldn't hold back my curiosity about the space. Tomorrow, day after at the latest, I'll come get you, and we'll head back to Beijing together. She looked like she wanted to say more, but seeing how anxious I was, she finally nodded. Be careful out there, then. Roads are slick in this weather. Don't rush. Don't worry. I slapped the handlebars, said my goodbyes, and wheeled the bike out of the yard. Just past the edge of Kowtowing, I glanced around, made sure nobody was watching, and with a single thought pulled the bicycle, the piglets, the chickens, and all the mountain goods into the space. Without the load, my steps felt light. I walked another half hour or so, until there wasn't a village or a soul in sight, then turned off into a dense stretch of woods. It was dead quiet under the trees, just the soft rustle of snow slipping off branches. I went in about 20 meters, took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and focused. Enter the space. A strange sensation wrapped around me instantly, like being swaddled in warm mist. The darkness behind my eyelids fell away, replaced by a bright, warm world. It worked. I'm actually inside. I was so excited I nearly jumped. The space in front of me was a full 5 mu. There was a spring-fed pool in one corner now, 2 or 3 meters across, so clear I could see straight to the bottom. The 4 piglets were happily rooting around in the dirt, 2 chickens pecked through the grass, and the mountain goods sat stacked neatly beside the spring. I walked over and gave the piglets a scratch. They weren't the least bit skittish. They crowded in to nuzzle my hand, their pink little bodies warm against my palm. Then I went to the spring, scooped up a handful, and drank. Sweet and clean and cold, sliding down my throat. All the exhaustion from being up half the night vanished on the spot, and my mental energy felt noticeably fuller. Good grief, what is this water? I cupped a few more mouthfuls. I tried walking around inside. Not only could I move freely, I could feel everything in there with perfect clarity, and controlling things with my mind came much easier than before. Moving objects used to leave me dizzy. Now I could handle several piglets at once without so much as a headache. I'm rich. I rubbed my hands together. 5 mu of land, a spirit spring, and living animals. From here on out, I could be self-sufficient in grain, meat, and mountain goods. And I could pull things out under the cover of my purchasing job to trade for money and ration coupons. Life was only going to get better. I puttered around a while longer, building a rough little shelter in one corner out of dry branches and grass for the piglets and chickens, then reluctantly stepped back out. Outside, looking at the trees blanketing the hills, I figured I'd wander deeper in and find some good straight ones to plant in the space. Might come in handy someday. I headed off toward the heart of the woods. I never noticed, deep in the fog at the edge of the space, for big lanterns flickered to life again. Out of the woods, I still had the purchasing job on my mind. Clear skies, but the going was rough. Sunlight bounced off the snow so hard I could barely keep my eyes open. I followed the main road for the better part of an hour before a village came into view. Nearing the entrance, I looked around, made sure nobody had eyes on me, and with a thought took the bicycle back out. The basket on the rear rack still held the leftover goods I'd brought from the co-op. I pushed the bike into the village at an easy pace, looking every bit the legitimate purchasing agent making his rounds in the countryside. The streets were just as empty as Congiatans, not a soul out. I knocked on a door, and an old man answered, eyes locked on my bicycle. These days, anybody with a bike was either a cadre or somebody with connections. I fished out 2 pieces of hard candy and handed them over. Grandpa, where's the village office? I'm with the Beijing Supply and Marketing Co-op, here to buy up farm products. I need to talk to the village head. He took the candy, and his face broke into a grin. He pointed toward the middle of the village. Straight ahead. The one with the blue brick wall and the courtyard. That's it. Village head's usually there during the day. I thanked him and went straight there. Nobody answered my knock, but I could hear a racket inside. I pushed the door open to find a group of men drinking and shooting the breeze. The room was toasty warm. This village must be doing all right. Afternoon, comrades. Name's Li Xing, accountant and purchasing agent for the Nanluo Guxiang Supply and Marketing Co-op in Beijing. I handed over my letter of introduction and set a handful of candy on the table. I'm looking to buy some farm products here. Would somebody mind putting out an announcement on the loudspeaker for me? Village head Zheng Pingyan took the letter and read it over carefully, then glanced at the candy on the table and nodded with a smile. A comrade from the co-op. Welcome, welcome. I'm Zheng Pingyan, the village head. I'll make the call right now. He picked up the mic and gave it a test. Attention, attention, folks. Comrade Lee from the city co-op is here to trade. He's buying eggs, cured pork, mountain goods, dried goods, and you can trade them for. He trailed off and turned to look at me, having no idea what was on offer. I stepped up and took the mic. Salt, matches, needles and thread, candy, potatoes, sweet potatoes. Fair prices. If you've got goods, come on down to the village office. The announcement echoed through the village, carrying clear to every corner. I ran through it 3 times. It didn't take long for the place to fill up. First through the door was a woman in her 60s, bundled in a thick padded coat, cradling a clay jar. Take a look, comrade. She lifted the lid, full of eggs. From my own hens, fresh as can be. I'd like some salt, and maybe some matches and thread. I leaned over for a look. Every one plump, not a cracked shell in the bunch. I counted them and nodded. Nice quality, ma'am. 37 eggs. How about 2 caddies of salt, 2 boxes of matches, and I'll throw in 2 packets of needles and thread. Deal. More than fair. Her eyes crinkled shut with her smile as she tucked everything carefully into her coat. Will you be back? I will. I'll swing through again before long, and I'll bring potatoes and sweet potatoes next time. I smiled and put the eggs in the bamboo basket. Into the space, really. She'd barely left when a middle-aged man came in and dumped out 2 glossy smoked fish and a wind-dried rabbit. You buying, comrade? I'm after candy and salt. My kids are dying for something sweet. I picked up a fish and sniffed it. Salty, savory smell, skin crisp, flesh firm. Good stuff, brother. 3 caddies of salt and 10 pieces of candy, and I'll throw in a box of matches. Sound good. The guy's eyes lit right up. Deal. You're a real stand-up guy. I've got dried chilies at home too, you want him? Sure do. How about I trade you potatoes and sweet potatoes for them? He was grinning ear to ear as he ran home and came back with 2 big strings of red chilies. I pulled 10 big potatoes out of my basket, dumped them in his sack, and tossed in a good-sized sweet potato on top. Here you go, brother, 1 more sweet potato on me. He practically skipped off. Smoked fish and wind-dried rabbit both keep well. Good to eat myself. Good to turn in at the co-op. I was feeling pretty pleased with myself. More and more people showed up to trade. Inside the house, outside the house, it was packed like market day. One woman came with half a basket of peanuts, wanting needles, thread, and soap. An old-timer hauled in a bundle of dried wild greens for salt. A young wife brought 2 lengths of coarse cloth to trade for potatoes and sweet potatoes. Another villager showed up with 2 sickles polished to a shine, said he had no use for them anymore, wanted salt. I took it all. I didn't turn anybody away. As long as it was usable or edible, I traded at a fair price, and I always threw in a little extra. Once folks saw I dealt straight, they went running home and dug out the good stuff they'd been hoarding at the bottom of their chests. "Comrade, can I get a little extra salt for these 2 eggs?" I took a look. "Goose eggs? Absolutely you can. Goose eggs are worth more than chicken eggs." The woman walked off with a bag of salt, eyes crinkled up with her smile. "Thank you so much, comradely. You've got to come back more often." Village Chief Zheng stood off to the side, nodding as he watched the commotion. He'd seen plenty of purchasing agents come through the countryside. They either turned their noses up at everything or haggled you into the ground. Somebody as easygoing and fair as me. First one ever. He even started helping keep order. "Form a line. One at a time. Erneo, get to the back." I snuck a peek into my space while I had a second. The wild rabbits were hopping around in their little rock den, looking a lot livelier than when I'd first brought them in. The 4 piglets were rooting at the ground, eating happily. 2 chickens were preening by the spirit spring, and the water looked even clearer than before. Just looking at it made me feel settled. Before I knew it, the sun was going down. Everything I'd brought was gone, and both bamboo baskets were stuffed full. A few villagers hadn't gotten their turn and stood there looking crushed, kicking themselves for showing up late. I turned to Zheng Ping'an. "Chief Zheng, could you make one more announcement? Tell everyone I'm out of goods this trip, but I'll be back in 2 weeks with potatoes, sweet potatoes, and more hard-to-get items. Tell them to hold on to what they've got." Zheng Ping'an picked up his megaphone. "Folks, Comrade Lee's all traded out for today. He'll be back in 2 weeks with potatoes and sweet potatoes and plenty more good stuff, so hang on to your goods." The ones who'd missed out perked right back up. "Comrade Lee, you'd better mean it. We'll be waiting. Count on it." I laughed, then turned to thank Zheng Ping'an. "I really appreciate all your help today. Don't mention it." The chief waved me off. "You're doing right by these folks. Stay for dinner. I'll have the wife kill a chicken and we'll have a couple drinks." No, I can't." I begged off and pulled a wind-dried rabbit out of my basket, pressing it into his hands. "I've still got to hit the next village over. Haven't filled my quota yet. Take this home and have your wife stew it up. Next time I come, I'll bring you a bottle of the good stuff and we'll really drink." "I can't take this. Put it back now." We went back and forth a few times, and somehow the rabbit still ended up tucked inside his padded jacket. I pushed my cart out of the village with folks waving from their doorways, calling out for me to come back soon. It gave me a warm feeling. People in this era were the real deal. Treat them straight, and they'd give you the heart right out of their chest. Once I was out of Jingjia village, I headed toward Qingjia hamlet for about half an hour. I checked front and back, made sure nobody was around, and with a single thought, both me and the cart slipped into the space. 5 wild rabbits were nibbling the grass in there, noticeably fatter than when I'd caught them. 2 of them were busy doing what rabbits do and didn't even glance my way. I walked over to the spirit spring, scooped up a handful of water, and drank. Sweet and clean and cold, the exhaustion of the whole day washed right out of me. I sorted through the hall, and it was piled high. 2 big crates of chicken and goose eggs, 2 sacks of smoked fish and dried rabbit, honey, peanuts, and dried chilies all stacked up by category. Just looking at it felt like a holiday. Hit the jackpot on this one. I rubbed my hands together. Not only had I picked up live animals, wild boar piglets, chickens, rabbits, I'd collected a mountain of dried goods and local specialties. I'd blown past my quota for the co-op, and my stockpile in the space kept getting deeper. When I finished, I threw some sweet potatoes and greens to the piglets and rabbits, then stepped back out. Looking at the woods beside me, I figured I might as well collect a few more trees. The snow in the woods was untouched, thick and deep, crunching under my boots with every step. Then, my gut clenched. I looked to the right. There was a dark shape out there, barely visible. I didn't take any chances. In these times, people driven crazy by hunger would do anything. I backed up slowly, eyes locked on that shadow. It sensed me moving and pressed forward a little, ducking behind cover so I couldn't make it out. A chill shot up my spine. Oh hell. I'd been so focused on my right side, I hadn't paid a bit of attention to what was behind me. My mental power, several times stronger than a normal person's, spread out in an instant. Within 30 meters, 9 gray wolves formed in a ring with me dead center. Snow clinging to their fur, eyes glowing green, every one of them wild with starvation. The one straight ahead was clearly different, a full size bigger than the rest, rough bristling, tail held stiff and straight. The alpha, they were still closing. 20 meters. 10. For a wolf pack, That's one sprint away from being on top of you, their favorite killing distance. Damn it, should have checked my horoscope before I left the house. I didn't have a single weapon on me. All I had was the space and my mental power. My mind raced, and I settled on it fast. Take out the leader first. Handle the alpha, and maybe the rest would scatter. I locked my eyes on the alpha and quietly clenched my fists. The second it got within 5 meters, I'd pull it into the space. At that distance I could react in time, and the lock-on would be precise. A low growl rumbled in the alpha's throat. Green eyes fixed on me like it was sizing up how much fight I had in me. Then it dropped into a crouch, drove off its hind legs, and came at me in a rush of rank, hot breath. The other 8 flattened themselves low, waiting to swarm the second it made the kill. I held my breath, tracking it with my eyes. But I'd overestimated myself. It came in far faster than I'd figured. In the blink of an eye it was on me, teeth a hair's width from my throat. At the last possible instant, on pure instinct, I fired off my mental power, screaming inside my own head. Take it. The alpha vanished into thin air. The remaining 8. It skidded to a stop, green eyes full of confusion. Where'd the boss go? He was right here a second ago. How does a wolf just vanish? That was my window. My consciousness spread out like a tide and wrapped around the remaining 8 in an instant. They tried to break free, but an invisible force yanked at them, and one after another they disappeared. Thud! My legs gave out, and I nearly dropped to my knees in the snow. Everything went black for a second, and my head felt like it was about to split open. I gritted my teeth and held on, sinking my mind into the space. I had to make sure those wolves weren't tearing the place apart. My chickens and rabbits couldn't take that kind of abuse. The second I got in, I saw all 9 wolves bunched together, scanning their surroundings warily, noses working overtime. My stomach clenched. If they charged the poultry, I was done for. A thought popped into my head on reflex. If I could just freeze them in place. Damn if it didn't work. All 9 wolves locked up like someone had hit them with a paralysis spell, frozen solid, unable to even move their eyes. Only the tips of their tails still twitched with leftover momentum. Holy crap. Whatever I say goes. That's insane. I couldn't help swearing out loud. Most of my exhaustion got washed away by the sheer thrill of it. I dragged myself over to the pack, picked out the 7 scrawniest ones, and snapped their necks with a thought. 2 breeders was plenty. Any more, and they'd just be wasting my chickens and rabbits. The 2 left were the alpha and a female with a glossy coat. I patted the alpha on the head. Roll with me from now on, buddy. Meat every meal, and I even saved you the prettiest female in the pack. Pretty generous, right? Then I jogged over to the spirit spring and gulped down several mouthfuls. The water hit my stomach and a warm current spread through my whole body. The bone-deep fatigue and dizziness vanished, and my head cleared right up. I wiped my mouth and told the alpha, move. He snapped back to life, jolted in terror, and bolted for the edge of the space, curling up in a corner with his tail tucked. He bared his teeth at me, but didn't dare come closer, whimpering low in his throat like a dog that had just been disciplined. That cracked me up. I floated a ball of spring water over to his mouth with my mind. Open up. Drink. He hesitated, like he actually understood me, then reluctantly opened his mouth and swallowed. The moment he did, his eyes lit up. He'd tasted the benefits, and just like that all his wariness evaporated. He came trotting over, wagging his tail, practically groveling. I tried reaching out to scratch his head. He actually squinted his eyes in bliss and rubbed his skull against my palm. Not bad, you catch on quick. I laughed. From now on your name's Lucky. For good fortune. I looked over at the female and told him, go on, call your wife over here. Lucky ran right over and barked at her a few times. I released her from the freeze. She didn't attack. Instead, she nuzzled Lucky affectionately, then walked over to me wagging her tail and flopped onto her back, belly up, waiting to be rubbed. She's more forward than you are. Better watch out, or she'll be running around on you. I rubbed her belly. Your name's Fortune. You and Lucky have a good life together. I took the 2 of them on a tour of the space and pointed at the chickens and rabbits. These are off limits. Trust me, you'll have plenty to eat soon enough. The way things grow in here, they'll be laying eggs and dropping litters before you know it. More than you can eat. They seemed docile enough, but I still wasn't sure, so I just released them outside the space. I stayed inside, and I could see everything out there crystal clear. The 2 wolves stood in the snow without wandering off, just looking around in a daze. I exited the space 20 meters away, and Lucky and Fortune immediately came running, tails wagging. Lucky caught my pant leg in his teeth and tugged gently, then let go and trotted a few steps ahead, looking back at me like he wanted me to follow. Oh, you've got a surprise for me. Now I was interested. I followed the 2 of them deeper into the woods. The snow was deep and the going was rough. It took a solid half hour before the wolves finally stopped and barked twice at a hidden cave up ahead. I went in for a closer look. The cave was tucked behind 2 huge boulders, its mouth screened by shrubs. You'd never spot it unless you were really looking. I swept it with my spiritual sense. Empty inside, no other animals. At the very back sat a dozen or so crates, decent quality, no rot. Well, a treasure stash. My pulse kicked up and I strode inside. The crates were all padlocked, but the hinges had rusted through. One light tug, and the lock came away in my hand. I opened the top one and my eyes went wide. A whole crate packed with gleaming gold ingots and jewelry dripping with pearls and gems. Fighting down my excitement, I opened the one next to it. Gold bars, stacked up like actual bricks. I'm rich. I'm rich. I ruffled Lucky's head. You really do live up to your name, buddy. Nailed it on the first try. This stuff might not be worth much right now, but decades down the road, every single piece would be priceless. With this much gold and silver behind me, I'd have real backing, whether for doing business or handling emergencies. A dozen plus crates, and it took hardly any effort to move them all into the space. I glanced at the now empty cave and waved at Lucky and Fortune. Go rest. Don't wander off. The two wolves gave an answering howl and ran off to play. I closed my eyes, and the next second I was in the space. The crates were lined up in a long row inside. I threw back the lids, and the gold bars clinked together with a crisp ring, their cold weight creeping up through my fingertips. I opened them one by one, gold ingots, bronzeware, gemstones, all coming into the light. I picked up a gemstone at random, buffed it on the front of my shirt, turned it toward the light, then tossed it back. After I wiped the dust off the last crate, I sat back hard, hitting the dirt with a whomp. I pushed off my hands and sprang up, feet sinking into the soft soil, and hopped back and forth a few steps, humming some tuneless little melody. By the time I was done carrying on like that, I was breathing hard. Between the whole night with Chin Huairu and running around most of today, once the adrenaline wore off, exhaustion hit me like a truck. I laid down on the grass and was snoring within minutes. I don't know how long I slept, but I woke with a start, completely refreshed. I rolled over and sat up and heard faint rustling. I turned to look. Over by the rabbit hutch, several hairless little things were burrowing under the doe's belly. Over at the coop, broken eggshells were scattered across the ground, and a dozen little yellow fuzzballs were crowded around the hen, peeping and pecking at cabbage leaves. I walked over and brushed a baby rabbit's back with my finger, soft as anything. It flinched away. Then I crouched down and watched the chicks peck at the greens, feeling pretty damn good about life. I left the space and walked out of the cave. The sun was already high overhead, and the glare off the snow was blinding. Lucky and Fortune were crouched in the snow, tearing into a hare, bones crunching between their jaws. When they saw me come out, they immediately stopped chewing, trotted over with half a rabbit in his jaws, and dropped it by my foot. I nudged the rabbit back and waved him off. You two eat it. I'm not hungry. I grabbed a rock, scraped out a shallow pit, stacked some dead branches in it, and struck a match. The flames leapt up. I pulled 2 big potatoes out of my space, rubbed them clean in the snow, and tossed them into the fire. The potatoes sizzled, the smell going straight up my nose. Once the skins were charred black, I fished them out with a stick, broke them in half, and ate. When I finished, I dusted off my hands and crooked a finger at the 2 wolves. Come on in. A flick of thought, and they vanished into thin air. Once inside the space, I pointed at the rabbit hutch and the chicken coop and gave each of them a smack. You don't touch these. And no drinking the spirit spring whenever you feel like it. Got it. You step out of line, I'll tan your hides. Wang Kai flattened his ears and nuzzled my palm. Wang Yun sat off to the side, sweeping his tail across the ground. Satisfied, I nodded, stepped back out of the space, shouldered my pack, and headed out of the woods. The snow had started to melt, and my soles sank into the mud, pulling free with a wet sucking sound at every step. It was 2 hours before I made it back to Chin family village. I pushed the bike up to Chin Huairu's parents' place. She was in the yard shoveling snow. The second she saw me, she set the shovel down and hurried over. You're back. You must be worn out. I'm fine. Get your things together. We should head out. Chin Laoyan and her younger brother, Chin Maiguan, came out of the main room. Chin Laoyan smiled. Comrade Li's back. All finished up. I called him uncle. All finished. I'm heading back to the capital, so I came by to ask if Sister Chin wants to travel together. I took a smoked fish out of the bike basket and held it out. This must be your brother? Take this fish, stew it with pickled cabbage, it's delicious. Chin Maiguan was too embarrassed to take it, so I handed it to Chin Huairu instead. Chin Laoyan said, You really shouldn't be spending money on us. Why don't you stay the night? I've still got 2 caddies of sweet potato liquor. Thank you, uncle, but not this time. I'll come bother you again. We've got a long road ahead. Chin Huairu carried the fish inside and came back out to the yard with a small bundle. Dad, brother, I'm going to head back with Li Xing. That way we can look out for each other on the road. I already told Mom and my sister-in-law. Take the cornmeal your brother set aside for you. And the wild boar meat they divvied up yesterday. Bring it home so the kids can have a taste. Chin Laoyan couldn't bear to let her go empty-handed. Chin Huairu's eyes went red. Dad, I don't want your food. I only came back to see all of you. I'll visit again in a while. She turned to me. Let's go. After the goodbyes, I pushed the bike and she walked alongside. The snow was melting, and the road had turned to mud soup. Riding was out of the question. Even pushing was a struggle. The tires packed up with muck until every step got heavier. Chin Huiru bent down and used a twig to help scrape the mud off. Her fingers were red with cold. I picked up a stick too, pushing a while, then stopping to pry the mud loose. The sky slowly darkened, and we were still a long way from the corn shed where we'd rested on the way out. I wiped the sweat off my forehead. Push a little harder. We need to reach that shed, or we'll freeze out here tonight. She gritted her teeth, nodded, and helped shove the bike along, breathing hard. 2 more hours before we finally reached the corn shed. I parked the bike beside it. Wait inside for a bit. I'm going to gather some firewood. It's too cold. I turned and walked into the trees, then slipped into my space. There was a pile of firewood already stacked in there. I played with Wang Kai and Wang Yun for a minute before coming back out with an armload. Inside the shed, I dumped the wood on the ground with a clatter and struck a match. Flames shot up, lighting the shed, crackling and pushing back the cold. I wheeled the bike inside and set it across the entrance, then pulled a smoked fish and a wind-dried rabbit out of the basket, plus 2 sweet potatoes that I tossed into the fire. This is dinner. I sat down by the flames and patted the ground next to me for her to join. Chin Huiru sat down, looked at the smoked fish and dried rabbit, and frowned. You took state property again? How are you going to account for it when you get back? I snorted and poked at the fire with a stick. What are you worrying about? I'm out on a purchasing trip. This counts as a standard benefit, reasonable consumption. I know the rules inside and out. I'm not going to slip up. The smoked fish sizzled with fat, the smell filling the shed. I tore off pieces of fish and rabbit and handed them to her, and we ate them with the sweet potatoes. Afterward, I added a little more wood. Not too much, in case the whole shed went up. Sparks drifted upward, the roof flickering between light and dark. I took off my coat and spread it on the ground. Get some sleep. We'll head back early tomorrow. She lay down, and I lay down right beside her. Outside the wind moaned, and every so often the fire popped. After a stretch of silence, she spoke. When we get back tomorrow, I'm filing for divorce. I took her hand. Don't rush it. I kept my voice low. Wait till I've got things arranged, at least until I can find a place for you and your kids to live. But let's be clear, my woman is mine alone. If you ever have second thoughts, don't blame me for turning cold. She pressed closer, resting her head against my shoulder. Don't worry. From now on, you're the only one for me. The sounds of the night mingled with the wind, soft, scattered, intimate. I was exhausted afterward. I reached for the canteen, unscrewed it, and handed it to her, then took a few swallows myself. The spirit water slid down my throat with a spreading warmth, and a good deal of the tiredness melted away. She drank and said her whole body felt light. What kind of water is this? How come I feel so full of energy after drinking it? Plenty of energy? Then let's keep going. I didn't explain. I rolled over and got back on top of her. I woke as soon as it was light. The fire had burned down to ash, still faintly warm. I woke her, we ate something quick, packed up, and started pushing the bike back toward the capital. I looked over at Chin Huiru walking beside me and thought, this purchasing trip to the countryside was definitely worth it. Money and a beautiful woman, both. The thought put a little extra speed in my step. By the time we entered the city, the sun was already high, the white glare enough to make your eyes water. I pushed the mud-caked bike and turned to her. She looked just as worn out as I felt. I'm going to ride to the co-op first and check in. You head back to the compound on your own. I paused, then lowered my voice. Let's not let anyone find out about us yet. No sense giving people something to gossip about. Once I find a place, I'll let you know. She squeezed her little bundle and nodded. I know what's at stake. Don't worry. Be careful on the way. I made a sound of agreement and swung onto the bike. With the mud cleared off, it rode much lighter, carrying the loaded basket straight toward the supply co-op on Nanlo Guxiang. I'd barely parked out front when Sister Wang, Brother Zhou, Zhao Hong, and son Xiaomei all came pouring out of the shop. Sister Wang's voice carried the loudest. Finally, we've been waiting for you. Going out on a purchasing run in weather like this, you had us worried sick. Brother Zhou immediately spotted the mud spattered up my pant legs and shoes. Look at the state of you. Road must have been rough. He reached over to help unload the goods off the back, lifted one, and exclaimed, Whoa, that's a real haul. You did well. Brother Zhou, eggs. Eggs. Careful. The eggs. Don't break the eggs. I shouted, panicking. Zhao Hong and son Xiaomei, who'd been about to step up and help, both turned bright red. Big Sister Wang stared at Old Zhou. Old Zhou, what's wrong with your eggs? They cracked. I hurried to explain. The bottom of the basket is packed with chicken eggs and goose eggs. Careful not to break them. Not Brother Zhou's eggs. Big Sister Wang howled with laughter and pointed at me. And here I thought Old Zhou had gone and made himself a eunuch. Old Zhou's neck went red to the collar, and he shot me a glare. Once the joking died down, Zhao Hong and son Xiaomei jumped in, and between all of us we hauled the goods into the store. I slapped the dirt off my hands. Brother Zhou, mind if I borrow your three-wheeler? I've still got some stuff outside the city walls. I'm going to go bring it back. No problem. Here's the key. Want me to come with you? Brother Zhou fished out the key without hesitating. No need, it's not much. Some folks from the village are waiting on me. I'll head out now. I took the key, pedaled the cart out of the city, and made my way to the quiet stand of trees I'd scouted out earlier. First, I pulled the two wolves out of the space and laid them in the snow to freeze up. Then I ducked into the space myself and took inventory, making sure I hadn't missed anything before coming back out. By then, the two wolves had frozen stiff. I loaded them carefully into the cart, covered them with a thick layer of snow, and pedaled back toward the co-op. At the door, I called inside. Brother Zhou, Big Sister Wang, come give me a hand. The two of them came out and found me brushing the snow off the cart. Brother Zhou had been hauling freight for years, so he stepped right up without a word. But as soon as the snow came off and the two big shapes underneath were exposed, he took them for a pair of large dogs at first and grinned. Not bad, Littlely, you brought back two dogs. Dead of winter's the perfect time for that. Then he got a good look at those bushy tails, and the grin froze on his face. His eyes went wide. Littlely, those aren't dogs, those are wolves. You ran into wolves? Are you all right? Big Sister Wang leaned in for a look and stayed a lot calmer than old Zhou. What are you flapping about? She laughed. If something had happened to Littlely, do you think he'd be standing here with the wolves? Then she looked me up and down, plainly baffled. Scrawny little monkey like you. How'd you manage to kill two wolves? I'd come prepared, and the story rolled right off my tongue. I didn't. There's a hunter out in the countryside who ran into a wolf pack up on the mountain. Only reason he came back down alive was his rifle and his traps. He sold me these two cheap. Haven't even paid him yet, and I've got to bring him the pelts next trip. Right as I was saying it, Director Zhang came walking back. He spotted me from down the street and jogged over, out of breath. Littlely, you're finally back. First time out to the countryside and you hit a snow like that? Your big sister Wang's been chewing my ear off about it. He didn't finish. His eyes landed on the two wolves in the cart, and his mouth snapped shut, eyes round as saucers. I ran through the same story again. He smacked his thigh. What luck! I happen to know an old master who tans hides. The man's an artist. He gave a big thumbs up. He told Brother Zhou to ride the cart over and get the wolves taken care of, then pulled me into the co-op. Looking at the store full of meat, eggs, dried vegetables, and mountain goods, his smile got even wider. I took the opportunity to pull out the ledger I'd prepared ahead of time, every item recorded down to the last detail. He flipped through a couple of pages for form's sake and handed it back. Just total it up yourself. You did good work on this trip. Then he pulled out 5 yuan and pressed it into my hand. That's your bonus. Take the rest of the day off too. Go home and rest. Look at you, covered in mud. Just come back before closing to get your share of the meat. I took the money and thanked him quickly. Director, you all split the meat. I ate plenty at the hunter's place these past couple of days. I returned the bicycle key, said goodbye to everyone, and set off on foot for the relief station. Not far down the road, I found a spot where nobody could see me, took a bamboo basket out of the space, and loaded it with 2 smoked fish, 2 wind-dried rabbits, and some eggs. Then I shouldered it and kept walking. It was specially for Station Chief Wang and Old Chun, a thank you for looking after me before. At the relief station, I handed over the basket, chatted with them a while, told them about my trip to the countryside, then bundled up the bedding Old Chun had given me and headed for Courtyard 95. Back at the compound, my door still had no lock on it. I couldn't be bothered to buy one. Everything valuable was in the space, and there was nothing in the room worth stealing. Just as I reached my door, I saw Yin Bugue squatting in the yard, gluing a broken flower pot back together. I greeted him with a smile. Uncle Yin, keeping busy? He looked up, saw it was me, and his eyes went straight to the big bundle on my back. He stood up and pushed his glasses into place. Oh, it's Littlely. So I've moved in. Today I'm officially settled. His little eyes darted around, and his face filled with warmth. Well, that's wonderful. Just moved in. How about we warm the place up tonight? Fire up the stove for a housewarming. Firing up the stove meant cooking your first meal in a new home and inviting friends over to make it lively. I saw right through him. He just wanted a free meal. I sighed on purpose. Uncle Yin, I won't lie to you. I've only been working a few days. I don't have a cent in my pocket, and I don't even own a pot. What am I supposed to cook in? Besides, anybody who comes to eat is supposed to bring a housewarming gift. How about this? You give me a pot and a stove, don't worry about the coal, and I'll treat you to dinner. The moment he realized there was nothing in it for him, the smile collapsed. He waved a hand. Another time. Another time. Then he squatted back down over his flower pot, muttering, "Whose brat's got hands that itchy," smashing a perfectly good pot on me. I just smiled and let it go, then carried my bundle inside. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu dragged herself into the compound on legs that felt like lead. She'd barely reached the middle courtyard when she heard Xiaodang wailing her heart out. She broke into a run for home. She got inside and found Bongging lying across Jia Zhongshi's lap while she picked lice out of his hair, his school bag tossed aside. He hadn't gone to school at all. Xiaodang was screaming on the freezing floor, and Jia Zhongshi hadn't so much as glanced at her. Xiaodang, don't cry, Mama's home. Qin Huairu crouched down fast, scooped the child into her arms, and wrapped her in her padded coat. Then she turned and glared at Bongging. Why aren't you at school? It's not Sunday. Bongging stuck out his neck stubbornly. My head hurts. I couldn't go. Qin Huairu saw right through it. He'd been ditching class to play again. She was just about to lay into him when Jia Zhongshi slammed down the shoe sole with a smack. Her eyes had locked onto the little bundle in Qin Huairu's hand, and she marched over and snatched it away. One heft, and she knew there was nothing in it. She tore it open. Aside from an empty cloth sack, the one meant for carrying cornmeal home, there was only a small handkerchief with 50 cents folded inside, exactly the same as when she'd left. Not one extra grain of rice. Where's the grain? Jia Zhongshi's voice went shrill enough to punch through the roof. I told you to go back. Your family needed grain. So what the hell have you been doing? You've been gone for days. Out whoring around. Were you? The words were barely out of her mouth before Granny Jia swung the shoe sole down on Qin Huairu. The stiff sole with its coarse stitching bit into her arm, stinging. Qin Huairu curled over Xiaodang, shielding her, taking blow after blow across her back. That wasn't enough for Granny Jia. She started aiming for her face. Banging, far from trying to stop it, hopped around egging her on. Slut. Whore. Beat the slut to death. Tears welled up in Qin Huairu's eyes. She bit down hard on her lip to keep them from falling. She wanted to explain that she'd been trapped by the snow on the road, that her own family didn't have a grain of food left either, but every word died in her throat under the curses. Well, say something. I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? The more Granny Jia beat her, the more worked up she got. She only stopped when her arm went sore, then jabbed a finger at Qin Huairu's nose, spraying spit. Just wait till Dongshu gets home. He'll deal with you. You dare make a cuckold of the Jia family? I'll never forgive you. With that, she yanked Banging over and switched faces in an instant, cooing, don't mind her. Granny'll buy you some fruit candy. Nice and sweet. Banging broke into a grin at once and trotted out after her, turning back to stick his tongue out at his mother. The door slammed shut. All that was left in the room was Xiaodong's frightened whimpering and Qin Huairu's stifled gasps. She slumped down onto the freezing floor, and the tears finally came. I went back to that empty room, pushed the door open, and took a sniff first. After leaving the windows open for a few days, that choking outhouse stench was finally gone. The place was just bare and cold. I rubbed my chin. Maybe I should build some furniture? Then I caught myself and shook my head. Keep a low profile. Absolutely low profile. Making a big production the moment I moved in would only get people wondering. Better to set myself up nicely inside the space. I reached back and barred the door, made sure nobody could get in, and with a single thought, stepped into the space. The second I was in, Wang Kai and Wang Yun came bounding over, tails wagging, circling around me. I grabbed a fat rabbit out of the hutch and tossed it to them, and both wolves pounced. So much for wolfish dignity. The space was roomy, and the big trees I transplanted earlier were thick with leaves. I took a walk around, mapped out the layout, and decided to start with a wooden house to live in. Remembering the wilderness building videos I'd watched in my last life, I focused and pushed my mind at one of the big trees. With a low hum, the tree came apart into neat planks, all the same thickness, straighter than anything a saw could manage. I nodded to myself. My mental strength was a lot stronger than before. Back in the day, slicing up a tree like that would have left me dizzy and seeing spots. Now I wasn't even winded. After that, I threw myself into building. There's no day or night in the space. I slept when I was tired, roasted sweet potatoes and boiled potatoes when I was hungry, drank spring water when I was thirsty. The chickens were plump and glossy and laying every day. The rabbits kept popping out litter after litter, so meat was never a problem. I still had plenty of salt from last time, and I like my food bland, so it'd last a good while. Before I knew it, a 2-story wooden house stood there, all mortise and tenon joinery, not a single nail used. Mainly because I didn't have any nails. I framed the windows in wood, sturdy and handsome. Then I made tables, chairs, a bed, and a wardrobe, and got the second floor all fixed up. I patted the brand new wooden bed and muttered smugly, this'll do for now. Later I'll swap it all out for sandalwood, Wangwali, golden Namu. That's just how humble I am. Plain and unassuming. That's me. I was still admiring my handiwork when a knock came from outside the space, along with Yen Bugue's voice. Little Li, you home? I pulled out of the space in a hurry and opened the door. Yen Bugue stuck his head in for a look. and only relaxed when he saw the place was still empty. You had me worried, kid. Been in here for hours without a peep. Didn't even go to the toilet. Thought something might have happened to you. That warmed me a little. Thanks for thinking of me, third Uncle Yin. I'm fine, just resting. I'd spent who knows how many days in the space, and only 4 hours had passed out here. No wonder he'd been worried. In that moment, I actually thought maybe this third uncle wasn't as bad as everyone said. He had a decent side to him. He waved it off with his usual practice smile. Don't mention it. We're neighbors in the same courtyard. If you really want to thank me, it's easy. Whenever your co-op gets in something good that doesn't need money or ration coupons, just remember your Uncle Yin. That's all. My mouth twitched. Right. I'd read too much into it. Out loud I said, don't you worry. If anything like that comes up, you'll be the first person I think of. I looked up and saw it had gone completely dark outside. My eyes flicked sideways and I said, deliberately, third Uncle Yin, I've got nothing in this place. No fire. No pot. Can't even heat up a meal. You're a glorious people's teacher, a hard-working gardener of the nation. What's your family cooking tonight? Mind if I come grab a bite? His face changed instantly, and he waved both hands. No, no, no. Our pot's already washed, stove's gone cold. Oh, right, almost forgot. There's a full courtyard meeting at 8, so everybody can meet you. Don't be late. Then, clearly afraid I'd bring up dinner again, he turned and hurried off, muttering. Trying to get one over on Yin Bugue? You've got a lot to learn, kid. Watching him scurry away, I couldn't help laughing. A full courtyard meeting? I was actually looking forward to it. This was the famous set piece. As it got close to 8, I picked up that wobbly wooden chair I'd fixed and strolled over to the middle courtyard. Getting there early meant I got my pick of seats. I found a spot right across from the square table, set the chair down, rocked steady, leaned back, crossed my legs, and settled in to watch the show. To attend the meeting. People started filing in soon after. Some carrying folding stools, some leaning against the wall, all clustered in 2s and 3s gossiping. I scanned the crowd. No sign of Qin Huairu, and the Jia's door was shut. While I was looking around, Su Daomao came in carrying 2 stools, positively strutting, with Lu Xiaoyi in tow. Sharp-eyed as ever, he spotted me right away and came over with a fake grin. Hey, brotherly. You're here early. I lifted my eyelids and didn't answer, my gaze landing on Lu Xiaoyi. She was wearing a floral print padded jacket, hair cropped to her ears, very dignified. I stood and put out my hand. This must be your wife? You're very pretty, ma'am. I'm Li Xing. I work at the neighborhood supply and marketing co-op. Su Daomao's stomach lurched. Terrified I'd get fresh with his wife, he cut in first and clamped down on my hand. Don't be so formal, brother. This is my wife, Lu Xiaoyi. Tonight's meeting is all for you. You know, meet the neighbors, hear the rules. I pulled my hand back, brushed off non-existent dust, said nothing, and sat back down. Lu Xiaoyi gave me a polite smile and sat down beside Su Daomao. A few minutes later, the 3 uncles came ambling in. Yi Zhonghai went straight to the head seat. Lu Haizhong took the left and puffed out his chest a bit. Yin Bugue tucked himself in on the right with his little notebook and pencil. He was obviously here to settle scores. Lu Haizhong cleared his throat, picked up his enamel mug and took a sip, then set it down with a deliberate clunk. He swept his eyes around the courtyard and drawled. Right? Looks like just about everybody's here. Now, this meeting was called by First Elder Yi Zhonghai. We've got a new tenant in the compound. He was trying to put on airs, but the more he talked, the more he stumbled, and the less authority he had. Yi Zhonghai couldn't take it anymore and cut in. All right, quit beating around the bush. Come on, let the new tenant, Li Xing, who works at the neighborhood co-op, come to the middle so everyone can meet him. I wasn't the least bit nervous. I stood up, walked to the center of the yard, turned a full circle, and said loudly, everybody get a good look? Know who I am now? If not, I'll spin around again. And then I actually did spin around again. The whole courtyard cracked up. Su Daomao egged me on. Still don't know you. Do 3 more turns. Guaranteed the whole place will remember you. Quiet. Lu Haizhong slapped the table, his face darkening. This is a meeting. What's so damn funny? I stopped, shot Lu Haizhong a glance, and said slowly, my name's Li Xing. I work at the co-op. We're neighbors from here on out. Hope we all get along. Thank you. Then I turned to head back to my seat. Yi Zhonghai quickly stopped me. Hold on, Li Xing. Nobody's told you the rules yet. Zhu, why don't you explain how things work around here? Silly Zhu was sitting on a bench, hands in his pockets, left leg crossed over his right, swinging it. Hearing his name, he lifted his chin. Ain't nothing complicated around here. Just 2 rules. 1. We help each other out. 2. What happens in the compound stays in the compound. We've got 3 elders here. Don't go running off to the neighborhood office or the police every time something happens. Those folks are busy. They don't have time for our petty nonsense. On the surface, he was laying out the rules. Really, he was aiming at me. My first day here, I'd gone to the neighborhood office to file a complaint and threatened to bring in the cops. I saw right through it. but I couldn't be bothered. I sat back down, thinking, where's Yushui? Probably still at school. Seeing no reaction from me, Yi Zhonghai picked up the thread. Zhu's got a point. Now, there are 2 reasons for this meeting. First, to introduce our new neighbor. Second, there's something I need to bring up. We all share one courtyard. Today I help you, tomorrow you help me. That's the only way life runs smooth. Am I right? He paused, then shifted his tone. Take the Jia family. Ever since Dongshu's father passed, the whole burden's been on Dongshu alone. He's the only one with a city residence permit, 26 caddies of grain a month, and that's got to feed 3 adults and 2 kids. How's that enough? Day before yesterday, Dongshu's wife Huiru went back to her parents' place to borrow some grain, and they beat her for it. Face all bruised up. She's been hiding at home since, too ashamed to come out. What? Sister Qin got beat up? Silly Zhu shot to his feet. I thought she just hadn't come back yet. Turns out she got worked over. He spun toward the Jia household and shouted, Sister Qin, don't be scared, you've got me. You want? I'll head out to Qin family village right now and knock some heads together. Show him folks from this compound aren't to be messed with. Jia Dongshu, sitting nearby, went dark in the face, cursing inwardly. Silly Zhu, you son of a bitch. What do you mean she's got you? My wife gets hit, and it's your business to step up? Besides, it was my mother and me who did it. Old Lady Jia was even less pleased. She snapped at Silly Zhu. You blockhead, shut your mouth. Keep running it, and I'll sew your lips together. Go to Qin family village. What? You're gonna stick up for that little slut? Enough. Everybody quiet down. Yi Zhonghai barked, frowning. We're talking about donating money and grain, not picking fights. I'll go first. 10 yuan and 5 caddies of cornmeal. He pulled the cash and grain coupons out of his pocket and slapped them on the table. Lu Haizhong wasn't about to be outdone. He immediately produced 10 yuan, dug up a few extra coins, and smacked them down. Old Yin, write it in the book. And make my name big. Yin Bugue counted the money and recorded it as he spoke. 10 yuan, 2 mao, 3 fun. Relax, I'll write your name biggest of all, more eye-catching than old Yi's, guaranteed. With both elders having donated, there was no way for Yin Bugue to weasel out. He dragged his feet for a good while, fished 5 mao out of one pocket, then a fistful of change out of another, counted it forever, and came up with exactly 1 yuan. He sighed, the picture of heartbreak. Old E, you don't have kids, so you don't know how hard it is raising them. I've got 4, all at that age where they eat at noon and are yelling they're hungry again by 12:30. This 1 yuan out of my pocket means a few less bites in their mouths. Ah, forget it, you wouldn't understand. 1 yuan. Then he made a show of wiping his eyes and wrote his name in careful, neat strokes, terrified someone might miss it. Silly Zhu pulled out 5 yuan and slapped it on the table. Yin the cheapskate, write it down. Silly Zhu, 5 yuan. Yin Bugue didn't even look up. Got it. 5 yuan, Silly Zhu. After that, the rest of the courtyard chipped in one by one. Some 5 mao, some 1 mao, some half a caddy of cornmeal, and Yin Bugue recorded every last bit. Su Damao elbowed me and said snidely, Hey buddy, everybody's donated. How much are you putting in? I was busy using my mental sense to examine the bruises on Qin Huiru's face, working out how to deal with old lady Jia and Jia Dongshu. You laid hands on my woman. You two are in for it. His elbow set me off. I opened my mouth and snapped, Donate my ass. The words were barely out before I stood up, grabbed my chair, and started to leave. Silly Zhu's mind was mostly on Qin Huiru, but part of it had been fixed on me the whole time. Seeing me about to walk off without paying a cent, he flew off the handle. Hey, you little punk. Freeze right there. You haven't coughed up yet, thinking of slipping out. I heard him. I didn't turn my head, and I didn't slow down. With a temper like his, how could Silly Zhu let that slide? He charged over, reaching for my shoulder, planning to grab me and slam me down. Nobody in this compound had ever disrespected him like that, and today I was going to learn what the courtyard's resident war god could do. He came barreling in, full of fury, every eye in the place nailed to him. Su Damao folded his arms, waiting to watch me get pinned to the ground and pounded. But nobody saw this coming. 2 steps short of reaching me, Silly Zhu's legs suddenly went out from under him, and, thud, he dropped straight to his knees. Even better, his momentum carried him forward, so his knees scraped along the ground another half a foot, tearing through his padded trousers and leaving both kneecaps a mess of black and blue. It hurt just to look at. The whole courtyard went dead silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Then Su Damao burst out laughing and made sure to project. Oh, Silly Zhu, what's all this? The new neighbors barely moved in and you're already bowing that deep? Silly Zhu, you're too generous. Silly Zhu was stunned. His knees were killing him. He tried to stand up, but his legs went soft, like the bones had been yanked out of them. He tried twice and couldn't get up either time. He glared up at me and roared. You little bastard. Did you pull something? You trying to screw me over? I turned around nice and slow, looked down at him without a flicker of expression on my face, and said casually, "It's not New Year's. Even if you kneel, there's no red envelope in it for you." That did it. The whole courtyard lost it. Everybody cracked up. Lu Haizhong's face went dark. He was about to slam the table and start hollering, but Yi Zhonghai grabbed his arm. "Sticking your neck out right, then was just asking for trouble." I couldn't be bothered wasting more breath on Silly Zhu, so I turned and strolled back toward my room. Su Damao sidled up to needle me. "Not bad, brother." Silly Zhu finally met his match today. Boring. 2 words, and I walked straight into my room. The second it was quiet, I focused. My psychic force reached out like an invisible hand, sliding over to Jia Dongshu's place in the middle courtyard. "You hit Qin Huairu, you pay for it." My mental power swept over the Jia house inch by inch, under the Kong mat, on top of the cabinet, in the busted crate in the corner, and finally hit pay dirt, an iron box at the very bottom of the big wardrobe. Inside were several stacks of cash, big bills and small, plus a pile of grain coupons and cloth coupons. I counted it up, 2,380 yuan in cash. In these days, an ordinary worker made a few dozen a month. That kind of money could keep a whole family comfortable for years. I didn't hesitate. I pulled every bill and coupon into my space and left the iron box sitting right where it was, untouched. That's just step 1. I leaned back in my chair, the corner of my mouth curling. "Old Lady Jia Dongshu, we'll take our time. No rush." Since I'd already started, one house or several made no difference. Might as well muddy the water in this whole courtyard. Yi Zhonghai was a level 8 technician. He definitely had money. My mental force swung over to Yi Zhonghai's place, and it didn't disappoint. Hidden in a gap in the bricks under his bed was a wooden case. Over 5,100 in cash, a stack of industrial coupons, meat coupons, sugar coupons, and even a bundle of remittance slips from Silly Zhu's father for the money he'd been sending Yushui. I took the cash, the coupons, and the remittance slips. All I left behind was the passbook. I had it worked out in my head. If the old man knew what was good for him and stayed out of my way, I'd call it protection money he was paying me. If he wanted to make noise, those remittance slips alone were enough to get him a bullet. Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui I left alone for now. One liked playing the big official but didn't have much cash at home. The other was so tight-fisted his savings wouldn't fill a tooth cavity. I'd deal with them later. Then I turned my attention to the deaf old lady in the back courtyard. In the novels, some people said she was a spy. Others said her son was a nationalist officer. I was curious. I wanted to poke around. But the second my mental force stretched into the back courtyard, it dissipated. Guess I'm not strong enough yet. I clicked my tongue and pulled it back. By now the meeting in the middle courtyard had broken up. Everybody who'd chipped in money or grain looked miserable. Nobody had it easy these days. Every fund, every gene of grain they handed over had been scraped out from between their own teeth. Yin Bugui had the ledger out and made Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong sign as witnesses, terrified someone would accuse him of skimming later. Once they'd signed, he handed the money and grain to old lady Jia with a sour look. "Sister Jia, it's all here." Old Yi and old Lu witnessed it. The two of them nodded and said nothing. Old lady Jia took the money and had Jia Dongshu carry the grain. Her face split into a grin, but her mouth stayed vicious. "Yin the cheapskate, don't forget, that little orphan in the front room hasn't paid up yet. Why should the whole courtyard chip in and he gets special treatment? You go tell him. Hand over the money, or I'll have my old Jia come take him away." Seeing Yin Bugui hesitate, she added a threat. "You don't go tell him, and old Jia is taking you too. My old Jia loved me best. He listens to every word I say." Then she waddled off home, humming some off-key little tune. Watching her strut through my mental link, I felt sick to my stomach. One thought, and my mental force shaped itself into an invisible foot and slammed into the back of her knee. Io. Just like Silly Zhu a minute earlier, old lady Jia dropped straight down, thud, onto her knees in her own doorway, kneecaps cracking against the step. Her face twisted in pain. Everyone still in the courtyard just stared. The 3 uncles exchanged one look, none of them daring to make a sound, and quietly turned and went home. Jia Dongshu rushed to help her up. "Ma, what happened? That hurt like hell." "Rotten luck." Old lady Jia rubbed her knee, cursing. "It's that little slut Qin Huairu. She brought bad luck back with her from the village." The moment she got inside, she headed straight for the wardrobe to put the donated money into her iron box. She opened it, empty. Not so much as a 1 fin note. She rubbed her eyes, sure she was seeing things, turned the box upside down and shook it. Nothing. Qin Huairu. Her eyes bulged. She jabbed a finger at Qin Huairu sitting by the Kong. "You were the only one home. Did you steal my retirement money? You ungrateful little slut." Still cursing, she lunged to hit her. But the second she got up, her ankle rolled and her head slammed into the corner of the table with a crack. Jia Dongshu and Bongging both jumped. "Blood. She's bleeding." Old Lady Jia touched her face, saw her hand covered in red, rolled her eyes back, and passed out. Jia Dongshu panicked. He didn't even stop to prop his mother up. He just bolted out the door. Master! Master! My ma cracked her head open. There's blood everywhere. She fainted. Yi Zhonghai heard that and hurried over to the Jia place with him. By the time they got inside, Old Lady Jia had come around and was sitting on a stool, cursing. You jinx. Our family hasn't had a single good day since we married you in. You stole my retirement money. I know it. Qin Huairu sat on the edge of the Kong holding Xiaodang, saying nothing, her face exhausted and blank. Only when Yi Zhonghai spoke did she look up. Her voice was ice cold. Call the police. Let them decide what the charge is when a mother-in-law and her son team up to beat the daughter-in-law. Yi Zhonghai's worst fear was things blowing up. He hurried to smooth it over. Huairu, your mother-in-law was wrong to hit you, but right now the priority is getting her stitched up. If you did take the money, give it back first. We can sort out the rest later. Qin Huairu closed her eyes and said nothing more. Old Lady Jia wailed and carried on beside her until Jia Dongshu finally hauled her off to the hospital on his back. Yi Zhonghai turned around and immediately started working on Qin Huairu. Huairu, this is a civilized courtyard. We respect our elders here. Your mother-in-law was wrong to hit you, but setting the facts aside, she's still your elder. You need to give a little more. He'd barely finished when Silly Zhu poked his head in the doorway, grinning. Whoa, sounds like things were pretty lively in here just now. Sister Qin, your own family beat you up this bad? You just wait. Soon as I get a free minute, I'm heading out to Qin Family Village and settling the score for you. The second Yi Zhonghai saw Silly Zhu walk in, he knew there was no point in trying to smooth things over anymore. He just shut his mouth and started hauling him toward the door. That's enough. Get home and get some rest. You've got work tomorrow. Silly Zhu let himself be dragged out, but he kept turning back to shout, Sister Qin, you need anything, just holler. Silly Zhu comes running. Once the two of them were gone, only Qin Huairu, Bongging, and Xiaodang were left in the room. Qin Huairu looked at Bongging and said wearily, go to bed. You've got school tomorrow. You skip class again, and I'll tan your hide. Bongging wasn't the least bit scared of her. He stuck his neck out and snapped. I'm not going to bed, and I'm not going to school. You're bad luck. That's what you are. If it weren't for you, would Grandma have had to kowtow? Would the money have gone missing? Qin Huairu was shaking with rage. She raised her hand, then let it drop. She remembered what I told her. This kid was already ruined. When she'd heard my voice out in the courtyard earlier, she'd nearly run out and thrown herself into my arms sobbing. I told her it wasn't time yet, that she had to wait a little longer. But she was genuinely afraid Jia Zhang would beat her to death before that day ever came. Hearing her own son talk to her like that cut her like a knife. She was close to hanging herself. She held Xiaodang tight, tears rolling down without a sound, landing on the child's clothes and spreading into little damp spots. And back in the front room, I'd seen the whole thing. I rubbed my chin. This Jia family circus was just getting started. Next, Yi Zhonghai would discover his money was gone, which would clear Qin Huairu of suspicion. And that guy definitely wouldn't dare go to the police. The thought crossed my mind, and I slipped into the space. The moment I stepped in, Wang Kai and Wang Yun came trotting over, wagging their tails, rubbing their heads against my pant legs. Not a trace of wild wolf ferocity left in them. They were basically two clingy huskies. The space was already bustling. Over 30 rabbits, more than 20 chickens, and the best surprise of all, the wild boars. 10 pink little piglets had shown up beside the two sows, grunting away as they nursed. At this breeding rate, this place is going to be packed in another 2 months, I muttered with a grin. The wheat and corn seed I'd borrowed from a farmer a few days back had already been harvested and replanted. Sweet potatoes and potatoes were piled up like little mountains, and the greens were crisp and dripping fresh, more than enough to let all these animals eat their fill. I walked over to the stone stove, pulled out a plump rabbit, cleaned it in a few quick motions, skewered it on a branch, and set it over the fire. The flames crackled, rabbit fat dripping down the branch and popping into sparks, and the smell filled the air in no time. Wang Kai and Wang Yun crouched nearby, staring hard, practically drooling onto the ground. While the rabbit roasted, I tried focusing my mind and silently willed, speed up time. Something amazing happened. The corn seedlings in front of me visibly ripened, their green leaves growing out and then rapidly withering. So it's true, my turf, my rules. I was thrilled. I cranked up the time flow over the corn and wheat plots. About an hour passed outside, and in that time I'd taken those few original seeds and gotten enough yield to plant 3 full moo. It drained me, though. I had to drink spirit water 3 times partway through. The rabbit finished up, skin crackling crisp, meat smelling incredible. I called over 2 more rabbits and tossed them to Wang Kai and Wang Yun. Both wolves immediately grabbed theirs and carried them off to gnaw on. I sat down on a stone stool and tore into my rabbit, washing it down with spring water. Absolute bliss. Full and satisfied, I patted my belly. You two entertain yourselves. I'm taking a nap. I went up to the second floor of the wooden house. The room was spotless. I laid out a mattress, lay down, set the room's time to match the outside world, and quickly sank into a deep sleep. Best sleep I'd had in ages. Early the next morning, I woke up stretching, and when I exited the space, it was just getting light. The courtyard smelled of cornmeal porridge and pickled vegetables. That homey, lived-in smell. I swept the middle courtyard with my spiritual sense. Qin Huairu was busy at the stove, while Jia Dongshu and Jia Zhang, heads still bandaged, were sound asleep on the comm. Probably up half the night with all that drama. Today I'm trying some proper old Beijing doji and jiaochuan, I said, pushing the door open and heading out. The streets were already busy. I hadn't gone far down the alley before I spotted a breakfast stall, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, doji, all steaming away, the smell carrying a long way. Comrade, one bowl of hula tang. No. Give me 2 jiaochuan and a bowl of doji. The stall owner was a guy in his 50s. The young man beside him quickly ladled out a bowl of doji and set it down. Enjoy. I looked at the stuff in the bowl, caught a whiff of that sour, rancid smell, and my stomach turned. But I'd heard about this old Beijing specialty back in my past life, so I figured I had to at least try it. I pinched my nose and took a sip, sour, funky, and astringent all at once, going straight to my head. A few old-timers drinking soy milk nearby were all watching me, clearly enjoying the show. I choked down the nausea and forced it down, and somehow managed to finish the entire bowl. The guy at the next table immediately gave me a thumbs up. Not bad, kid. Polished off a whole bowl your first time. That takes guts. I was just about to grin when I exhaled, my stomach lurched, and, blee, I threw it all right back up into the bowl. I wiped my mouth, thinking, no reason I should be the only one grossed out here. Misery loves company. I picked up the bowl and took another sip. That did it. Everyone at the stall, the doji drinkers, the youtiao eaters, not one of them could handle it. They all put down their bowls and chopsticks and started gagging. Even the old man frying the dough sticks covered his mouth and heaved. I set the bowl down without batting an eye. Comrade, 3 more meat buns. To go. The owner stared for a second, then gave me a thumbs up. You, sir, are a real man. I've been running this stall most of my life, and I've never seen anybody drink doji like that. The doji's on the house. I paid for the buns, tucked the warm meat buns away, and left under everyone's admiring gazes. After all that, though, I'd lost my appetite, so I just stuffed the buns into the space and headed for the co-op. I'd barely reached the door when I saw Director Zhang pedaling up on his bicycle, grinning. Little Lee, those 2 wolves of yours really came through. Director, what happened? I said, walking over with a smile. The smaller one, a few of us at the co-op split it. Meat was delicious. The other one, Director Zhang, trailed off deliberately. Never mind, I won't get into it now. You'll figure out how these things work soon enough. Inside, I went to the stove first to add coal and put the kettle on, then helped tidy up the counter. Before long, Sister Wang, Old Zhou, and the others started filing in. Morning, Little Lee. Sister Wang called out with a smile, then shot me a glance. Look at you, you're practically glowing. Hey kid, sleep well last night. Dream about getting yourself a wife. Slept great. Dreamed I married a whole bunch of em. Scared me awake. I grinned as I answered, pulling a handful of peanuts from my space out of my pocket and setting them on the stove. Brother Zhou, keep an eye on these. Don't let him burn. Everybody can have a taste. Whoa, those peanuts look plump. Old Zhou said with a laugh. I said hi to everyone else, then headed upstairs to do the books. While I was at it, I went back through the old ledgers too, and even turned up a few small mistakes nobody had caught before. Around noon, Director Zhang pushed the door open. Little Lee, all done. Just about, Director. I closed the ledger. When you're finished, go stretch your legs. Get your strength back. You'll be heading out to the countryside again in a few days. He sat down and took a sip of tea. Those 2 wolf pelts will be tanned in a couple of days. Take them back to that hunter and ask him if he can get us any more meat while you're at it. Everybody's short on it these days. No problem, Director. Worst case, I'll go hunt in the mountains myself. I grinned. Don't even joke about that. Do not go up into those mountains. All right, wrap up and go home and rest. Director Zhang waved me off. I put the ledgers away, went downstairs, said goodbye to Sister Wang and the others, and headed out. I was mulling something over. I needed to find Qin Huairu a place to live. Letting her keep taking abuse at the Jia house wasn't going to work. I walked along the street, scoping out good locations, and before I knew it, I'd wandered over near Qianmen. Then a sign jumped out at me. Qianmen Tavern. Well, I'll be damned. Isn't that Su Huijin's tavern? I stood there a little dazed. How'd this get crossed over with a beautiful life in the courtyard? I hadn't eaten lunch anyway, so I walked right in. There were a few square tables inside, a handful of customers already drinking and chatting, the air thick with the smell of liquor and cooking. Behind the counter, a woman in a floral print cotton jacket with short hair was working on the accounts, sharp-eyed, capable-looking, full of energy. Su Huijin, no question. What'll you have, comrade? She looked up, saw me, and smiled. Her voice was clear as a bell. I thought to myself, yep, it's really her. This is one big TV drama mashup. I pulled myself together. 2 of your best small dishes, 2 ounces of liquor. You got jajang noodles. We do. Sauce is homemade, real fragrant, she said with a smile. Just a moment, have some tea while you wait. Before long, out came a plate of shredded mustard greens and a plate of spicy pickled cabbage with the liquor poured. Last came a steaming bowl of jajang noodles topped with soybean sprouts. No cucumber, but the sauce smelled incredible. I was starving, so I dug right in. The noodles had a good chew, the sauce was salty and rich, and at the end I asked for a bowl of the noodle water. The old saying goes, the broth digests what the noodles started. I wiped my mouth and went up to the counter to settle up. Comrade, my name's Li Xing. I work at the Nanluoga Lane Supply Co-op. I've got a distant cousin who just got divorced. She's got a 3-year-old and no city residence permit. I'm trying to rent her a room, somewhere to land. You know of anything suitable? Su Huijin glanced up at me. You got the paperwork? Rentals have to be registered with the neighborhood office. Got it, all in order. I know the rules. I nodded quickly. She thought about it. I've actually got 2 empty rooms out back. They're connected. There's a partition in between, so it's like a little suite. Want to come take a look? That'd be perfect. Sorry to trouble you. I was thrilled. Su Huijin led me out to the back courtyard. It was a decent size, swept clean, with a few pomegranate trees planted in it. The 2 rooms sat in the corner, doors and windows all intact, looking fairly new. She pushed the door open. Have a look. There's a bed, a table and chairs, a stove. Everything's already here. You could move in with just a suitcase. I stepped inside. Sunlight streamed through the window. The place was bright and clean. I pressed on the bedboards, solid. Table and chairs were in good shape too. I was pretty satisfied. All right, I'll take it. How much a month? Su Huijin said. Has to follow the neighborhood rates. 2 rooms, about 40 square meters, call it 10 yuan a month. 10 it is, no problem. I pulled out 10 yuan and handed it over. Comrade, here's a deposit. Hold the place for me. In a few days I'll bring my relative by, and we'll go register at the neighborhood office together. Su Huijin waved it off with a smile. I'll hold it for you. No deposit needed, don't worry about it. When I came out of the tavern, the sun was directly overhead, warm on my skin. The hutong was full of people coming and going, bicycle bells clanging away, mixed with neighbors chatting. That classic old Beijing feel. I strolled toward Nanluoga Lane, working it out in my head. I'd get Qin Huairu moved into the tavern's back courtyard first, get her away from all that mess at the Jiao house. Right as I was thinking it, I spotted Lu Xiaoyi up ahead, pushing her bike along slowly, brow furrowed, glancing down at the chain every few steps. Sister-in-law, why are you walking it? I hurried to catch up. She turned around, saw it was me, and looked a little embarrassed. The chain came off. I've been messing with it forever and can't get it back on. She'd been pampered her whole life. She'd never done work like this. There was black grease on her fingers. That's easy, let me. I took the handlebars and propped the bike up by the curb. Stand back, I'll have it in a minute. I crouched down, popped the chain back on in a couple of moves, spun the pedals a few times, and it ran smooth. My hands were black with grease, so I just slapped them off. Done. Give it a try. She swung on, half doubting, gave a push. The chain held, steady as could be. She broke into a smile. Thank you so much, comrade Li. I was stuck here almost 10 minutes, sweating with frustration. Nothing to it. I waved it off and started to go, but she said, how come you're not riding? Nanluoga Lane's still a ways from here. Just started working, haven't saved up enough. Once I've got some money, I'll get myself a flying pigeon too. Her eyes lit up and she patted the rear rack. Then you ride mine, I'll sit on the back. We're going the same way anyway. I froze, then quickly waved my hands. No, can't do that. If someone sees us, the gossip won't do you any good. A clear conscience needs no excuse, she said, unbothered. I'll hop off before we hit Nanluoga Lane. Who's going to see? Once she put it that way, it'd be awkward to keep refusing, so I got on. All right, hold on tight. I'll ride slow. She sat on the rack, gripping the edge of the seat. I pushed off and the bike rolled forward, the winter wind cool against us. Comrade Li, are things busy at the co-op? She spoke first. Not bad. Busy season I'm out in the countryside buying stock. Slow season I'm doing the books. I kept pedaling. What do you do at home all day, sister-in-law? What is there to do? Read a little, keep house for Su Mao. She sighed. What do you read? I like reading too. We were just too poor to buy books before. I have. Reading La Dame, Aux Camellias. Have you read it? You are the one I was calling out for in my restless loneliness. That's Marguerite's confession to Armand. It's my favorite line. So you really have read it. I love that line too. I quickly played to her interests. Actually, I like Balzac even better. That book of his, Eugenie Grandet. He saw straight through human nature. Her eyes lit up. You like Balzac too? I thought nobody around here read that stuff. Sudamau only ever looks at comic books. The more we talked, the better we clicked, from foreign literature to classical poetry, then on to current events. I'd toss in a joke here and there, and she'd giggle. Sitting on the back of the bike, she could catch a faint scent on me, like grass and trees mixed with sunshine. She started to warm to me. This man was capable, well-read, and funny, a cut above the men in the courtyard who could only gossip about household trifles. Before we knew it, we'd reached the entrance to Nanluoguxiang. I stopped the bike. Here we are. You can ride the rest of the way yourself. She hopped off, smiling, and pulled out a clean handkerchief. Thank you so much for today. Here, wipe your hands. They're filthy. I looked at the handkerchief with its little embroidered flowers and hesitated. I was going to say I'd just wash up at home, but her eyes were so sincere that I took it. I'll wash it and get it back to you. No need, keep it. I've got plenty. She swung onto the bike, glanced back with a smile, and said, let's talk again sometime. I turned the handkerchief over in my fingers, thinking, no wonder she's a big capitalist's daughter, generous without a second thought. Soft fabric like this can't have been cheap. I tucked it away and headed for the co-op. Inside, Sister Wong and the others were huddled around the stove roasting peanuts, the smell drifting all the way to the door. When she saw me come in, Sister Wong laughed. Well, look who's back. Why didn't you stay out longer? I walked the whole place. My legs are killing me. I nodded. Sister Wong, I need to buy some household stuff. Toothbrush, towels, a stove, pots and pans. My room's completely empty. That's easy. She pulled me behind the shelves. What don't we have here at the co-op? She started pulling things down one by one. We'll just write these off as damaged goods. Sister Wong, aren't these all brand new? I stared at the pristine merchandise, dumbfounded. It's fine. Kid, how can you be so straight-laced? She waved a hand. We work at the co-op. Can't we have a few perks? The other three nodded at me. Right then Director Zhang came down from upstairs with a wad of cash in his hand. Little Lee, good timing. Here's the money for those 2 wolves. Got busy this morning and forgot. Count it. It was a thick stack. Director Zhang went on. Not much fat on them, so we're paying 50 cents a pound. 123 pounds, 61.50. Count it. You think I don't trust you, Director? I stuffed the money into my pocket. He laughed and pointed at me. You're something else, kid. Honest to a fault. If it's over, keep it. If it's short, don't come crying to me. He paused. You just started work and your place is bare. Take whatever household goods you need. Consider it my housewarming gift. Then I won't be shy about it. Sister Wong and the others quickly put together a full set for me, filling 2 big bags. I thanked everyone, hauled the stuff back toward the courtyard, and felt pretty good about life. I'd barely reached the courtyard gate when I heard a commotion inside, with old lady Jia's shrill voice cutting through it. I dropped my things at home and hurried over. A crowd had gathered in the middle courtyard, and Yin Bugue, who hadn't gone to work, was squatting against the wall enjoying the show. Most conspicuous of all were 2 officers in police uniforms standing outside the Jia's door. Old lady Jia had her hands on her hips, jabbing a finger at Qin Huairu. It was her. She stole my retirement money. Over 2,000 yuan. Won't admit it, and won't let me search her either. Officers, arrest her and put a bullet in her. Qin Huairu stood under the eaves holding little Xiaodang. Her face mottled with bruises, the corner of her mouth split open. She'd been beaten again. When she saw me, a flicker of light crossed her eyes, then died out, and she lowered her head, not daring to look. From the crowd, Lu Xiaoyi gave me a nod and a smile. Uncle Yin, what's going on? I squeezed in and asked. Yin Bugue leaned over and lowered his voice. Old lady Jia says the 2,000 sum she had hidden away is gone. She's dead set that Qin Huairu took it, reported it, and the police came. What proof do you have that I stole your money? Qin Huairu suddenly lifted her head, her voice trembling. I don't even know where you keep your money. How could I steal it? And you've beaten me more times than I can count. Today, in front of the police and all the neighbors, let me say it plain. I've had enough of this life. The officer frowned, looking at the injuries on her face. Comrade, did she do this to you? Yes. Qin Huairu nodded, tears spilling over. She hits me when she's happy and when she's not. If I fight back, her son Jia Dongshu helps her. I can't take it anymore. Nonsense. Old lady Jia dropped down onto the ground, slapping her thighs and wailing. I only hit you because you stole the money. You ungrateful slut, spending my money on some other man. Officers, search her. Search her things. You'll find it, I guarantee it. She lunged forward and tried to tear at Qin Huairu's clothes. Take them off and prove you're clean. Otherwise, you're the thief. Qin Huairu clutched Xiaodang tight and backed away, her eyes full of fear, but she gritted her teeth and said, I won't. This is humiliating. I didn't steal any money, and I want a divorce from Jia Dongxiu. Divorce? Don't even dream about it. Old Lady Jia sprang up and grabbed for her hair. The officers rushed to hold her back. Old Lady Jia, that's enough. You've beaten her half to death. What more do you want? She had it coming. Old Lady Jia glared. This is Jia family business. None of your concern. If I don't get my money back today, I'm not through with her. The neighbors started murmuring. A daughter-in-law who steals deserves a beating. Old Lady Jia's got money after all. Just yesterday, she was asking us to help her out. Next time they pass the hat for that family, they won't get a cent from me. The officer barked. Quiet, all of you. We'll settle this properly. Then he turned to Qin Huairu. She says you stole the money. Can you prove you didn't? Qin Huairu shook her head, tears falling harder. I can't prove it, but I really didn't. All these years in the Jia family, I've swallowed my anger day after day, taken the beatings and the abuse just so my children would have food in their mouths. Now she's lost her money and she's smearing me with it. I can't bear it anymore. She drew a deep breath, as if making the biggest decision of her life. Officers, I want a divorce from Jia Dongxiu. He and Old Lady Jia have abused me for years, beating me, cursing me. I want to press charges. Even if I can't prove I didn't steal the money, I don't want to live with them another day. The whole courtyard froze. Nobody expected it. Qin Huairu, the meekest, most long-suffering woman in the whole compound, saying something like that right in front of the police. First Anne had already run off to the steel mill to spread the word the moment Old Lady Jia started screaming about calling the cops, and now Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongxiu had taken leave and hurried back. Yi Zhonghai caught the tail end of it and stepped forward, frowning. Huairu, calm down. Whatever it is, we can talk it out. Divorce isn't something you decide on a whim. First uncle, I can't calm down. Qin Huairu looked at him, her eyes full of despair and iron resolve. If I keep living with these people, sooner or later they'll beat me to death. And then what happens to Xiaodong? She'll starve. I don't care if it kills me. I'm getting a divorce today. I stood in the crowd, looking at Qin Huairu's thin, frail figure, and felt a knot of pain and anger in my chest. I'd known the Jia family were rotten, but I hadn't thought Old Lady Jia would be vicious enough to drag the police in just to humiliate Qin Huairu. I took a step forward and looked at the officers. Comrade, I'd like to say something. Every eye in the courtyard turned to me. Old Lady Jia glared at me suspiciously. What do you want to say? You messing around with that little slut? That why you're sticking up for her? Old Lady Jia, watch your mouth. I looked at her coldly. I work at the supply co-op, and I live in this compound. Every neighbor here has seen what kind of person Qin Huairu is. Whether she'd steal money, I think we all know the answer. I paused. Besides, even if money really did go missing, that doesn't give anyone the right to beat someone. And it sure doesn't give anyone the right to strip a woman down to prove she's clean. That's vigilante punishment. As for the divorce, that's their family's business. But if there's real abuse going on, I'd ask the comrades to look into it and see that justice is done. The officer nodded. He's got a point. Old Lady Jia, you had no business hitting anyone. And right now there's no evidence Qin Huairu took anything. We can't just search her and convict her on a hunch. He glanced around the room. Place is torn apart, and there's still no evidence. 2,000 yuan is a major case. We'll investigate as fast as we can. The other officer added, go home and wait. We'll send people to look into it. And from now on, no more hitting or cursing at Qin Huairu. Do it again and we'll handle it by the book. Old Lady Jia wasn't having it. She plopped down on the ground and started wailing. Old Jia, come up here and look. Somebody's bullying your little flower. Take him all away. Old Lady Jia, you dare spread feudal superstition? Come with us, you can get some education down at the station. The officer moved to grab her. Yi Zhonghai rushed over to plead. Comrade, please don't be angry. She's just a peasant woman, no schooling, doesn't know the law. Don't stoop to her level. I'm the head elder of this compound. I'll set her straight, I promise. The officer nodded. This is the new society. We don't do superstition around here, and we don't beat our wives. Understood. After a few words of reassurance to Qin Huairu, telling her to come to the station anytime she needed help, the police left. With no more show to watch, the crowd broke up too. Jia Dongxiu, who'd been hiding in a corner, saw the police go and instantly grew a spine again, cursing as he came at her. You stinking bitch, you're from the countryside. I married you to wait on me, and now you want a divorce? I'll beat you half to death. Yi Zhonghai, so righteous a minute ago, didn't lift a finger to stop him. Jia Dongxiu was almost on her when Qin Huairu shut her eyes. I flexed my mental power, and Jia Dongxiu ended up in exactly the same pose Silly Zhu and Old Lady Jia had been in last night. With a yelp, he dropped straight down onto his knees in front of Qin Huairu. Jia Dongxiu, I said, the police haven't gotten far. Want me to call them back? He struggled up, wincing at his knees, and jabbed a finger at me. Was this you? Silly Zhu and my mom both went down on their knees last night out of nowhere. Nothing's been right in this compound since you showed up, and my family's money went missing the same day you moved in. You stole it, didn't you? Yi Zhonghai gave me a nasty look too. Dongshu's right. Li Xing reported us to the neighborhood office his very first day here. He moves in yesterday, and money disappears. I stared at him, speechless. Qin Huairu went tense. She was afraid I'd get dragged into it because of her, and then she and shouting really would have nothing left. I smiled, leaned in close to Yi Zhonghai, and lowered my voice. That box where you stash your money, you've got some nice things in there, including He Daqing's remittance slips. If somebody else found those. Yi Zhonghai's eyes went wide. You. I watched the blood drain from his face. You want to line up someone to take care of you in your old age, that's your business. I won't get in the way, but don't ever come at me. Otherwise. I triggered my power again and clamped down on his throat. Yi Zhonghai couldn't make a sound, couldn't breathe. He clawed at his neck, scrabbling at his own windpipe. Half a minute later I let go. He gasped for air, staring at me in raw terror, then turned and bolted for his house. I turned back to old lady Jia and Jia Dongshu. Your backer's gone. Weren't you two demanding a divorce? Office is still open, better hurry. With that, I nodded to Qin Huairu, waved at Lu Xiaoyi, who was standing under the archway with her mouth hanging open, and headed home. Lu Xiaoyi walked over to Qin Huairu. Sister Qin, you've got real courage. I admire you. She took shouting from her arms. Go on, I'll watch her. Su Damao's out in the countryside showing films. He'll be gone for days. You can stay at my place tonight. Qin Huairu gripped the divorce certificate, the thick paper crumpling under her fingers, the ink still faintly fragrant. It was like a bolt of lightning splitting open 9 years of darkness. She'd married into the capital from Qinjia village at 18, the envy of every girl in the village, a city wife. But 9 years had worn away her youth without wearing down old lady Jia's fists or Jia Dongshu's coldness. All it left her was a body full of scars and a heart gone numb. Now she was 27, and this thin scrap of paper had finally pulled her out of hell. Let's see how you get by now. Jia Dongshu spat, his face dark. Take your worthless little money pit and get out. You're not taking so much as a needle and thread from the Jia family. Qin Huairu didn't look at him and didn't say a word. She folded the certificate, tucked it carefully into an inside pocket against her skin, turned, and walked away. She walked briskly back to courtyard number 95. Sunlight spilled over her, so warm it almost made her cry. Passing my room in the front row, she hesitated, then knocked softly. I was busy inside my space. I'd just finished butchering a wild boar. The livestock in there was multiplying nicely. Qin Huairu getting her divorce today was cause for real celebration. We ought to mark it properly, and set a good omen for the days ahead. Hearing the knock, I willed myself out of the space, put a slab of pork belly and some offal into a newly bought enamel basin, wiped my hands, and went to open the door. The door swung. The door opened. Qin Huairu stood there, eyes red and swollen, holding up the divorce certificate. Before I could say a word, she was already handing it to me. I took it, glanced at it, and passed it back. I made my voice as gentle as I could. From now on, I'll take care of you. 6 words. That's all it took to break down every wall she'd built. All those years of swallowed grievances, the beatings, the fear, it all came pouring out as tears. She clapped a hand over her mouth, shoulders shaking violently, not daring to make a sound. Go ahead and cry. It's okay, I said softly. Nobody's going to push you around ever again. She cried for a good while before she pulled herself together, sniffling as she asked, Where do I go now? Head over to Su Damao's place and find Lu Xiaoyi. She said she'd help you look after shouting. I pointed toward the back courtyard. I've got something to take care of. I'll come find you in a bit. Qin Huairu nodded and left, clutching the divorce certificate. As she passed through the middle courtyard, Granny Jia was standing in the doorway with her hands on her hips, cursing away. Seeing her come back only made it worse. You shameless little slut. Qin Huairu ignored her. She didn't even go back for her clothes, just walked straight to the back courtyard. Lu Xiaoyi was in the middle of telling shouting a story. She hurried over when she saw her. Sister Qin, you're back? Did everything go through okay? Yeah, it's done. Qin Huairu managed a smile and showed her the certificate, then took Xiaodang into her arms. Lu Xiaoyi was genuinely thrilled for her. That's wonderful. You're finally free. She planted a kiss on the little girl's cheek. Xiaodang's such a good girl. Come inside with Auntie. I'll make you some brown sugar water. Qin Huairu followed her in, feeling like a weight had finally lifted off her chest. Lu Xiaoyi briskly mixed up a bowl of brown sugar water and fed it to Xiaodang, then sat down to chat. Sister Qin, don't worry about the future. Tomorrow I'll go back to my parents' place and talk to my dad. He'll help you find a job. Meanwhile, I stashed the enamel basin in my space and strolled toward the back courtyard. Just as I reached Su Damao's door, I could hear the two of them talking inside. I swept the area with my mental sense, nobody watching. I pulled the meat out of my space and kicked the door a couple of times. Sister Xiaoyi, Sister Qin, I'm here. Lu Xiaoyi opened the door and immediately spotted the huge pot in my hands. Whoa, that's a lot of meat. Fresh pork belly and offal. Today's a good day, so let's eat well. I set the pot down next to the stove and grinned. Sister Xiaoyi, if anyone asks, just say you brought it back from your parents' place. Saves us the trouble. My cooking's terrible, so tonight I'm counting on you. That's nothing. Lu Xiaoyi thumped her chest. Just wait, I'll show you what I can do. I guarantee it'll taste better than anything Silly Zhu makes. She may have been a rich man's daughter, but her mother had drilled 10 family cuisine into her since she was little. She had real skills. She just never bothered showing them off. The two of them were busy at it when footsteps sounded outside the courtyard gate. Silly Zhu came barreling in with a lunchbox in hand. He'd run into Yin Bugue at the gate after work, who told him Qin Huairu had gotten divorced, a piece of news that had cost him a whole lunchbox. He was half delighted, half worried. Delighted because he finally had his chance. Worried because a woman on her own with kids has it rough. He hadn't even gone home first, just came straight over. Spotting Qin Huairu feeding shouting the sugar water, he rushed right up. Sister Qin, I heard. Don't you worry. As long as Silly Zhu's got food on his plate, you and your kids won't go hungry. He pounded his chest. Yu Shui's at boarding school. Her room's empty. You move in there. I'll take care of everything from here. I leaned against the doorframe, saying nothing, watching Qin Huairu with a half smile. I just wanted to see how she'd handle it. Qin Huairu set down the bowl and looked up at him, eyes full of gratitude, but she shook her head. Thank you, Zhuzi. You're a good man. I'll stay with Xiaoyi for now. We'll figure the rest out later. The classic, you're a good man brush off. I couldn't help it. I snorted out loud. Silly Zhu had been basking in the compliment, but the laugh made him whip his head around. Only then did he realize there was someone else in the room. His face darkened. What are you doing here? He'd had eyes only for Qin Huairu and hadn't even looked at anyone else. You can come, but I can't. I raised an eyebrow. Sister Xiaoyi is my neighbor, Sister Qin is my friend. We're having dinner together. Problem? You. Silly Zhu choked on his words and stiffened his neck. I'm talking to Sister Qin. This has nothing to do with you. Zhuzi, don't be like that. Qin Huairu cut in quickly. Li Xing means well. He's helped me out a lot. That was when Silly Zhu finally noticed the pot of meat. An idea struck him. That's a lot of meat. Here, let me show you all what a real chef looks like. He rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Lu Xiaoyi and I exchanged a glance. I laughed. Let him do it. You can take a break. The smell soon filled the whole courtyard. Bongding caught a whiff and started whining for meat, and Granny Jia followed her nose all the way to the back courtyard, only to find it was Su Damo's place. Her shrill cursing started up right outside the door. Qin Huairu, you little tramp. Using the money you stole from me to buy meat. Have you got no conscience at all? At all? She planted herself in the doorway, hands on hips, jabbing a finger at the iron pot. That's got to be my retirement money. Where else would you get cash for meat? Hand it over. Granny Jia, I brought this back from my parents' house. Don't go accusing people. Lu Xiaoyi's face was tight with anger. Granny Jia sneered. How do I know you two didn't cook up that story to fool me? Her beady little eyes rolled. You want me, Zhang Xiaohua, to believe you? Easy. Give me a bowl of it, and I'll believe you. Lu Xiaoyi just stared at her, stunned. The nerve on this woman. Did she think everyone was an idiot? Second Uncle Lu Haizhong was just sitting down to eat when he heard the shouting. Nothing was going to come between him and his scrambled eggs. Once he'd finished, he came out planning to lecture Lu Xiaoyi and the others. But before he even reached the door, he heard Zhang Xiaohua demanding meat and turned right back around. With her shamelessness, if she didn't get any meat, she'd probably come after him next. Lu Haizhong left, but Yi Zhonghai arrived, with third uncle Yin Bugue in tow. Yin Bugue had followed his nose too, and had run into Yi Zhonghai in the middle courtyard, so they'd come together. Yi Zhonghai took one look at Granny Jia and understood immediately. She was just craving meat. He stepped forward, about to launch into lecture mode, then spotted me sitting inside. Without a word, he turned and walked away, no hesitation whatsoever. He remembered the terror of being at my mercy all too clearly. He believed in ghosts and spirits, and what I'd done to him that afternoon had been far too uncanny. He'd gone home and checked his cash box. Sure enough, nothing left but the bank book. Yin Bugue watched him spin around and leave, baffled. What's going on? If you don't lead the charge, how am I supposed to sneak in behind you and get some meat? He wanted to leave too, but that smell of stewing meat. He just couldn't tear himself away. He stepped up and tried to reason with her. Sister-in-law Jia, you think Damao's wife's family is short on meat? Besides, look at the upbringing Xiaoyes had. She wouldn't stoop to lying. The truth was, old lady Jia had wanted to leave the moment she saw me. But over 2,000 yuan, her bull-headed temper, and the smell of that meat, it all combined to knock the sense clean out of her. It was that slut Qin Huairu who stole it, buying meat to feed her fancy man. And that little bastard named Li is no better. Old Lady Jia had completely lost it. Bonging had been waiting at home forever, and when Grandma didn't come back with any meat, he got antsy and dragged his dad, Jia Dongxiu, out to the back courtyard. The first thing he saw at the door was a whole pot of braised meat. His mouth started watering. "Hey, slut, I want meat. Dish some out for me now." Bonging hollered at Qin Huairu. That was more than I could stomach. I walked over and slapped him across the face. Bonging let out a shriek, went down in a heap, and started bawling. Qin Huairu had been furious at her son for calling her that, but the second she heard him cry and saw that I'd hit him, her heart twisted. She couldn't stop herself from going over and helping him up. Seeing her grandson get hit sent old lady Jia completely over the edge. "You little bastard. You, that slut stud, you dare hit my grandson? I'll kill you." She came charging at me, screaming. Jia Dongxiu shrank off to the side, too scared to come near. You can guess how it ended. She hit her knees. Again. I snorted. "Look at you. You're the elder here, and you spend all day beating your daughter-in-law and teaching your grandson to curse his own mother. If old Jia were alive, he'd strangle you, and you're always calling on him. If he ever actually came, the first person he'd drag off would be you, Zhang Xiaohua." She dropped to her knees, fully intending to call out to old Jia. Her grandson had just been smacked around, after all. But after hearing that, she didn't dare. She was genuinely afraid he'd come take her with him. 3 times on her knees now. It was starting to feel cursed. Just then, the deaf old lady from the back courtyard came hobbling over on her cane. She sniffed the air and smiled. "My, that meat smells good. Xiaoyi, dear, how about a bowl for an old woman?" Fool Zhu was on her instantly, all eagerness. "Auntie, hold on. I'll get you some right now." He grabbed a bowl and reached for the pot. "Hold it." I stopped him. "That meat came from Sister Xiaoyi's family. Who eats it is her call. Don't stand here being generous with somebody else's food." Fool Zhu's hand froze. He looked embarrassed and didn't dare move again. Lu Xiaoyi glanced at me, then smiled. "Not a problem, Auntie. As soon as it's done, I'll bring you a bowl myself." I didn't say anything more, but I already had plans. When I first walked into the back courtyard, I'd swept her room with my mental sense, and under the mat on her Kong, I'd found a wooden chest, a whole box of silver dollars, 9 small gold bars, and 2 sets of gleaming jewelry, hairpieces and all. The old woman looked like nobody special, but she was sitting on a fortune. She was definitely not what she seemed. I quietly moved all the gold and silver into my space. Her background was murky at best. Leaving that stuff in her hands could turn into trouble. Better that I hold on to it for her. I stopped paying any attention to old lady Jia and turned to go back inside. The second she saw that, Zhang Xiaohua scrambled up, grabbed Bonging, and bolted. That round little body of hers practically skated across the ground. Jia Dongxiu couldn't even keep up behind her. The farce was over, and the meat was ready. At dinner, Lu Xiaoyi packed Fool Zhu a mess tin to take home. He grumbled about it, and it wasn't until Qin Huairu spoke up that he finally left, holding the tin and looking back every 3 steps. Once he was gone, Lu Xiaoyi pulled out 2 bottles of red wine she'd brought back from her parents' place. "Come on, let's have a drink. To Sister Qin starting her new life." She poured all 3 of us a glass and raised hers with a smile. Qin Huairu kept her head down, avoiding my eyes, worried I was angry that she'd gone soft, and helped Bonging up. "We're all human. There's nothing wrong with a mother aching for her child." I sighed. "But think about the bruises on your body. Think about how your son treats you. He's already ruined. His grandmother destroyed him." I handed her a glass. "Here, forget the past. Start fresh." The 3 of us clinked glasses. The mellow smell of wine mixed with the meat. It was genuinely nice. After a couple of sips, Qin Huairu's face flushed, and all that tension finally drained out of her. She started talking more, chatting about everyday things with Lu Xiaoyi. The 3 of us ate and talked, and before we knew it, both bottles were empty. Neither of them could hold their liquor. Their cheeks were bright red, their eyes unfocused. Drunk. I've got a decent tolerance, so I was fine. After dinner, I cleared the dishes while the 2 of them leaned on each other and stumbled into the bedroom. When I finished washing up and came in, they were both already lying on the Kong, asleep, breathing evenly. I was about to turn and go when Qin Huairu suddenly opened her eyes. Clear, sharp, not a trace of drunkenness left. She sat up and gently caught my sleeve, her voice husky from the wine. "Don't go." I blinked, then understood. She'd been faking it. The room was dim, but I could see the feeling in her eyes. I bent down, lifted her carefully, and carried her out to the outer room. Afraid of waking Lu Xiaoyi, we both kept quiet. Right in the middle of it, there was a soft sound from the inner room. Lu Xiaoyi had drunk too much wine, and then tea on top of it. Her bladder woke her up. She was just about to get out of bed when she heard what was happening in the outer room and froze, too mortified to move. I noticed. I knew she was awake. But the arrow was already off the string, nothing to do but push through. Lying there listening, Lu Xiaoyi's face burned. and her body reacted in ways she couldn't control. In the end, she couldn't hold it and wet the bed. Afterward, I said quietly, I found a place. Meet me at Jingyang Gate tomorrow at noon, and we'll go handle the paperwork. Qin Huairu nodded, her eyes full of trust. Whatever you say. I patted her shoulder, then slipped out. The moment I was gone, Lu Xiaoyi threw off the quilt and sat up, face scarlet, looking at Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu was embarrassed too. She hesitated a moment, then told her everything about me and her, from the snowy night at the corn shed, to the way I'd looked after her, to the divorce that day. All of it, holding nothing back. Lu Xiaoyi listened in silence for a while, then let out a small, resigned laugh. Sister Qin, I envy you. There was real longing in her eyes. Being able to follow your own heart, brave enough to go after the life you want. That's really something. They looked at each other and smiled, and the awkwardness evaporated. They got up, found a clean sheet, and changed the bed together, both of them breaking into giggles. Xiaodong slept between Lu Xiaoyi and Qin Huairu. Lu Xiaoyi rolled onto her side, propped her head on her elbow, and looked over at Qin Huairu on the far edge of the bed. Sister Qin, I sort of heard Li Xing say earlier, he rented a place for you? Qin Huairu nodded. Home. Said to wait for him at Jingyang Gate around noon tomorrow, so it's probably somewhere around there. Why rent? That's such a waste of money. Lu Xiaoyi waved a hand, her eyes bright. When I got married, my mom gave me a little one-courtyard place as part of my dowry, over by Balugo Lane. Su Damao doesn't even know it exists. The neighborhood office came around a while back saying housing's tight in the city and I should rent it out, but I never agreed. She leaned in and lowered her voice. Just move in there. Private entrance, all to yourself, nice and quiet, and it'd be a lot easier for you and Li Xing to see each other. Qin Huairu's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Besides, it's part of your dowry. I'd feel strange living there. What trouble? Lu Xiaoyi slapped the quilt. It's just sitting empty. I'd feel better with you in it than with some stranger. And if you feel bad about it, I'll just come over and mooch meals off you. That got a laugh out of Qin Huairu, and most of her hesitation melted away. All right then. I'll ask Li Xing first thing tomorrow. Lu Xiaoyi yawned. Good. Now get some sleep. We've got a move to make tomorrow. They turned off the light, and the little courtyard went quiet. Nothing but the wind outside the window. Early the next morning, Qin Huairu got up without a sound and headed over to my place before she'd even washed up. I'd just come out of the space and was about to go grab breakfast. Seeing her, I smiled and stepped aside to let her in. What's got you up so early? Li Xing, there's something I want to run by you. She sat down and laid out the whole thing about Lu Xiaoyi offering the courtyard, then added, I think it's a good fit. I just worry it's not quite by the book, so I wanted your take. My eyes lit up. Talk about someone handing you a pillow right when you're nodding off. A little courtyard with its own entrance, nobody around to bother us. Perfect. Willing? I'm more than willing. I paused. But we should still rent it properly. Go through the motions, register at the neighborhood office, pay the rent, so nobody can start talking later. I'll cover the rent. Don't worry about it. Qin Huairu nodded, warmth spreading through her chest. Then I'll tell Xiaoyi. Should we go take care of it today? Sure. Let me finish breakfast and stop by work first. Wait for me to get back. Out of the compound, I headed straight for that breakfast stall from last time. The old man running it grinned the moment he saw me. Young fella, another bowl of doji today? Everybody's waiting for the show. A few of the regulars chimed in. Yeah, that heroic feat last time, still fresh in our memories. I waved them off. No thanks, uncle. I'm afraid you'd all curse me out. 3 meat buns and a bowl of soy milk. The old man pursed his lips, looking genuinely disappointed. Coming right up, he handed them over with practiced speed. Eat 'em hot. I finished, paid, and headed for the co-op. I reached the door at the exact same time as Director Zhang. Morning, Director. Morning to you too. He pulled a burlap sack out of his bike basket and handed it to me. Those 2 wolf pelts. Make another trip out to the countryside in the next couple days. It's getting colder. Get in as many runs as you can while you still can. I took the sack. No problem. I'll go today. Good. Bring back as much meat as you can. Everybody's short, and it's good for smoothing things over with people. Before the new year, I'll put you up for a model worker award. I knew better than to take a leader's word at face value. A painted cake looks good, but doesn't fill you up. Still, I sounded sincere enough. Thank you so much. I promise I won't let you down this time. Just do your best. Safety comes first. Director, mind if I take the tricycle this time? The bike can't carry much. I was thinking about that big wild boar in the space. I was afraid it'd blow out the bike tires. Fine. Keys hanging behind the counter. Old Joe isn't hauling anything these days. Take it. Got it. I'll let you get to work. I'm off. I pedaled the tricycle back to the compound, locked it up, and went straight to the rear courtyard for Qin Huairu and Lu Xiaoyi. Ladies, ready to go? The trikes parked out front. Qin Huairu came out carrying Xiaodong, Lu Xiaoyi with a bag in hand. and we headed to the gate. The second we stepped out, we ran into third Uncle Yin Bugue, bucket in one hand, fishing rod in the other, on his way out to fish. He was sizing up the tricycle at the gate, thinking to himself, why does this thing look familiar? Then he saw us come out, and it clicked. It was the co-ops. Little Lee, where are you all headed? Taking Sister Chin back to her mother's place. What about it, Uncle Yin? Planning to chip in for travel expenses? Yin Bugue immediately clapped a hand over his left breast pocket. Huh, Little Lee, you don't understand. In our family, I'm the only one earning. Right, Uncle Yin, you'd better hurry up and get to your fishing. Don't let anyone from the school spot you. It's not exactly a holiday. See you around. I got them settled in the cargo bed, stood on the pedals, and took off, ignoring Yin Bugue muttering behind us. 3 passengers, me pedaling up front, and I didn't feel it at all. Half an hour later we arrived. The neighborhood office saw that all the paperwork was in order, and with Lu Xiaoyi as the registered owner vouching for us, they registered it without asking many questions. The clerk even smiled. Shame to leave a nice little courtyard sitting empty. Comrade Chin moving in is perfect, all legal and above board. Live there with peace of mind. Paperwork done, Lu Xiaoyi led us over to the courtyard. Push open the main gate, and there's a brick-carved spirit wall with the fortune, prosperity, longevity motif, an osmanthus tree beside it. Round the corner, and the whole delicate little courtyard opens up. Gray brick paving, a pomegranate tree in the corner, a small flower bed. 3 rooms in the main house, 2 each in the east and west wings. Doors and windows freshly painted, bright and spotless. There's a Zelkova tree east of the main house, mirroring the osmanthus at the gate. Osmanthus in front, Zelkova behind. Pluck the osmanthus. Pass the imperial exam. My mom worried the place would get damp, so she has people come clean regularly. All the household stuff is already here. Lu Xiaoyi pushed open the door to the main house. Tables, chairs, bed, everything in place. The bedding clean and carrying a faint scent of soap bark. Shouting ran off to play the moment she got into the yard. Chin Huairu looked around the tidy little courtyard, her eyes full of delight. I felt settled too. Sister Xiaoyi, thank you so much for today. I won't forget this. Don't be so formal with me. Lu Xiaoyi waved it off, though something faintly sour flickered through her eyes. Seeing how attentive I was toward Chin Huairu, she couldn't help feeling a pang. I didn't notice. You two sit tight. I need to step out for a bit. Back soon. I turned and left, found an empty alley, and with a thought, slipped into the space. The space was packed with supplies. I ground some wheat and corn into flour and bagged it. Then I loaded up 100 gene of sweet potatoes, 100 gene of potatoes, and a basket of cabbage and radishes, and finally pulled out 30 gene of pork with a good fat-to-lean ratio. All of it into the cargo bed. Then I realized we were short on firewood. I felled a big tree in an instant, split it into evenly sized pieces, dried them out, loaded them up, and tied them down with straw rope, which conveniently covered the food underneath. I came out of the space and pedaled the tricycle back, the load rising well above the sides of the bed. The firewood I'd cut drew stares from passers-by. A few even came up asking if I'd trade for it. Back at the little courtyard, I unloaded everything and stacked it in the kitchen. Chin, help yourself to all of this. Eat it, use it, whatever. If you run out, I'll bring more. Chin Huairu stared at the small mountain of supplies, her eyes stinging. This much, it'll last the two of us a long time. Lu Xiaoyi stood off to the side, watching me hold nothing back from Chin Huairu. The bitterness in her chest thickened. She managed to smile. You two take your time getting settled. I'm heading back. I've got a few things to take care of at home. I nodded and walked her to the door. Be careful on the way, Xiaoyi. Come by any time. I will. She answered softly, turned into the alley, and never looked back. After seeing her off, I helped Chin Huairu put everything away and reminded her once more. Anything you need, just come find me. Then I said goodbye and pedaled off toward the little tavern. I'd already agreed to rent the place from Su Huijin, and now that I didn't need it, the least I could do was tell her in person so she wouldn't feel slighted. The tavern was quiet in the morning. This wasn't Shandong. Nobody around here had the habit of drinking at dawn. Su Huijin sat behind the counter doing her books. She looked up with a smile when I walked in. There you are, signing the paperwork today. Su, I've got something to tell you, and I'm really sorry about it. I stepped up to the counter, keeping my tone sincere. My cousin ended up finding her own place, so I won't be needing the room after all. That's on me. I should have thought it through instead of leaving you hanging. Ah, that's nothing. She waved it off, completely unbothered. The room's just sitting empty anyway. No rent, no harm. You didn't have to make a special trip. That's way too formal. She paused, and her eyes lit up. Say, Lee, don't you work at the supply and marketing co-op? All I've got in this place is pickled vegetables and salted peanuts. Not a scrap of meat. You know anybody who could get me some? Pork, chicken, I'm not picky, anything edible. Beef's out of the question for now, but pork and chicken I might be able to swing. I nodded. I'm actually heading out to the countryside today to do some purchasing. If I come across anything off the books, I'll bring it by. Consider it my apology. Apology nothing. You actually bring me meat, and I'll owe you one. Su Huijian's eyes crinkled into slits. Be careful out there. If you get any, bring it straight to the back kitchen. Don't worry, I'll come through. I'll knock on the back door. We chatted a bit longer, then I said my goodbyes. Pedaling out of the city, I ran the numbers in my head. In this freezing weather, going village to village buying goods was pure misery. I had no shortage of grain or meat in the space. Better to head up into the mountains and see what I could turn up. Bag some game, knock out my quota, and maybe stock the space with a few live animals while I was at it. Nearly 3 hours of riding later, I found a secluded stretch of forest, stowed the bike in the space, and continued on foot. There was no riding through terrain like that. I kept my mental energy running full tilt the whole way. Nothing within 30 meters escaped me, not a rustle of grass. The last thing I wanted was to walk into something dangerous. Trouble was, it burned through me fast. I hadn't gone far before my head started swimming. I ducked into the space, took a couple of swallows of spirit spring water, and snapped right back, like respawning at the fountain in a game to top off your HP and mana. There was an upside too. My mental energy came back a little stronger each time. The snow up here hadn't melted, it crunched under my boots. Bare branches everywhere. Deeper in, the pines stood green as ever. I wandered most of the day without running into anything big, just pheasants and hares darting around. Not worth the hassle, so I let them go. I found myself thinking, when I get the time, I should make a trip up to the northeast. Grab some of the rare stuff they'd ban you from eating decades from now, breed them in the space, and eat whatever I want whenever I want. That would be living. I was still pushing forward when I felt a wave of warmth up ahead. A sweep of mental energy showed me a hot spring tucked into a hollow, steam curling off the surface, a few unidentifiable fish swimming happily in it. Well, would you look at that? A hot spring, now that's a find. My eyes lit up. I slipped into the space and used my mental energy to dig out a large pool in an open patch of ground. Back at the hollow, one thought was all it took. The spring water poured into the space in an endless stream, fish and all, and the steaming water quickly filled the new pool. I crouched at the edge, watching the fish circle, feeling downright pleased with myself. A private hot spring in my own space. Life just kept getting better. 2 full days of roaming the mountains finally paid off. In a stand of pines, I stumbled onto a family of wild boars, 7 of them. 2 adults. The sow well over 300 gene, the boar a bit smaller at just over 200. 5 piglets, the biggest 40 or 50 gene, the runt barely 20-some. All of them round and solid looking. I didn't take any chances. I circled quietly around behind them, then let my mental energy explode outward, clamping down on all 7 at once and pulling them into the space, frozen in place. I hurried over and used the rope I'd brought to bind all 4 hooves on every one of them. Good and tight. Done. Get these back to town, and Worker of the Year might just have my name on it. I dusted off my hands and spent the night sleeping in the space. I came out early the next morning and walked along while before clearing the treeling. I checked front and back, nobody around. So I pulled out the 3-wheeled flatbed cart and made a fast run for the capital. Dusk was falling by the time I neared the city limits. I took the 2 biggest boars out of the space, hooves still bound, added a few hares whose necks I snapped with mental energy, loaded it all onto the cart, and covered it with pine boughs. Looking at that heavy load of game, I could have laughed out loud. Quota blown past, plus enough meat to bring Su Huijin some. Perfect. I rode toward the city with the tires practically bulging under the weight, humming a tune, though my legs were feeling it. Excuse me, comrade. Hold up a moment. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit flagged me down. I turned to look, for pockets on that suit. Something I can do for you, comrade? I squeezed the brakes, the wheels skidding half a turn in the snow. He stepped up briskly, pulled a pack of great front gates from his pocket, and shook one loose for me. I'd actually quit smoking. But the second my eyes landed on that cigarette, my fingers closed around the filter on their own. He struck a match and cupped the flame toward me. I leaned in, lit up, felt the smoke slide down my throat, and let out a slow white plume. Quit my ass. Nothing beats this. I'm Li Weiman, deputy director of the cannery. And you are, comrade. He lit one for himself. My stomach did a small flip. Li, actually. Maybe we were family 500 years back. Li Xing. Li Xing. He narrowed his eyes, clapped my arm, then took my hand and gave it a shake. No wonder you looked so familiar. Turns out we're clan. Uncle Li you. Just call me Shaoli. I glanced back at the cargo bed. There were grunts and snuffles working their way out from under the pine boughs. So what did you want me for just now? I saw your cart was loaded down, and I heard something moving, he said, jerking his chin toward the bed. You hauling pigs back there? I scratched the back of my head. I'd been so focused on tying the hooves I'd forgotten to tie the snouts. Yep. Went out to the countryside on a purchasing run and came up empty, so I spent a couple days up in the hills. Caught 2 wild boars in snares. Figured I'd bring them back, so I'd have something to show for the trip. I work at the Nanluo Guxiang Co-op, accountant and buyer. 2 wild boars. His voice jumped. Then he caught himself and dropped it, grabbing my arm. Nephew, come on, let's you and me talk over there. Too many people around here. Once we were up against the wall, he leaned in, unable to wait. Nephew, mind if I take a look at those boars? Why not? They're not brides under a veil. I flipped the pine boughs back. The 2 boars came into view, bristles crusted with snow, all 4 hooves bound, but still thrashing, low grunts rumbling in their throats. Li Weiman reached out and ran a hand along one of their backs. Would you look at the size of these? This one's got to be 300 pounds, easy. Never weighed them. Just eyeballing it. I pulled the boughs back over. He whipped his head around to me. Nephew, you think this is fate, or what? Sell me one of these. Keep the other one to turn in at work. What do you say? I frowned slightly. Uncle, that's. Name your price, whatever you want. He slapped his thigh. If it's in my power, consider it done. Something clicked in my head. I took half a step closer. Uncle, you're a factory director. You short on workers over there, by any chance? Aren't you at the co-op? You want to come work at the cannery? He looked baffled. Not me. A cousin of mine, distant one. I lowered my voice. Divorced, raising a kid on her own. I can't just keep slipping her money forever. I'd like to get her a job so she can stand on her own 2 feet. I see. He paced a couple of steps, his leather soles ringing crisp against the frozen ground. Talk about timing. The factory just opened up a temp position, loading and unloading. I pressed my lips together. Uncle, she's a woman. Hauling freight might be a little. Listen to me. These days having any job is a blessing, and here I am making demands. Where do you want me to take these 2 boars? The moment he heard he was getting both, his eyes lit up and he clapped my shoulder. No, that was thoughtless of me. Here's what we'll do. I'll put your cousin on the line doing labels. Light work. That's perfect, Uncle. I patted the rabbits in the cart. Let me drop these rabbits off at your place. A little something from your nephew. Now that's too much. He waved it off. Send them to the factory with the rest. Put it all on the books. No reason to give anybody something to talk about. Should I bring them over now? Why wait? Let's go. He swung onto his bike and rang the bell. We'll get back to the factory and write you up that employment authorization. He led the way. I pedaled the 3-wheeler after him, the boars still grunting in the back. At the factory gate, a few men from the security office came out to meet us. One look at the boars and their eyes went wide. Take them to the kitchen. Get them dressed tonight. Li Weiman called out. Tomorrow at lunch, everybody eats pork. In his office, he dug out a blank temporary worker authorization, then opened a cabinet and pulled out a stack of bills, licking his thumb and counting it twice before holding it out. Let's not bother weighing them. A yuan a caddy, 600 caddies. That's 600 yuan. And here's your paperwork. I looked at that temp authorization, didn't take the money, and just waved my hand. Eyes still on the paper. Uncle, what's with the money? We agreed this was a gift from your nephew. Paying me makes it feel like we're strangers. He blinked, followed my gaze to the form, and smiled. He tucked the money back in the drawer, pulled open another one, took out a permanent employment authorization, signed it, and brought the official seal down with a solid thunk. Look at these old eyes of mine. Grab the wrong one. This is the one. Name's blank. She can start whenever she likes. I took it. The paper had real heft to it under my fingertips. The corner of my mouth curled up. Thank you, Uncle. How about I take you to dinner? Another time. It's late. He waved me off. From here on we treat each other like family. And if you come across any more boars or the like, think of your uncle. Don't you worry. Anything good, you're the first person I call. I slid the authorization into my inside pocket and patted it. Just then a security man came in. Director, the kitchen crew's here. They're ready to butcher. I stood to leave, but he stopped me and turned to the man. Take my nephew to the warehouse and load him up 2 cases of canned yellow peaches. I'll write the requisition tomorrow. Requisition my foot. I knew exactly how that worked. I hauled the 2 cases out of the warehouse, set them heavy in the cart, said goodbye to the security men, and pedaled off towards Su Huijin's little tavern. 2 boars lighter, the cart practically flew. At the back door, I pulled the 50-some catty piglet out of my space and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The door cracked open. Su Huijin's face appeared, her nose twitching. Sister Su, brought you something good. I lifted the pine boughs to reveal the young boar, still squirming. Her eyes lit up. She reached out and gave it a poke. Come on, get in the yard, quick. She threw both doors wide so I could ride straight in. Somebody come out here and give me a hand, she called into the house. An older kitchen hand came out and helped me lift the board down. You're a lifesaver, you know that? Su Huijin brushed the snow off her hands. Get inside where it's warm. I'll make you a bowl of hot noodle soup and pour you a drink. The stove was roaring inside, crackling away, the air thick with liquor and pickled vegetables. The warmth wrapped right around me. Before long, she came over with a tray, a steaming bowl of noodle soup, 2 little side dishes, and a pot of warmed rice wine. Eat up. Have some warm wine. It'll chase off the cold and the aches. She filled my cup. I could smell the ginger she'd put in it. I was genuinely starving. Into the hills, into the city, the whole detour to the cannery, and not a proper meal in any of it. I thanked her, picked up the bowl, and slurped. The hot broth went down, and my whole body loosened. When I lifted the noodles, there were 2 poached eggs nesting underneath. She sat across from me, topping off my cup now and then, watching me wolf it down with a softness in her eyes. Only when I'd gotten through most of the bowl did she ask, "Things are rough out in the countryside too. I take it?" I answered around a mouthful. "About what you'd expect. Everybody's short on grain. Didn't get a thing on this purchasing run, so I went up into the hills and caught a litter of boars with snares. Then wouldn't you know it, the second I got into the city an acquaintance spotted me. Took the 2 big ones. Took some talking just to hold on to the little one." But her heart clenched at that, and her brow furrowed. "You went up into the mountains this time of year? That's dangerous. There are wild animals up there, and it's freezing. So you came back empty-handed. So what? It's not worth risking your life over." I set down my chopsticks. I wiped my mouth and said, dead serious, "Didn't I promise you I'd bring something good? A promise is a promise. I don't go back on my word." Then I ducked my head and went back to slurping my noodles. She just stood there, stunned. She'd figured I was only talking, but I'd actually kept it in mind and gone into the mountains for it. Looking at how earnest I was, a warmth she couldn't quite name spread through her chest, and a thought slipped out before she could stop it. This kid's the real deal. Wonder if he's got a girlfriend. But the moment it surfaced, she shoved it back down. She remembered what she was, divorced, a kid to raise, a whole family hanging on her. How could she possibly deserve a young man with a future like his? The more she thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed, and her cheeks quietly burned. I finished my last mouthful and set the bowl down on the table. The clack snapped Su Huijin out of her daze. She coughed hastily to cover it up. I stood, brushing the dust off my clothes. "Sister Su, I'm done. It's getting late. I should head out." "Wait." She hurried after me, went behind the counter, dug out a cloth bundle, counted out some bills, and pushed them at me. "You risked your neck for that, boar. I'm not taking it for free." I waved her off and didn't take it. "Forget it. Money changes the whole nature of it. Word gets around that I'm profiteering, and I can kiss my job goodbye." "That won't do." She got flustered and tried to press it into my hand again. "You went into those mountains with your life on the line. How can I just take it? Then tell me what you need. Anything I can do, I'll do it." Seeing how worked up she was, I laughed and changed the subject. "Sister Su, raising a kid alone and running a tavern. That can't be easy." At the mention of her daughter, her face softened. She sighed. "It is what it is. One day at a time. I'm tired, sure, but then I think about my girl needing me, and I grit my teeth and keep going." There was a pause. Then she worked up her nerve and asked quietly, "So, brotherly, do you have a girl?" The words were barely out before her face went scarlet, and she couldn't meet my eyes. I blinked, then answered honestly, "Nope. I just got to the city. Not long ago, I was a drifter, damn near starved to death on the road. I've got work now, but I'm still dirt poor. Finding someone can wait till I'm settled." Her eyes lit right up. "That's good," she blurted. Then she caught herself and rushed to explain. No. I mean you just got here and already landed a job, and you're this capable. It shows you've got real ability." The more she explained, the redder she got, until she was practically stammering. Watching her squirm, I couldn't help grinning. "Guess I'm just lucky. I keep running into good people." "That's because you've got a good heart and you're willing to work hard." She steadied herself, then gathered her courage again. "If you were looking for someone, what kind would you want? I know everybody on this street. I could keep an eye out for you." I looked at her flushed face and said it half joking, half serious. "Honestly, if I'm looking, I'd want someone like you, Sister Su. Strong, kind, thoughtful, keeps the house and the shop running like clockwork." Her face went redder still, red as a ripe apple, and she waved her hands frantically. "Someone like me? No way. I've been married, I've got a kid. I'm not good enough for you." "So what if you've been married?" I cut her off, my tone turning serious. "A woman who's been married knows how to take care of a man. She knows what it means to hold on to a good life. I mean it, someone like you, Sister Su. I'm not messing with you." She shot me a look and scolded. "You just like teasing me." "Me?" I stepped in half a pace, held her eyes, and said it slow, one word at a time. "Who's teasing? I'm serious." She lifted her head and ran straight into my gaze. The two of us just stood there looking at each other. The air went still. I could hear her breathing. Our faces drifted closer and closer. Just before they touched, one of the workers shouted from outside, "Sister Su, pigs slaughtered and all cleaned up." We jerked apart. The awkwardness was suffocating. I cleared my throat and scratched my head. Sister Sue, it really is late. I'll head back. You should turn in early too. I turned to go. She panicked and chased after me. Why don't you just make do here tonight? Your room will be freezing, and you'd have to start the stove all over again. Part of me wanted to. The thought flashed through my head. Stay here, and by tonight, she could be mine. But then I thought again. A woman like Su Huijin had to be handled slowly. Cast a long line to catch a big fish. No rushing this. I stopped, turned around, my voice a little rough. Sister Sue, I'd better go. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. When I look at you, I can't stop thinking about finding myself a wife. She froze, staring after me blankly. She didn't snap out of it until I'd wheeled the tricycle out the door. Then she pressed her hands to her burning face and muttered, "That kid, honestly." Though I suppose it's not out of the question, pedaling home, I felt pretty damn pleased with myself. I'd caught every one of her reactions. This had legs. I didn't go back to my place. I headed for Chin Huiru's over in Bailuga Lane. At her gate, out of habit, I let my spiritual sense sweep the place and raised an eyebrow. Well now, Lu Xiaoye's here too. Inside, Chin Huiru and Lu Xiaoyi were lying on the same kong, with little Dang fast asleep between them. The two women were whispering with their voices lowered. Lu Xiaoyi sounded curious and embarrassed all at once. Sister Chin, Li Xing was something else that night. What was it like? Come on, tell me. Chin Huiru paused, then laughed softly. Don't you have Su Damao? Why ask me that? Don't even mention him. Lu Xiaoyi's voice was full of disgust. 2, 3 moves, and he's done. I don't feel a thing. Not like that night. You two were going at it forever. I was in the other room, and I couldn't take it. Chin Huiru sounded surprised. Su Damao's such a big, tall guy. I wouldn't have guessed he was that useless. Forget him, it just annoys me. Lu Xiaoyi pressed on. Come on, tell me. What's it actually like with Li Xing? Chin Huiru was quiet for a moment, and when she spoke there was loneliness in it. I'm a married woman with a kid. I'm not good enough for him. If you want to know so bad, try it yourself and find out. Lu Xiaoyi's face went hot. You'd really be okay with that? What's there to mind? Chin Huiru sighed. Meeting a man like Li Xing once in this life, I'm content. If he thinks of me now and then, comes by, lets me look after him a little, that's enough for me. Something stirred in Lu Xiaoyi, and a strange light came into her eyes. Outside the door, having heard the whole thing, I felt a wry smile tug at the corner of my mouth. I pulled my spiritual sense back and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The sound sharpened the night air. At the same time, with a flick of thought, I brought out the 4 little wild. I took the pigs out and loaded them into the cart bed. On the kong, the two women froze at the same instant and exchanged a look. Chin Huiru quickly threw on her padded jacket and slipped off the kong as quietly as she could, afraid of waking shouting. At the door, she kept her voice low. Who is it? This late? It's me, Li Xing. Her eyes lit up. She lifted the bar away and slid back the bolt. I pushed the cart into the yard and saw Lu Xiaoyi standing in the doorway too, a coat draped over her shoulders. I feigned surprise. Sister Xiaoyi, you're here too? Lu Xiaoyi pulled her jacket tighter, a little flustered. Damao went down to the countryside and hasn't come back. I get scared staying alone, so I came to keep Sister Chin company. What kept you out so late? The roads aren't safe at night. Everything go all right. Fine. Smooth trip. I parked the cart in the corner of the yard and pulled back the pine branches, uncovering a few small wild boars. Had to drop off a delivery for somebody. Help me up. Chin Huiru came over to look. Oh, they're still alive. Have you eaten? If not, I'll make you some noodles. I'd just had a bowl of hot noodle soup at Su Huijin's place, so I waved her off. Nah, I ate out. I'm stuffed. Lu Xiaoyi stepped aside for me. Don't stand out here freezing. Come in where it's warm. Inside, the heat hit me in the face. Lu Xiaoyi picked up a tin off the table, spooned out 2 scoops of malted milk powder, poured in hot water, gave it a stir, and handed it to me. My mom gave it to me when I went home today. I don't like sweet things, so I brought it over for Xiaoding. Try some. The water was scalding. I sipped it off the rim of the cup and the sweetness spread through my mouth. Wow, that's sweet. Fancy stuff. I set the cup on the table to cool, a little sheepish. Sorry for barging in this late. Didn't mean to bother you too. Chin Huiru had already gone to the kitchen to poke the stove back to life. The flames leapt up, and she set the kettle on before coming back in. Bother, nothing. Neither of us was asleep. We were just having a heart-to-heart. How'd the buying trip go? Went well. I sat down on the edge of the kong. One of the hunters gave me some young boars. They're out in the cart. The big ones are over 50 caddies, the small ones 20-some. I'll turn them in tomorrow. As I spoke, I pulled the folded work authorization out of my inside pocket and handed it to her. This is for you. Take a look. Chin Huiru looked puzzled. She wiped her hands, took it with both hands, and carefully unfolded it. The moment she made out the words, permanent worker and cannery, she went rigid. Her eyes went wide, and the paper trembled in her hands. It was a long moment before she came back to herself. Then she threw herself against my chest and burst into loud, wailing sobs. That left Lu Xiaoyi completely bewildered. She stood off to the side thinking, what on earth is on that paper to make her cry like this? Qin Huairu cried for a good while before she lifted her head, still hiccuping, and gripped my arm. Li Xing, from now on I'll take good care of you, I swear. My life belongs to you. Then she pulled Lu Xiaoyi over and pushed the paper at her, her voice thick. Xiaoyi, look. Li Xing got me a permanent job at the cannery. I'll be eating from the state's rice bowl too. Lu Xiaoyi glanced at it without much reaction. She'd never wanted for food or clothes a day in her life. Permanent worker meant nothing to her. But the way she looked at me changed. She'd always assumed I was hanging around Qin Huairu for one thing only. Now, seeing that I'd actually gotten her a real job, she thought, this man really does look out for her. And suddenly she remembered what they'd been saying on the Kong earlier. Qin Huairu telling her to try it herself. Something flared up in Lu Xiaoyi's chest. Fine, I'll try it. Qin Huairu's got 2 kids, and she still found a man who'll go out of his way for her. Why can't I? Sudamao, that useless lump, 2, 3 thrusts and he's done. And his whole family runs their mouths about me, calling me a hen that won't lay. Like I'm dying to stay married to him. Once the thought surfaced, she couldn't push it back down. She glanced at Qin Huairu, still worked up, and spoke first. Sister Qin, the water must be boiling. I'll go pour it. Li Xing's been running around for days. Let him soak his feet and take the edge off. She didn't wait for an answer, just turned and went into the kitchen. Qin Huairu was on me immediately, rising on her toes to plant a kiss. I didn't hold back either, and slid an arm around her waist. We were still tangled up when someone coughed in the doorway. Lu Xiaoyi stood there holding the foot basin, a towel over her arm, wearing a look somewhere between a smile and a smirk. Qin Huairu flushed and pulled back fast, taking the basin and setting it by my feet, then crouching down to take off my shoes. Lu Xiaoyi leaned against the door frame and drawled, guess I'm the unwelcome guest tonight. There's only one quilt in this room. Maybe I should just head back to number 95. Don't be silly. Qin Huairu didn't even look up. It's late, pitch black out there, not safe. Just make do here for the night. Lu Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow. So me being here won't get in your way? Qin Huairu looked up, eyes crinkling. Why don't you try it and see? Lu Xiaoyi's face went hot, but she held her ground. Humph. I'm not trying anything. I saw exactly what was going on, but played dumb. Try what? What are you 2 talking in riddles about? I don't follow. Lu Xiaoyi changed the subject fast. Nothing. Hurry up and soak your feet. The water's going cold. Qin Huairu just pressed her lips together and smiled without explaining. When I was done, Qin Huairu dumped the water and came back to work it out with Lu Xiaoyi. Let's lie crosswise on the Kong. It's long enough for all of us. Xiaoding can sleep under the quilt with you too, and I'll just use Li Xing's coat. I waved that off and handed over both my coats. You 3 take the quilt. The Kang's warm, and I've got the coats. I won't be cold. After the lamp went out, the room quieted down fast. Before long I could hear Lu Xiaoyi breathing evenly. Qin Huairu waited a while, decided she was asleep, and slipped a hand under my clothes, stroking softly. She leaned close to my ear and breathed. I'm too happy to sleep. Let's be careful, don't wake her. I reached back and pulled her in. But I'd already caught it. Lu Xiaoyi's breathing was even. All right. A little too deliberately even. She was faking. She'd walked in on us once already, so I didn't much mind giving her another live show. I hadn't planned on letting her off the hook anyway. I settled Qin Huairu down, tucked the quilt around her, and slowly worked my way over to Lu Xiaoyi's side. I put my mouth to her ear and dropped my voice low and quiet. Sister Xiaoyi, I know you're awake. Honestly, the first time I saw you, I thought you were different from everyone else. Cultured, gentle, like the older sister next door. I've wanted you ever since. The words were barely out before I moved on her. Lu Xiaoyi pushed back at me twice, more for form's sake than anything, murmuring, don't. But her body was honest, and before long she was meeting me halfway. That night she let go of every last reservation and felt herself floating somewhere up in the clouds from. I'd never tasted anything like it. The next morning, the moment the sky started turning gray, I quietly got up. Qin Huairu's brow was smooth, a little smile at the corner of her mouth. Lu Xiaoyi lay on her side, her face still flushed. Just then Qin Huairu woke up too, rubbing her eyes as she looked at me. I got dressed and said in a low voice, I'm heading to work. One of these days I'll go back to Kanjiatin with you and get your residence permit transferred. Then you can report to the cannery. Okay, grab something from the breakfast stand. I overslept and didn't cook. Qin Huairu nodded and watched me head for the door, then glanced back at Lu Xiaoyi and shook her head with a wry smile. At the corner, I bought 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk, wolfed them down, and pedaled the 3-wheeler toward the co-op. As I rode, my mind kept drifting back to how wild those 2 had been the night before, and somehow my legs felt twice as strong, The wheels flew. The wheels hit a pothole with a sharp clang. I just pulled up in front of the supply co-op when Director Zhang came riding up on his bicycle, frost still clinging to the brim of his padded cap. "Morning, Director." I braked and called out good and loud. Director Zhang turned, and his eyes went straight to the cargo bed. "You're back? How'd the trip out to the countryside go?" I reached over and pulled off the pine branches covering the load. A few young wild boars were snuffling and rooting at the boards, and beside them lay several fat rabbits with sleek, glossy fur. "Take a look at these." A hunter gave them to me. "The big one's over 50 gene, the little ones are around 20, and these rabbits are all still kicking." Sister Wang, old Zhou, and the others crowded around, clicking their tongues. "Good heavens, little Li, your luck is something else." Sister Wang reached out to touch one, then pulled her hand back, afraid of getting butted. Wild boar meat's fragrant stuff, chewier than farm pork. Director Zhang bent down and looked them over for a moment, then straightened up and clapped my shoulder, deliberately raising his voice so everyone could hear. "This kid Li is solid, hardworking, and he's got ideas. First trip out to the country, and he brings back a wolf. This time it's a whole load of wild boar. He's pulled our co-op out of a real bind." Then his tone shifted with a hint of something more. "You've still got a year on your probation period, but keep this up, and in 2 more months I'll put in for you to be made permanent. Your wage goes up to 35 yuan, and your grain and cloth coupons all get issued at the full staff rate." He turned to the others. "Anybody got a problem with that?" All 4 shook their heads. No. As long as there's meat on the table, what's to complain about?" I was delighted, and I ran with it. "Thank you for the confidence, Director. I was thinking, supplies are tight right now, so I'll make more runs out to the villages. It won't hold up the bookkeeping. I just need a few days a month to square the accounts." That was exactly what Director Zhang had in mind. He nodded on the spot. "Done. That's how we'll do it. 5 or 6 days a month reconciling the books, and the rest of the time go out and buy. Cover more of the villages around the outskirts. Bring back anything good. But safety first, don't take chances. Don't worry, I know my limits." The group hauled the game into the back courtyard storeroom. Sister Wang stroked a rabbit as she chattered. "I've still got that wolf meat in the freezer at home. Stewed with cabbage, it smells so good the neighbors could cry. This boar meat I'm salting down. It'll last me all winter." Old Joe laughed. "Don't hog it all. Save me a hind leg. I'll roast it for the kids." Sister Wang, "Brother Joe, you two can split my share. I'm not big on meat." "You little rascal, not big on meat? Being polite with us, are you? Ever since you showed up, we can't finish all the meat at home. It's all thanks to you." Everyone thanked me one after another. I spent the whole morning in the accounting room straightening out the books. Using my modern classification system, I laid out purchases, sales, and inventory clear as day, and even untangled a few muddled entries the old accountant had left behind. Director Zhang came up to check on me once, flipping through the ledger and nodding. "The way you keep these books, they're clearer than print. No wonder old Chin's always singing your praises." Just before quitting time, I went downstairs and found him. "Director, the accounts are all done. I'd like to make another run to the countryside tomorrow. There are a few villages I didn't get to. I want to bring back more goods." Director Zhang was mid-sip of tea and swallowed. "Go. Keep using the 3-wheeler. Take some seasonings and household goods. The villagers will jump at them. Remember, don't go deep into the mountains. Safety first. If there's nothing to buy, come back early." "You got it." I went to the storeroom and picked out salt, star anise, soy sauce, soap, and sewing needles and thread, packed it all up, and loaded it into the cart. I also threw in a few packs of economy cigarettes, plus some Zhonghua and Daqianmen. Some folks in the countryside had a real weakness for good smokes. Once I was out of the co-op, a flick of thought, and all the goods went into my space. The last thing I wanted was to run into Yin Bugue at the gate. That old miser's nose was sharper than a hound's, and anything he laid eyes on, he wanted. I'd barely reached the entrance of number 95 when I saw Yin Bugue clinging to Su Damao's bicycle, refusing to let go. A live hen dangled from Su Damao's handlebars, and a bulging cloth bundle was strapped to the rear rack. Looked like dried mushrooms and dried vegetables he'd brought back from a film screening trip to the villages. The second he spotted me, Su Damao's eyes lit up, and he shot Yin Bugue a look. "Third uncle, Li Xing from the co-op, is back. Go see what he's got on that 3-wheeler. I've got to get this stuff over to my folks. Let go already." As he said it, he winked at me, wearing the look of a man perfectly happy to let a friend die in his place. Sure enough, Yin Bugue let go and hustled over to my cart in a few quick strides, gripping the side and peering into the bed. He looked for a good long while, found absolutely nothing, and his face fell instantly. Su Damao seized the moment, lifted his bike, and shot into the courtyard without daring to look back. "Su Damao, you rat, luring the tiger away from the mountain, are you?" Yin Bugue was so mad his mustache quivered, and he turned all that anger on me. "Little Li, you've really done me in. That hen was worth 5 Gene of grain coupons at least. You owe me compensation. Nothing less than a round of drinks and 4 dishes is going to settle this. I almost laughed out loud. Old Skinflint Yin really couldn't stand to come out behind on anything. Holding back a grin, I put on a deadly serious face. I third uncle, what a terrible loss for you. Tell you what, the minute I get paid next month, drinks are on me. And 4 dishes? That's not nearly enough. Let's make it a few more. I'll lay out a whole table of meat dishes for you. How's that? Yin Bugue swallowed hard, his eyes shining. Now, you said it yourself. Nobody twisted your arm, right? We're Beijing men. Our word is our bond. Relax. I could con anybody, but never an honorable people's teacher. Yin Bugue leaned in and asked quietly, Say, what meat dishes are we talking about? Tell me now, so I can be ready. I cleared my throat all mysterious-like and started rattling off dishes in that sing-song crosstalk cadence. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed venison tail, roast duck, roast spring chicken, roast goose, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured bacon, 1,000-year eggs, pork belly sausage, air-dried beef, spiced. Stop, stop, stop. Yin Bugue waved his hands frantically, his face going dark. You little punk, you making fun of me? Think this is funny? Well, what do you think? I raised an eyebrow. Go on home. Third Andy's probably got dinner on the table. You can just chew on those dish names. Maybe they'll help you choke down an extra corn bun. I pushed my bike forward, calling out with a grin. Coming through, watch your feet. Yin Bugue hopped aside, muttering, What's wrong with you, kid? No manners at all. Didn't your teacher ever teach you to respect your elders? I turned my head and shot back. My old teacher was just like you. Out fishing all day instead of teaching. Principal fired him in the end. That shut him right up. He stood there pointing at me for the longest time before finally squeezing out. Ew. You rotten little brat. I didn't bother answering. I wheeled the bike into my room in the front row and shut the door behind me. The place was empty, but I felt settled. One thought, and I was inside the space. It was warm in there, the crops lush and green, steam rising off the spirit spring. Wang Kai and Wan Yun were sprawled out by the chicken coop, soaking up the sun. The second they saw me, they came trotting over, tails wagging, heads butting against my pant legs. I nudged Wang Sai's rear with my foot. Come on, put in some effort. When's your woman gonna pop out some pups? I've been waiting to braise up some wolf meat. Wang Kai cocked his head, looking utterly clueless, like a purebred husky. Crack me up. Beside him, Wang Yun seemed to actually understand, and shoved Wang Kai with her head, growling low in her throat. I went over to the stone stove, got a fire going, and set the wild boar I'd butchered a few days back to stew. Before long, the broth was bubbling away, the smell of meat and spices filling the air. I lifted the lid and poked it with a chopstick, tender, falling apart, deep glossy red. Just looking at it made me hungry. I was about to try a bite of that spirit water-stewed boar when someone started pounding on the door outside the space. Hard and urgent. I frowned. Who'd be coming by at this hour? Don't tell me old penny pincher Yin chased me down for the meat and liquor. I stepped out of the space, walked over, and hollered, Who is it? My hand was already on the latch. Little brother, it's me, your brother Mao. That greasy, slippery voice of Su Dumao's came through the door. I pulled it open with a creak. He was empty-handed, mud spattered up his pant legs. I raised an eyebrow. What's up? Pound any harder, and this door's gonna fall apart. You gonna pay for it? Su Damao rubbed his hands together, all smiles, craning his neck to peer inside. Come on now, would your big brother ever shortchange you? Listen, my wife Lu Xiaoyi must have gone back to her folks' place. I've got the house to myself. Remember I said I'd buy you a drink sometime? How about tonight? Just the two of us, couple of rounds. I knew exactly what this was. Guy was definitely up to no good. Probably wanted to rope me into something shady. I put on a pained expression and waved him off. Sorry, brother Mao, I'm actually packing up right now. Gotta head out to the countryside tonight to buy stock. The co-op's breathing down my neck. Can't put it off. How about when sister-in-law's back? I treat. Take you and her out for a nice meal. I'd already had a taste of the man's wife. The least I could do was keep up appearances. Attitude counts for something. Most of the smile drained off Su Damao's face. He clicked his tongue, looking genuinely disappointed. Ah, what rotten luck you've got. I figured with the wife gone, we'd have a few drinks and then I'd show you a real good time. Guess you weren't born for it. Oh yeah? Good time where, brother Mao? I played curious, letting a little cluelessness into my eyes. Su Damao glanced left and right, lowered his voice, leaned in close to my ear, and chuckled. You're new to the capital, so you wouldn't know. The 8 Great Alleys. Ever heard of them? When Su Damao invited me along to the 8 Great Alleys, I scratched my head and played dumb. 8 Great Alleys? What's that? Like our Nanluo Guxiang, just regular folks living their lives? He slapped his thigh, howling. Not even close. That's the old widow Wang's diagonal street. Paradise on earth. The girls in there are so tender you could squeeze the juice right out of them. Forget the countryside tonight. Let your big brother pop your cherry, show you a sweetness you've never tasted. I hesitated, then sighed. Brother Mao, it's not that I don't want to. I just can't afford it. I've barely got food on the table. Every meal's counted out to the grain. Where would I get spare money for that? You go enjoy yourself. I've got to pack and hit the road. He curled his lip, contempt in his eyes. You just weren't born lucky, kid. Good things pass you right by. He walked off shaking his head, muttering something about country bumpkin, never seen the world. I shut the door and was heading back inside when a child's wailing broke out in the front courtyard. Shrill, heartbreaking, each cry worse than the last. I swept the area with my spiritual sense. It was Granny Zhang's grandson. Granny Zhang's son and husband both worked odd jobs. They'd just dragged themselves home, exhausted and empty-handed, clearly hadn't managed to buy any food. Granny Zhang was stamping her feet in frustration. Can those 2 men of yours bring home any grain today or not? The child hasn't eaten in 2 days. Of course he's crying. If we don't get food soon, something's really going to happen. Her daughter-in-law held the baby, eyes rimmed red. Odd jobs are scarce, money's tight, and grain's even harder to come by. The grain station's ration allotment's long gone, and black market prices are insane. How could we ever afford that? Old Zhang and his son stood there with their heads down, defeated, too worn out to even speak. Old Zhang spotted me and forced a smile. Not turned in yet, little Li. Then he headed inside. His son gave me a listless nod, his steps so unsteady it looked like he might collapse any second. Watching those two, listening to that baby crying inside, I let out a sigh. We all lived in the same courtyard. If I could help, I would. I called out, Old Zhang, Brother Zhang, come here a minute. I've got something for you. They both froze, confused, but turned and came over. I stepped aside to let them in, shut the door behind me, and with a single thought, a sack of golden cornmeal appeared under the bed, 30-some pounds of it, pure, not a speck of filler. Couldn't get any grain, right? I pushed the sack toward them. Take this for now. Keep it quiet. Food's worth its weight in gold these days. No sense making people jealous. The two of them stared at that sack of cornmeal, eyes wide, too stunned to react. Old Zhang's hands were already shaking, trembling, his lips quivering. This is too much, Shaoli. We can't take it. Just take it. I cut him off and pointed toward the front courtyard. You hear how pitiful that kid sounds crying. Any hungrier, and something's going to happen. Call it a loan if you want. Pay me back when things get better. We'll just keep a tab. The words were barely out of my mouth before old Zhang dropped to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his weathered face. Comradely, you've saved my family's lives. We'll never forget this kindness, not as long as we live. I hurried to pull him up, caught between laughing and crying. Grandpa Zhang, you're going to take years off my life doing that. We're neighbors. Helping each other out is what neighbors do. Old Zhang wiped his eyes and grabbed his son's hand. I'm no good with pretty words, comradely. But from here on out, you need anything, you just say the word. Climb a mountain of knives. Wade through a sea of fire. We won't hesitate. Go on home now. That child's waiting on dinner. I handed the bag to Zhang and dug a few milk candies out of my pocket for him too. Father and son left, thanking me over and over. The crying in their place stopped soon after, replaced by low voices, the kind of quiet, relieved murmuring you hear from people who've just dodged disaster. I shut the door and started thinking things through. I'm no saint myself. Jia Dongshu had been pulling all kinds of dirty stunts on the strength of having a steady job. This was the perfect chance to take him down a peg, and to make sure Lu Shaoyi gave up on him for good. I dug out paper and a pen and knocked out a report letter in a hurry, spelling out exactly what Su Damao had been up to, buying women, and getting cozy with widows and young wives whenever he went down to the villages to show movies. I folded it, tucked it into my jacket, and wheeled my three-wheeler out the door. Once I was clear of the courtyard complex, I stashed the three-wheeler in my space and headed straight for Widow Wong Lane. I'd just reached the corner when I spotted Su Damao strolling along up ahead, a cigarette dangling from his lips, picking his teeth as he walked, looking thoroughly pleased with himself. He'd obviously just filled his stomach at some little restaurant. I hung back and followed. He stopped in front of a small gray brick courtyard house, glanced left and right, and once he was sure nobody was watching, knocked 3 times, paused, then knocked twice more. A whole system to it. The gate creaked open and a young woman in a floral print blouse poked her head out. Pretty face, flirty eyes. The second she saw Su Damao, she cooed. Ooh, I heard a magpie chattering earlier, and here it's Master Su. I thought you'd never come. I've been waiting till my heart felt hollow. Su Damao's eyes crinkled into slits. He reached out to pinch her cheek. Xing'er, I've been dying for you. You'd better take real good care of me tonight. Xing'er slapped his hand away. Look how impatient you are. Get inside before somebody sees. She checked both directions, stepped aside to let him in, and the gate swung shut again. I noted the house number on my report letter and turned toward the nearest police station. I didn't dare get too close. From about 30 meters out, I focused, willed it, and the letter dropped out of my space and landed neatly on the desk in the station's duty room. Inside, a middle-aged officer had just brewed himself some tea and sat down with his enamel mug when he noticed an envelope on his desk that hadn't been there a second ago. He blinked at it. He tore it open, and his eyes lit up. A tip about Su Damao frequenting a backdoor operation, complete with the exact address. He had no idea who this Su Damao was, but with the new year coming up, this was exactly the kind of numbers he needed. Xiaozhang, we've got a job. He slapped the desk and shouted toward the back room. Bring rope, we're catching them in the act. A short, stocky officer came trotting out with a pistol and a coil of rope. What's going on? Work this late? Don't ask, you'll see when we get there. Guaranteed commendation. The middle-aged officer stuffed the letter into a drawer, and the two of them hurried out, heading straight for Widow Wang Lang. Inside the house, Su Damao had Xing'er in his arms, his mouth glued to her face and neck, hands wandering where they pleased, a steady stream of filth coming out of him. My sweet little Xing'er, I've been thinking about you something awful. You treat me right, and I'll throw in another 20 cents. Xing'er made a show of resisting, patting his arm, blushing prettily, though there wasn't a shred of real feeling in her eyes. She was doing math in her head. Su Damao usually pinched every fun, but he was being generous tonight. She'd have to work him for a few more cents before he left. Enough for needles and thread, at least. What's the rush, Master Su? It's late. Nobody's going to steal me away. Take your time. Clothes came off one piece at a time as they tussled, and the temperature in the room climbed. Neither of them noticed the two officers hunched low, slipping silently over the courtyard wall. The middle-aged officer signaled for quiet. They crept to the door and peered through the crack, and both their faces hardened. Caught in the act, plain as day. The younger officer had no patience for waiting. He took half a step back and kicked the door in with a crash that nearly knocked it off its hinges. Su Damao, lost in the moment, jerked violently. Whatever momentum he'd had evaporated on the spot. He turned his head, slow as molasses. When he saw the two officers in their peaked caps standing in the doorway, the blood drained from his face until he was white as paper. His lips worked, but nothing came out. Xing'er panicked too, snatching up the quilt and wrapping herself in it, head down, barely daring to breathe. The officers charged in with weapons drawn. Nobody move. Hands on your heads, get down. Su Damao's legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the floor, shaking like a leaf, protesting the whole way down. Comrades, it's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. I saw this lady living all alone. I was worried about her safety. I just came by to check in on her. There's nothing else going on. The young officer snorted, grabbed his arm, twisted it behind his back, and pulled out the rope. Checking on her? That's a new one on me. Save it. You can explain it down at the station. You too. Get dressed. You're coming with us. The last part was aimed at Xing'er. That snapped her out of it. Her eyes darted around, and in an instant she'd switched to the wrong victim routine, sobbing. Comrade officer, you have to help me. It was him. He forced his way in here. I said no, and he threatened to beat me to death if I didn't go along with it. I didn't have a choice. The two officers exchanged a look. They'd figured this was a minor vice bust. Now the whole nature of the thing had changed. Coercion of a woman. That was a serious case. The middle-aged officer frowned and shot his partner a glance. The rope pulled tighter, and Su Damao yelped. That's a lie. Su Damao was frantic enough now to forget being scared, and he shouted himself hoarse. She's lying through her teeth. We had a deal, 50 cents ago. I paid her. I never forced her into anything. She was willing. Enough excuses. We'll sort it out at the station. The young officer hauled him toward the door by the rope. And at that moment, Su Damao was stark naked, without a stitch. Not even a stitch on him. The cold wind cut right through, turning him purple all over, and he was still hollering that he'd been framed. It was about as pathetic as a man could get. The middle-aged officer looked at Xing'er, his tone stern. Grab his clothes and come with us. We're getting to the bottom of this, and don't you hide a thing. Xing'er didn't dare argue. She scrambled into her clothes under the quilt, picked up Su Damao's things, and followed along behind them. In the shadows at the mouth of the alley, I leaned against the old locust tree, hands in my pockets, watching the whole thing with a half-smile. My spiritual sense had been locked on the entire time. I hadn't missed a single detail. I chuckled to myself. Brother Damao. Oh, Brother Damao. It's not that I'm a lowlife. Blame your wife for being too damn charming. Rest easy. I'll take good care of your woman for you. Very good care. I watched the cops drag Su Damao and Xing'er off into the distance, his cries of injustice fading out. Then I straightened up, brushed myself off, and with a flick of thought pulled the tricycle out of my space. I climbed on and pedaled hard, heading straight for Lu Xiaoyi's little courtyard. It didn't take long. I pushed open the gate, and the smell of braised pork hit me in the face, filling the whole yard. Inside, Lu Xiaoyi and Qin Huairu were sitting with Xiao Dang, eating. There was a steaming bowl of braised pork on the table and a few fat white steamed buns, the kind of spread that made your mouth water just looking at it. Chin Huairu spotted me first and immediately stood up. "You're here. Let me get you some water. Wash up and eat." She headed out to the water jar in the yard. I walked over, pinched Xiaodong's chubby cheek, and pulled a handful of fruit candy out of my pocket, pressing it into her hand. Xiaodong stared at all those colorful wrappers, her eyes lighting up, and cried happily, "Uncle." I laughed and ruffled her hair, then put on a mock serious face. "Nope. From now on you call me Daddy. Call me Daddy and I'll buy you good food, toys, new clothes. How's that sound?" Xiaodong blinked her round eyes, nodded like she half understood, and piped up in a clear little voice, "Daddy." Atta girl. I scooped her up onto my lap, grinning ear to ear. Lu Xiaoyi, watching from the side, turned bright red in an instant. She dropped her head, but the corners of her mouth were curling up. I shot her a glance and drawled, "Sis-in-law." She rolled her eyes at me, her voice equal parts sweet and exasperated. "After everything between us, you're still calling me sis-in-law? It's just weird." I was grinning on the inside. Weird is exactly what I'm going for. Out loud I said, "I like calling you that. Sounds affectionate." She shook her head and sighed. Fine, fine. Whatever you want." Just then Chin Huairu came in with a basin of warm water. "Wash your hands, hurry. The pork's done. It won't taste right cold. And why are you giving Xiaodong candy right now? She'll fill up on sugar and won't touch her dinner." She held out a hand to Xiaodong. "Good girl, just one piece. Give the rest to Mama." Xiaodong clutched the candy tight and shook her head, lips pushed out. "No, Daddy gave these to me. I'm saving them." Chin Huairu froze at the word Daddy, then looked up and gave me a look. Teasing, but with something soft underneath. I smiled back at her, washed my hands quick, and pulled Xiaodong onto my lap again. "Be good. Eat your dinner first. When you're done, Daddy's got something even better for you. Sweeter than candy." Her eyes went wide. "What is it? Can I have it now?" "Nope." I tapped her little nose. "Fill your belly first, or you don't get it." That did it. She squirmed to get down. "Put me down. I'm eating right now. And you'd better not be tricking me." I laughed and set her on the floor. Watching her shovel rice into her mouth with grain stuck all over her face had both Chin Huairu and Lu Xiaoyi laughing. Chin Huairu wiped the corner of her eye and handed me a bowl and chopsticks. "Eat already. Quit teasing the kid. The meat's getting cold." The whole table ate in high spirits. After dinner, I went out to the tricycle in the yard and hauled a crate out of the cargo bed, a full case of canned yellow peaches. I twisted one open, scooped out a spoonful, and held it up to Xiaodong's mouth. "Try it. It's really sweet." Chin Huairu quickly pulled her back. "Don't give her that. Canned fruit's precious. Weren't you saving these to trade for supplies out in the countryside?" I waved her off. "Nah. The factory director gave me these back when I was getting you your job." I opened two more and handed them over. "Here, you two have some too." Lu Xiaoyi had seen plenty in her life, but since it came from me, she couldn't refuse. She took it and sipped at it in small bites, her eyes going soft. Chin Huairu started eating hers too. I looked at Lu Xiaoyi and asked quietly, "You're not going home tonight, are you?" She rolled her eyes at me. "What? Dinner's barely over, and you're already kicking me out." I put my hands up fast. "Not a chance. I don't want you to go. I just wanted to tell you something. On my way over here, I saw Su Damao from way down the street. Stark naked, being hauled off by the cops. People around were saying he got busted at a brothel." The can stopped halfway to Lu Xiaoyi's lips. The smile vanished from her face, leaving nothing but disgust. How can he be so disgusting? Going to a place like that? Isn't he afraid of catching something? She set the can down and stood up. "No, I need to go home." She wheeled her bike out without another word. Chin Huairu caught her arm. "Xiaoyi, be careful on the road." "I know, Sister Chin." She didn't even turn her head, just pedaled off fast. Chin Huairu turned to me. "Why would Su Damao go to a place like that? Xiaoyi says he's done in 2 shakes. Total waste of money." I leaned in and patted her shoulder. "Xiaoyi's got money. He's not the one paying." Then I dropped my voice right by her ear. "And don't you laugh at him either. Later on I'll show you. I'm a whole lot better than he is." Chin Huairu's face went red. She smacked my arm, shot me a look, and said nothing. The rest of it, Lu Xiaoyi told me about after she came back. The whole way there her heart was pounding. Li Xing wouldn't lie to me, would he? Damao's a piece of work, but getting hauled off naked? Then again, why would he joke about something like that? At the gate of courtyard number 95, third Uncle Yan Bugawei was sitting out front smoking. He called out when he saw her. "Xiaoyi, you're back? Where have you been so late?" Her head was a mess. She just nodded and headed for the rear courtyard. Her door was locked, the room pitch dark. Her stomach dropped. He was supposed to be out in the countryside showing films, and sometimes he didn't come back for a week or two. Then, from over by the stove, came a clucking sound. She walked closer and saw Su Damao's usual gear piled on the stove top, with an old hen tied up underneath it. That was all she needed. Su Damao was back. Li Xing hadn't lied to her. He really had been picked up at a arrested. The last little flicker of hope in her heart snapped clean in two, leaving nothing but disgust. She wheeled her bike out to the front courtyard and asked Yin Bugawei, "Third uncle, have you seen Sudamao? Is he back yet?" "Back? Sure he's back." Had a fat old hen hanging off his handlebars, too. Looked nice and plump. "Say, Shaoyi, when you stew that chicken, don't go forgetting your third uncle. I'll bring the liquor and we'll knock back a couple, the whole bunch of us." All she heard was "he's back." The rest went in one ear and out the other. Her face was hot with anger. Yin Bugawei figured she just didn't want to part with the chicken. He curled his lip, picked up his folding stool, and went back inside. Lu Shaoyi stood there a long while. Slowly the anger burned itself out, leaving only exhaustion. She climbed on her bike and headed straight for her parents' place. She pedaled and thought. This marriage was a raw deal from the start. With a family like that behind him, Su Damao still had to go running off the horse. This time, no matter what anybody says, I'm getting a divorce. The night was like ink soaked through cloth, pressing heavy on the hutongs of old Beijing. Cold wind poured in at her collar and made her hunch her neck, but the fire in her chest burned hotter than ever. A little past 9, she stopped in front of the European-style gate of the Lu mansion. She pressed the bell, and the brass chime rang crisp in the night. Old Fu, the family servant, opened the door. The second he saw her, he hurried to take the bike. "Goodness, miss, what brings you home at this hour? Something wrong? Come in and warm up. Quick, that wind cuts like a knife." Old Fu had watched her grow up. He doted on her more than her own father did. "It's nothing. I just missed Mom and Dad." Lu Shaoyi managed a thin smile, her voice catching a little. "You should turn in early." Old Fu saw the way her shoulders sagged and knew perfectly well she'd been hurt somehow, but he didn't dare pry. He only said quietly, "The master and the second missus are still up. They just had Annie Chien put on coffee." She pushed open the living room door, and warm air laced with the smell of coffee washed over her. Lu Banqing lounged on the sofa with a cigar between his fingers. Tinyali sat beside him knitting a sweater. Both of them froze when she walked in. "Shaoyi, what are you doing home in the middle of the night?" Tinyali set down her yarn and came over, touching her daughter's hand. "You're freezing." Lu Shaoyi couldn't hold it in another second. She threw herself into her mother's arms and started sobbing. "Mom, Su Damao got arrested by the police." Lu Banqing frowned. "Arrested? What kind of trouble can a movie projectionist get into, showing reactionary films?" "No," she hiccuped through the tears. "He was at a brothel. When they caught him in the act, he didn't have a stitch on." "Huh. And here I thought it was something serious." Lu Banqing snorted and settled back, drawing on his cigar. "So he found himself a working girl. Back in my day." "Lu." Tanyali shot him a glare and patted her daughter's back. "Men do stupid things, it can't be helped. Give him a good talking to when he gets out, and that'll be the end of it. Riding all the way over here this late, you'll catch your death." Lu Shaoyi's head snapped up. Her eyes were red, but her voice came out hard as stone. "I'm not giving him a talking to. I want a divorce. Just thinking about him makes me sick." Lu Banqing and Tanyali both went still. "Have you lost your mind?" His voice climbed. "Shaoyi, don't do anything rash. Think about what kind of family we are, capitalists. In times like these, marrying a worker is a shield over your head. You divorce him, and every green-eyed busybody out there will eat this family alive." Tanyali chimed in. "Listen to your father. However worthless Su Damao is, he's still a worker, and he can protect us. If you really go through with it, what kind of life is a capitalist's daughter going to have?" Lu Shaoyi looked at her parents wearing their "it's for your own good" faces, and something in her went colder still. But then she thought of Qin Huairu, of the sheer nerve it took to tear herself free of the Jia family, and she thought of what I'd said to her. "You've got me." Strength came flooding back into her body. She wiped her face and stuck out her chin. "I'm getting this divorce. Nobody's stopping me." With that she turned and walked out, her steps quick and heavy. "Shaoyi." Tanyali chased after her and caught her arm. "It's so late. Sleep here and we'll talk in the morning. Maybe he'll be released tomorrow." Lu Shaoyi gently pulled free. "No thanks, Mom. I've got somewhere to go." She crossed the courtyard without looking back and pushed open the gate. The cold wind rushed at her, but her heart felt far clearer than it had on the way over. She biked toward the little courtyard house in Bailuo Guxiang. It wasn't a short ride, but she pedaled hard the whole way, and by the time she reached the gate there was sweat on her forehead. Still catching her breath, she raised a hand and knocked. Bang, bang, bang. The sound sharpened the night air. Inside the courtyard, little Xiaodang had long since fallen fast asleep, breathing slow and even. 20,000 words omitted. Qin Huairu and I had just settled in when the knocking started. Qin Huairu sat up, rubbing her eyes. Who could that be at this hour? I swept the area with my mental sense and saw Lu Xiaoyi's face, red with cold. I smiled. It's got to be Xiaoyi. You stay put. I'll get it. I threw on my padded coat, and slid back the bolt. The moment the door opened and she saw me, everything she'd been choking back at her parents' house came loose. She threw herself against my chest and cried, tears soaking into my coat. Li Xing, my parents don't understand me at all. Come inside first, it's windy out here. I patted her back and wheeled the bike into the yard. Shut the gate, we'll talk indoors. She pulled the gate closed behind her and followed me in. Qin Huairu had thrown on a jacket and come out too. She grabbed Xiaoyi's hands. Sister Xiaoyi, get inside and warm up. Your hands are like ice. Once they sat down, Qin Huairu poured a cup of hot water and pressed it into her hands. Hold on to it, it'll warm you up. Cradling the enamel cup, Lu Xiaoyi told the whole story between sniffles, going back to number 95, then going to her parents for support, only to find that all they cared about was their human shield. Not one word about what she'd had to put up with. By the end, her eyes were rimmed red. I really do hate them. They've never once asked me whether I'm happy. I sat beside her and waited until she'd cried herself out before I spoke. I'm not going to pass judgment on your parents. Marrying you to Su Dumao was about protecting the whole family. Being labeled capitalists puts a target on your backs these days. But it's your life to live. Divorce or not, that's your call in the end. They still shouldn't treat me like this. She sniffed. A spineless little worm like Su Dumao. And they want me to just make do. I pulled her into my arms and lowered my voice. Don't worry. You've got me. You want a divorce, I'll help you get one. From here on out, I'll look after you. That was all it took. I'll look after you. And it settled her like medicine. Lu Xiaoyi went quiet, leaning against me, the tension slowly draining out of her shoulders. Watching from the side, Qin Huairu turned it over in her mind. Another mouth in the house, and a capitalist's daughter at that. But Xiaoyi had a good temperament. The two of them got along, and having another woman around meant company. If anything, the place would be livelier for it. She smiled and stood up. I'll go heat some water. Get washed up and turn in early. You've been running around half the night. You must be exhausted. With that, she turned and headed for the kitchen, leaving me alone in the room with Lu Xiaoyi. I thought of Su Dumao's line about delivering warmth, and something stirred in me. It was about time somebody delivered a little warmth to this sister-in-law of mine. I looked down at the woman in my arms, eyes swimming with tears, wiped the corners dry, and bent down to kiss her. Lu Xiaoyi closed her eyes and met me halfway. Every ounce of grievance and resentment in her melted into pure need. The air in the room turned warm. Once things had settled down, Qin Huairu came back and carrying warm water. Sister Xiaoyi, get yourself cleaned up. I'll go fetch another basin. She set the basin down and went back out with a smile. After we'd all washed up, the three of us squeezed onto the Kong. Xiaodang was out cold, smacking her lips as she rolled over. I said to Qin Huairu, tomorrow I'll go with you back to Kinjiaton. We'll get the production brigade to write up the certificate and transfer your household registration into the city. After New Year's, we'll find a nursery school for Xiaodang, and you can report to the cannery and settle into the job. She nodded, her eyes full of smiles. Okay, whatever you say. Lu Xiaoyi leaned in beside us. Should I keep Xiaodang with me tomorrow? It's cold out. No sense hauling a kid back and forth. She'll freeze. Don't bother, I said, shaking my head. With this Su Dumao business, the police station might come looking for you tomorrow. Get your own situation squared away first. She blinked, then nodded. All right, just say the word if you need help. Get some sleep. Busy day tomorrow. I tucked the quilt in around them, and soon the only sound in the room was steady breathing. Meanwhile, in a holding cell at the police station, Su Dumao's nose was running from the cold, and his lips had gone purple. He'd gotten his clothes back on hours ago, but the night chill still bored straight into his bones. He huddled in the corner, his mind a complete mess. Su Dumao, get over here and sign. A middle-aged officer pushed the door open, a confession statement in one hand and a pen in the other. He scurried over to take the pen. Looking at everything laid out in the statement, the visits to the illegal brothels, the gambling, the fooling around with widows, his hand shook. But he gritted his teeth, signed his name, and pressed his red thumbprint onto it. Comrade, I've confessed everything. I swear there's nothing else. He gave an ingratiating grin. Those times out in the countryside, that was all consensual. They were the ones coming on to me. They said, come deliver us some warmth. I was just being a good Samaritan. The officer shot him a look, said nothing, and turned to leave. Then he glanced back. I'll do you a favor and warn you. If you hadn't brought up that your father-in-law is Lu Banqing, you'd have gotten a few years of labor reform at most. But you had to go and open your mouth. Way things stand now, you'll probably get hauled out to Kaishiku for a peanut in the head. What? The blood drained from Su Dumao's face, and his legs nearly gave out under him. Don't mess with me, please. I'm a coward, I scare easy. Whether I'm messing with you or not, you'll find out in a couple of days. The officer turned and walked off. Hey, comrade officer. Su Dumao called after him, half sobbing. I'll cut all ties with him. I'll divorce his daughter, all right? Does that get me off the firing range? The officer didn't even turn his head. How would I know? Just sit tight. The door slammed shut with a clang. Su Damao stood there shaking, cursing Lu Banqing 800 times over, then cursing his own big mouth. He'd only dropped Lu Banqing's name to throw a scare into them, figuring maybe they'd let him walk. Who knew it would blow up like this? Divorce. I've got to get a divorce, he muttered to himself, eyes wild with fear. As long as I keep breathing, who cares about divorcing that barren hen Lu Xiaoyi? Just please, God, don't actually stand me up in front of a firing squad. The night wore on. He stayed crouched in the corner and never closed his eyes, the words firing squad hammering in his skull until he was scared half out of his soul. And back at the little courtyard, I was sound asleep with my two beauties in my arms. I woke up early the next morning and lay there looking at the two of them, feeling more fired up than I could say. While they were both still out, I went and loaded the tricycle cart in the yard with 200 gene of potatoes and sweet potatoes and a sack of flour. After a moment's thought, I added 5 jars of canned goods. Once it was loaded, my hands and my mouth started misbehaving. Before long, Qin Huairu felt something odd and opened her eyes. You're up? Move over. Let me go make breakfast. She pushed me off and started getting dressed. We'll just buy some baozi on the street, I said. We're leaving first thing so we can get back early. Get Xiaodang dressed. Lu Xiaoyi heard the commotion and pried her eyes open too, still half asleep. Sleep a while longer, sis. It's still early, I told her. We're heading out. Don't forget to eat something when you get up. She nodded and told us to be careful on the road. Once we were packed up, the 3 of us set off. I pedaled the tricycle while Qin Huairu sat in the cargo bed holding Xiaodang, who was still asleep, both of them bundled in a heavy coat. It was almost noon by the time we arrived. Qin Huairu hopped down, opened the gate, and called out toward the main room. The door swung open and 3 kids came running out first, followed by her father, Qin Laonian, and her older and younger brothers. I parked the cart in the middle of the yard and called out a greeting. Uncle, there's food in the back for the family. Have my brothers-in-law help unload it. Qin Laonian stared at the cargo bed, his lips trembling, unable to even lift his hands. All of this. The sight of that much food had him stammering. Her sister-in-law Zheng Hong and younger brother's wife Xiu'er came pouring out too, eyes glued to the cart, forgetting to even set down their sewing baskets. A few half-grown kids clung to the side of the cart, swallowing hard, not daring to reach in. Uncle, it's all for the family. Eat up, don't worry about it. I jumped down and grabbed the flour sack. Find somewhere to stash it where outsiders won't see. No sense flashing what you've got. That snapped Qin Laonian out of it. He immediately hollered at his son Qin Maiguan. Quick, clear a spot in the west room and get it all inside. Careful, don't crack those jars. The whole family set to unloading. Xiaodang was lifted down, bundled in her coat, watching wide-eyed as her cousins ran and jumped around, her little hand clutching the fruit candy I'd given her. Girl, why's this Li fellow bringing over so much stuff? Qin Huairu's mother pulled her aside to ask. Qin Huairu's eyes reddened. Ma, Jia Dongshu and I are divorced. She went on to explain the arrangement she had with me now. The marriage law had only been on the books a few years. Her mother went still for a moment, then sighed. So you've gone from proper wife to concubine. It sat badly with her. Ma, Li Xing treats me well. He treats Xiaodang well too. Qin Huairu explained. Her mother threw up her hands. Do as you like. It's all fate. While they were talking, Qin Laonian's voice suddenly rang out across the yard. A permanent position? Transferring her registration? That's wonderful. A city hukou is worth its weight in gold. We need to get on this. I'm going to find the brigade leader right now. Her mother looked puzzled. What registration? Qin Huairu explained it all again, to a chorus of envious sighs from her 2 sisters-in-law. Then get moving. Every day sooner is a day sooner. She's eating state-supplied grain. Her mother was thrilled now, that lingering not about her daughter becoming somebody's second woman gone entirely. Qin Laonian led Qin Huairu and me off toward the brigade office, leaving Xiaodang at the house to play with her cousins. Qin Fuguei was in the main room smoking. Seeing us come in, he stood up. Old Nian, what wind blew you over here? Uncle Fuguei, I need a favor. Qin Laonian pulled his daughter forward. My Huairu's going to work in the city, but her household registration's still here in the village. We need a certificate. I quickly held out a Chenghua. Village Chief Qin, I came through your village on a procurement run a while back. Remember me? Qin Fuguei looked the 2 of us over. Comradely, of course I remember. Now that's a good smoke. He tucked the cigarette behind his ear. I just set the whole pack on the table. Keep it. I don't really smoke these anyway. Without missing a beat, he slid the pack into his pocket. Well, I couldn't. All right, I'll write it up right now. He turned, pulled a blank certificate out of the drawer, and started writing. When he finished, he picked up the official seal, breathed on it a few times, stamped the paper, and handed it over. All set. Thank you, Uncle Fuguei, Qin Laonian said, bowing his head again and again. Don't mention it. Same surname, same family. Besides, this is the first certificate I've ever issued. That daughter of yours didn't turn out half bad. Then he turned to me. Comradely, you're not here buying this time? Thanks to those wild piglets and that pair of chickens from your village, I blew past my quota. There'll probably be a new assignment in a few days, and when there is, your village is my first stop. I'll be counting on you, Chief. After a few more pleasantries, we left. On the walk home, Qin Laoyan couldn't stop grinning. Back at the house, he told his wife to start cooking. I glanced at the sky and said to Qin Huairu, let's not waste time. If we hurry, we can make it back to the city tonight. Qin Laoyan jumped in. At least eat first. No thanks, uncle. It's a long way, and we should get back. The office might still be open. I turned him down, then added, Uncle, Auntie, keep things quiet about Huairu and me. Better not to tell anyone. The whole family shook their heads. Don't you worry. Not a word to anybody. We said our goodbyes, and I headed back to the city with Qin Huairu. She sat in the sidecar holding Xiaodang, watching my back, and felt steady for the first time in ages. All the grief and hardship she'd swallowed in the Jia household seemed to melt away in that moment. She finally had a real home, and someone who would love her and her kids. Everything was going my way. Su Damao's world, on the other hand, was falling apart. Xiao told me later, in detail, exactly how that day went. She didn't open her eyes until the sun was high. She washed up quickly and headed out to find a breakfast stall for something hot, planning to swing by courtyard number 95 afterward to see what was happening. She'd barely reached the courtyard gate when she spotted Yen Bugue squatting by the wall, fiddling with a fishing rod. Clearly he'd skipped teaching and was planning to go fishing. Sharp-eyed as ever, the old man spotted her, sprang up, and came over rubbing his hands. Xiao, you're finally back. She stopped her bike. Third uncle. Something wrong. Something wrong? You bet there is. He glanced into the courtyard and lowered his voice. 2 officers came by first thing this morning, said they needed to notify Su Damao's family. You weren't here, so they waited a bit and left. They said specifically that when you got back, you should go down to the police station over by Widow Wang's lane. Xiao had already guessed as much. She nodded, swung a leg over the bike, and got ready to go. Yen Bugue panicked and grabbed her handlebars. Hey, what happened to Damao? What's he done to get the police involved? Xiao's voice was as calm as if she were talking about a stranger. He got picked up at a brothel. Then she yanked the handlebars free and pedaled straight for the station. Yen Bugue stood there frozen. It took him a while to come back to himself. He slapped his thigh and muttered. No wonder it was the Widow Wang's lane station. So he really did go chasing after working girls. Man's got a wife at home, and he's out throwing money away like that. Still muttering, he shouldered his rod and headed for the river, already working out how he was going to spread this around the courtyard. By the time Xiao got to the station, Su Damao's parents were out front pacing in circles. The second his mother, Lu Tsolan, saw her, she rushed over, grabbed her arm, and burst into tears. Xiao, thank heaven you're here. Get word to your father, have him get Damao out. That boy's never suffered a day in his life. He'll be miserable in there. I went looking for your mother, and they said she wasn't home. I'm going out of my mind. Old Su just smoked in silence, saying nothing, his brows knitted tight enough to crush a fly. He understood perfectly well. The Lu family had no intention of helping. Xiao pulled her arm free, ignored them both, and walked straight into the duty room. Comrade, I'm Su Damao's wife. Lu Xiao. The officer looked up. Ah, so you're Lu Xiao. Su Damao's been demanding a divorce since this morning. Says he wants to cut all ties with your family, too. You can't divorce. Absolutely not. Lu Tsolan chased in after her, pounding the desk and wailing. Damao just made one mistake. He'll change. Xiao didn't even glance at her. She spoke only to the officer. Fine. Divorce. Comrade, what's the procedure? He pulled a divorce agreement and a statement severing family relations out of a drawer and handed them over. Sign these and take them to the neighborhood office to finalize it. His case was decided fast. The sentence came down as 5 years of reform through labor. He's in custody now, so he can't come out. Xiao took the pen and signed both documents neatly, without a moment's hesitation. She picked up her copy, turned, and walked out without so much as looking at Lu Tsuelan. Lu Tsuelan collapsed to the floor, sobbing her heart out. Her calculation had been simple enough. As long as there was no divorce, Lu half the city would step in for his daughter's sake. And even if he didn't, once Damao got out, the Lu family's connections would put him right back on top. What she had no idea about was that Su Damao got hit this hard precisely because he was Lu half the city's son-in-law. The higher-ups were looking to make an example of the capitalist class, and he'd walked right into the crosshairs. The officer sighed and said to old Su, get her to stop crying. Go home and pack Damao some warm clothes. In a few days he ships out to the northwest with a batch of labor convicts. Old Su stubbed out his cigarette, pulled his still weeping wife to her feet, and shuffled off with his head down. Xiao walked out of the station with the divorce paperwork in hand, feeling weightless, like a 1,000-pound load had been lifted off her. From the day her parents forced her to marry Su Damao, she'd never once been truly happy. She'd felt shackled the entire time. Now that the shackles were off, even the strangers hurrying past on the street looked lovely to her. She'd never expected Su Damao to be the one to ask for the divorce. It saved her a lot of arguing. She biked straight to the neighborhood office. Back then, marriages and divorces were both handled there. Everything went through without a hitch, and the moment she had the official divorce certificate in hand, she patted her pocket and couldn't keep the corners of her mouth from turning up. Her first thought was to come find me and share the news, but she didn't know when I'd be back. So instead back at the Liu mansion, she walked into the living room to find Liu Bansheng half reclined on the sofa, Tan Yali behind him massaging his temples. Neither seemed the least bit surprised to see her. Dad. Mom. Xiao Yi pulled out the divorce certificate and handed it over. Liu Bansheng glanced at it and closed his eyes again. A friend at the city bureau called this morning. Told me specifically to stay out of it. The higher-ups have been itching to take us capitalists down a peg. It's been keeping me up at night. Su Damao just handed them exactly what they wanted. Tan Yali took her daughter's hand and stroked it, heartsick. Good riddance. We only picked him because he was a worker, thought that status might shield this family. And since you never wanted him anyway, well, there's no shortage of workers out there. Your father will find you a good one. Don't you dare, Xiao Yi said, frowning. Whether I marry again and who I marry, that's my decision. Liu Bansheng's face darkened. Marriage is not something you decide on your own. I've already asked someone to start looking. With that he stood, went upstairs, and shut himself in the study. Furious, Xiao Yi turned to leave, but Tan Yali caught her arm. Where are you going? You're a divorced woman now. Where's a girl like you got to go? Back to courtyard number 95 to get my dowry. Xiao Yi pulled free. After that I'm moving into that little courtyard you gave me. She went down to the cellar, came back up with a few bottles of wine and liquor, and looked at her mother. I'm going, Mom. I'll come visit when I miss you. And tell Dad not to bother matchmaking. My life is mine to decide. She walked out without looking back. Back at courtyard number 95, she opened her dowry box. There had been 9 large gold bars, 9 small ones, and a pile of gold and silver jewelry. 6 of the small bars were gone. No prizes for guessing. Su Damao had pawned them and spent the money on his string of loose women. Bah, worthless piece of trash. She snapped the box shut, then gathered up her books and a few changes of clothes. She didn't spare a glance for anything else in the house, as if she'd never spent years living there. She didn't even bother locking the door, just picked up her things and left. Back at the little courtyard in North Lagu Lane, she set everything down and thought it over. An occasion this happy deserved a proper celebration. So she biked to the dry goods shop and bought dried abalone, sea cucumber, and shark fin. She'd make an authentic Buddha jumps over the wall, plus a few 10 family dishes, and we'd all celebrate together when Qin Huairu and I got back. At home she prepped the ingredients, set the stock simmering, then sat in the courtyard with a book, waiting for us. Sunlight fell warm across her shoulders. She said later it was the most peaceful day she'd had in years. Meanwhile, I was pedaling the tricycle with plenty of energy to spare. In the cargo bed, Qin Huairu held Xiao Dang, her eyes crinkled with laughter. We passed the cornstalk shelter from before, and I turned around with a smirk. How about we spend another night here? It was kind of exciting. She shot me a look, cheeks pink. What are you talking about? Xiaodong's right here. Watch the road before you ride us into a ditch. After a while she started worrying I'd wear myself out. Come sit down and rest. Let me pedal. Absolutely not. I waved her off. At your pace we'd get there next year. We've still got a ways to go. Hold on to Xiaodong. The road's rough. Don't let her bump her head. A little past 4 in the afternoon, I finally pedaled us into the courtyard lane. The gate was barred from the inside, so I knew Xiao Yi was home. I knocked. It opened almost immediately. Xiao Yi was beaming. She threw her arms around me, then pulled out the divorce certificate and waved it. Look at this. I'm a free woman. That fast. I took it, eyebrows raised. Qin Huairu climbed down with Xiaodong in her arms. Did it go smoothly? Xiao Yi told us everything that had happened that morning. Qin Huairu looked puzzled. Why would Su Damao be the one to ask for the divorce? I thought about it and laughed. Knowing how selfish he is, he's terrified that her family's capitalist background will drag him down. He wanted to cut ties fast and hope it earns him a lighter sentence. Understanding dawned on Xiao Yi's face, and she spat. So that's it. No wonder he was suddenly so eager. What a snake. A man like that won't even get a decent seat at a banquet his whole life. Just then Qin Huairu sniffed the air. That smells amazing. Xiao Yi, what are you making? Stock's been simmering all afternoon. Buddha jumps over the wall tonight. And a few 10 family dishes. We're celebrating properly. Xiao Yi headed for the kitchen, grinning. The rich fragrance of the Buddha jumps over the wall mingled with the deep savor of the tan dishes, thickening in the little courtyard. In the clay pot, The abalone was tender with just the right bite. The sea cucumber had drunk up the stock until one mouthful made your tongue tingle with pure umami. The three of us dug in without ceremony. Even Chin Huairu, usually so reserved, put away a whole steamed bun, and Xiaoyi polished off her own braised shark fin and red-cooked abalone down to the last drop. Xiaodong clutched her little bowl, cheeks stuffed full, belly round as a ball, still reaching for the braised sea cucumber on the platter. I caught her hand. "That's enough, sweetheart. Any more, and your tummy's going to hurt." She pouted and reluctantly pulled her hand back. "But it's good. I want more." Chin Huairu rubbed her stomach. "Be good. Mama will make it again tomorrow." After the dishes were cleared, the three of us sat around the table with a pot of hot tea. Zhang Yuan's finest jasmine, brewed with spirit spring water, the fragrance blooming the moment it hit the cup. A full stomach makes you drowsy. Xiaodong leaned against Chin Huairu and was yawning within minutes, eyelids drooping. I took a sip of tea and looked at Xiaoyi. "So you're divorced. What's the plan now? You can't just sit idle forever." I wanted my women to have something to do. Idle hands find trouble. Xiaoyi cupped her teacup, running a fingertip around the rim, lost in thought. The yellow light of the 5-watt bulb fell across her face, and she looked genuinely at a loss. After a long moment, she sighed. "I honestly don't know. Maybe I could work at a factory too, but I can't do anything. I feel so useless." "Nobody's born knowing how," I said, setting my cup down. "Everyone learns. You're educated and you're sharp. You'll pick things up faster than most. Don't sell yourself short." Chin Huairu chimed in. "Li Xing's right. Sister Xiaoyi, you're clever. You'll learn anything in no time." She turned to me, her eyes full of trust. "Why don't you find her a job too? You're so capable. You'll figure something out." In her eyes, I could do anything. I could produce more grain than we could eat. I'd gotten her a permanent position. Finding Xiaoyi work was surely nothing. I nodded and looked at Lu Xiaoyi. "What do you want to do? Any ideas?" Her eyes lit up and she ventured. "What if I went to the cannery? The factory, right? That way you'd go to work and come home with Sister Chin. You'd have each other to lean on." "Fine, I'll go ask Deputy Director Li about it tomorrow," I agreed. "But I can't promise anything. All I can do is try." Lu Xiaoyi shot to her feet. "Let me go get something." She turned and went into the bedroom, and a moment later came back out carrying a rosewood box, which she held out to me. "This is my dowry, gold bars and jewelry. If you're going to find me a job, you'll need something to grease the wheels. You hold on to the box. I can't be bothered to keep track of it." I opened it. More than 10 gold bars were stacked neatly inside, along with a pile of glittering jewelry. It didn't move me one bit. I had far more gold and jewels than that stashed in my space. But when Chin Huairu leaned in for a look, she froze on the spot, eyes going wide as saucers. She hadn't even had a silver ring when she got married. She'd never seen anything like this. She grabbed my arm. "Li Xing, you'd better put that somewhere safe. That's way too valuable." I closed the box. "I'm heading out for a bit. Be back later." Truth was, I'd barely gotten a few steps past the front gate before a single thought took me into my space. I picked out 10 pieces of the finest quality from the big chest. A pearl necklace, a mutton fat jade bracelet, a jeweled hairpin, and I specially chose a jade pendant carved with a lotus for Xiaodong. I played with Wang Kai and Wang Yun for a while, and by my estimate about an hour had passed outside before I pocketed the jewelry, stepped out, and headed back. Back in the courtyard, Chin Huairu was holding Xiaodong, coaxing her to sleep. The second Xiaodong saw me, she squirmed out of her mother's arms and came toddling over to tug at my shirt. "Daddy, I don't want to sleep. Mommy's making me," and she smacked my bottom. I laughed and scooped her up. "Then let's play a little longer. Come see what good stuff Daddy brought back." Holding her in one arm, I dug the 11 pieces of jewelry out of my pocket with the other and laid them all out on the table. Chin Huairu and Lu Xiaoyi both crowded in, their eyes instantly glued to the glittering pile. Chin Huairu looked puzzled. "Where did you get all this?" Lu Xiaoyi picked up an emerald green bangle, her eyes growing wider the longer she looked. "Now this is a jade bracelet. Whoa, that color, imperial green. How is the quality this good?" Xiaodong had no interest in the jade pendant. She grabbed a strand of pearls and squeezed it, giggling until her eyes crinkled shut. I explained casually, "It's all legitimate, don't worry. I just got lucky. Last time I went out to the countryside on a purchasing run, I found a cave in the woods. All this was in there, no owner in sight. I brought it back that same night and hid it, and today I'm splitting it up between you two." They both marveled at how lucky I was. I pointed at the table. "Divide it up however you like. I brought it all back for you." Lu Xiaoyi couldn't put the imperial green bangle down. "I've got my dowry box, so Sister Chin can have the rest. But I do want this bracelet. I love it too much." Seeing that she'd only taken the one piece, Chin Huairu felt embarrassed. "Xiaoyi, let's split it 50-50. I'd never use this much anyway." Lu Xiaoyi had already slipped the bangle onto her wrist. She turned it around, grinning ear to ear. "It's a perfect fit. This is the one I want. You take the rest. Wear some of it when you go out. Don't always dress so plain. I gave Lu Xiaoyi a look, a meaningful one, but said nothing. I just turned to Qin Huairu. Put the rest away. Save it for Xiaoding. Qin Huairu shook her head. You hold on to it for me. I've never worn things like this, and they just get in the way when I'm working. I'd hate to lose them. All right, I'll keep them for now. I gathered the jewelry together and put it in my pocket. Qin Huairu stood up. It's getting late. I'll go heat some water for a foot soak. With that, she headed for the kitchen, without so much as another glance at the pile of jewelry. As if, to her, all those treasures were worth less than a kettle of hot water. Lu Xiaoyi was still admiring the bangle on her wrist, murmuring, "You really don't see quality like this. I'll look so good wearing it out." I looked at her. Put that dowry box somewhere safe. Don't just leave it lying around. And don't worry about the job. I'll ask tomorrow and let you know. Don't worry. I'll lock it in the drawer by the Kong, she said with a nod. If you ever need it, just take it. No need to ask. Before long, Qin Huairu brought over a basin of hot water and set it by my feet. Soak first, while it's still warm. She carried in another basin and called toward the bedroom. Sister Xiaoyi, time to wash your feet. Finally, she brought a basin of lukewarm water and pulled Xiaodang over to take off her shoes and socks. I rinsed off, dried my feet, and stood up. Huairu, I'll wash Xiaodang. You go soak yours before the water gets cold. I set Xiaodang on a stool and gently washed her feet. All evening I barely spoke to Lu Xiaoyi. She gradually sensed something was off and started to worry. Only after we'd lain down on the Kong and Xiaodang had fallen fast asleep did she scoot over and whisper, "What's wrong? Why are you upset?" I sighed and kept my voice low. A household runs on harmony. You've seen the world. You know exactly how precious that imperial green is. Huairu grew up in a village and married someone like Jia Dongxiu. She doesn't know the first thing about any of it. And you went and picked the single most valuable piece. Isn't that just taking advantage of her? That one bracelet is worth more than the other 10 put together. I didn't say any more, but Lu Xiaoyi understood completely. She was quiet for a moment, then slipped the bangle off and passed it to Qin Huairu in the dark, her voice full of apology. Sister Qin, I'm sorry. I was being selfish just now. I shouldn't have taken advantage of you. Here, take the bracelet. It'll look lovely on you. Qin Huairu was half asleep, but once she understood, she quickly pushed it back. Oh, come on. I thought it was something serious. It's just a bracelet. I don't wear this stuff anyway. It gets in the way when I'm working. If you like it, wear it, and don't give it another thought. Li Xing, don't be angry either. It's nothing. Seeing that she'd truly taken no offense, my irritation faded. I'm not angry. I just don't want any bad blood in this house. From now on, we're honest with each other. Say what's on your mind, no dancing around it. I rolled over closer to Lu Xiaoyi, my tone softening. Good thing you know you were wrong. Otherwise, it'd be family discipline for you. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes went wide. What family discipline? The rod. I rolled on top of her. The night deepened. Outside the window, all was still, and the only sound in the room was the muffled whimpering of someone working on a popsicle. The sky was just turning pale when I pulled out my two arms, numb from being pinned all night, and got up as quietly as I could, careful not to wake the two sleeping on the Kong. Last night had been wild enough to wring every last bit of strength out of all of us. But the moment I reached for my clothes, Qin Huairu woke anyway. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, and reached over to straighten my collar. Go back to sleep for a bit, I said, pressing her hand down. And don't forget to go to the neighborhood office today about the residence registration. There's no rush on the cannery job. It's still over a month until New Year's, so reporting in after the holiday is fine. She nodded, her eyes full of trust. I'll remember. Anyway, grab a bite on the way. Don't go out on an empty stomach. I leaned down, kissed her, and headed out the door. Qin Huairu got up to lock up behind me, but the moment she took a step, her legs went weak and she nearly dropped to her knees. Remembering last night, she couldn't stop a shy little smile from spreading across her lips. I had a bowl of hot soy milk at the corner stand, wolfed down a couple of meat buns, and pedaled my tricycle cart toward the co-op. On the way, with a single thought, I pulled a big sack of golden cornmeal out of my space, along with 10 plump rabbits and 100-some pounds of potatoes, enough to fill the cart bed. Then I threw a tarp over the whole thing and tied it down tight. I'd barely reached the co-op entrance when I ran into the guys from courtyard number 95 heading to work. Yi Zhonghai, Silly Zhu, Lu Haizhong, and Jia Dongxiu. Silly Zhu had sharp eyes. One look at the bulging cart, and he was on me in 2 strides, reaching to yank the tarp off. Hey, what V you got in there? He fingered a rabbit's ear, then went for the cornmeal sack. I slapped his hand away. Don't touch what isn't yours. And next time you see me, remember to kowtow. Kowtow. The word hit a nerve. The humiliation of kneeling in front of the whole courtyard came flooding back. He shoved up his sleeves, face flushed red, neck swelling. You little bastard, you've got the nerve to bring that up? You think I'm a pushover? He balled up his fist and swung straight at my face. Yi Zhonghai stood off to the side, a flicker of glee in his eyes. Best case, Silly Zhu beats this Li kid to death. He was still holding on to his own money, and he Daching's money order. If I died, nobody would ever find out. But just as Silly Zhu's fist was about to connect, his foot slipped out from under him like he'd stepped on ice. He went down hard, thud, flat on his back, the back of his skull cracking against the pavement. He didn't move. Silly Zhu, Yi Zhonghai, and the others rushed over, shouting his name again and again. Nothing. Yi Zhonghai pointed at me, his voice shaking. It was you. You killed him. Dongshu, go get the police. Jia Dongshu already couldn't stand me. He took off faster than a jackrabbit, only too happy to see me go down. Just then Director Zhang came pedaling up in a hurry, out of breath. He'd spotted someone swinging at me from way down the street and had pumped his legs like mad. He hadn't even come to a full stop before he asked, "Little Li, you okay? Why was Silly Zhu trying to hit you?" I just got back from a purchasing run in the countryside. He saw what I had in the cart and decided he wanted it. I said no, so he took a swing. I spread my hands, the picture of innocence. Then he slipped and fell all on his own. I never laid a finger on him. The words had barely left my mouth when Silly Zhu started howling from the ground. "Oh, Mama, Uncle Zhu's dying here." He felt the back of his head, and his hand came away sticky. He held it up, covered in blood. His eyes went wide. "Son of a..." My head split open. He struggled upright and jabbed a finger at me. "Are you some kind of demon? Why is it every time I try to hit you, something happens to me?" I couldn't help laughing. "Did the Monkey King send you here to be the comic relief?" Silly Zhu blinked and scratched his head. "What monkey? What comic relief?" Then it clicked, and he blew up. "You're insulting me, you punk." Right then Jia Dongshu came running back with 2 policemen. Seeing Silly Zhu standing there cussing me out, he froze, then turned to Yi Zhonghai. "Master, wasn't he dead? How's he alive again?" The lead officer frowned. "Dead? You just reported a homicide." Director Zhang knew this officer and stepped forward. "Officer Liu, I'm an eyewitness." Little Li never moved an inch. This Zhu fellow tried to grab his goods, took a swing, slipped, and cracked his own head open. A man who'd robbed someone over a few groceries. That's a disgrace to the new society. Officer Liu fixed a hard stare on Silly Zhu, who frantically waved his hands. "That's not, no? It wasn't like that. I just wanted to look. I wasn't going to take anything." Yi Zhonghai jumped in. "Officer, Zhu's not that kind of man. He's head cook at the steel mill. He's seen every good thing there is to eat. He was just curious. Purely curious." Officer Liu turned to Jia Dongshu. Did he usually fall on his own, or did someone hit him?" Jia Dongshu's legs were shaking. He stammered. "Oh, officer, I just saw him on the ground. My master told me to report it. I didn't see it happen." "That courtyard of yours is nothing but trouble," Officer Liu snapped. "Wife beating, theft, whoring, and you still call yourselves a model courtyard? I'm going down to the neighborhood office and having that plaque taken off your gate." He said a quick goodbye to Director Zhang, then turned and left with his partner. I looked at the little group from the courtyard, half smiling. "Still here? You'll be late for work. They'll docket your pay." None of them wanted to stick around. Silly Zhu, still clutching his bleeding head, said to Yi Zhonghai, "First, uncle, I gotta go to the hospital. Call in for me, would you?" Head still spinning. Once they were all gone, Director Zhang handed me the co-op keys to open up while he lifted the tarp himself. He untied the sack of cornmeal, took one look at that rich golden color, and his eyes lit up. He immediately cinched the sack shut and glanced around. "Quick, help me get this inside before somebody sees." Together we hauled the cornmeal behind the counter, loaded the rabbits into bamboo baskets, and carried in the potatoes. Before long, old Zhou, Sister Wang, and the others showed up for work. Director Zhang said, "Shut the door first." I closed it. He pointed at the cornmeal and potatoes and lowered his voice. "It's one thing for Li Xing to bring back meat, but this much pure cornmeal? Have you all finished the meat from last time? Cured it ages ago. It'll last us all winter," Sister Wang laughed. Even Sun Xiaomei, normally quiet and reserved, spoke up. "We made dumplings twice at my place. They were delicious." "All right, the rabbits get sold through normal channels. The cornmeal and potatoes, we split among ourselves." Director Zhang's expression turned serious. "Meat we can say was hunted in the hills. But there's no cornmeal growing in the hills. I'm not asking where it came from, but not one word of this leaves this room. Otherwise you're throwing Li Xing to the wolves." Everyone nodded. "Don't worry, this cornmeal will keep our mouths plenty busy. Quit clowning around, old Zhou. Get the scale." 6 equal shares, Director Zhang ordered. I waved a hand. "Director, split my share among yourselves. I've still got some at home. More than one person can eat, plus my 26-pound monthly ration. That's plenty." Director Zhang thought it over and nodded. "Fine. 5 shares, then. 20 pounds of cornmeal and 20 pounds of potatoes each. And everybody pays Li Xing, no IOUs. If you didn't bring money, the co-op will front it and you bring it tomorrow." Everyone got right to work. Some held the bags open, others worked the scale, Every face lit up with a joy they couldn't hide. Once everything was divided up, I couldn't help asking, "Director, is the grain shortage really that bad now? We're a supply and marketing co-op, and even we get starry-eyed at the sight of food." "What did you think?" Director Zhang sighed. "Grain has to have a legitimate source. From now on, you'd better be careful. If you get your hands on any, hide it first. Don't let anyone catch you. Word from above is that after New Year's the rations are getting cut again. We got lucky today that Silly Zhu didn't untie that sack, or we'd have had real trouble." A chill ran through me. I made a mental note. Thinking of old Chun and Station Chief Wang, I figured I ought to bring them some grain one of these days. "Director, I'm going to head back out and see if I can scrounge up more supplies," I said. "Little Lee, I won't ask where you get it. But remember, be careful. Don't take chances," Director Zhang cautioned. "There's grain on the black market, sure, but it's too dangerous. You're young. You've got a bright future ahead of you. It's not worth risking everything over food." "Understand." "Understood, Director." I nodded, said goodbye to everyone, and pedaled my tricycle cart straight for the cannery. I needed to find Deputy Director Li and ask about a job for Lu Xiaoyi. The whole way there I turned it over in my head. What should I bring him? Gold and silver? Or grain? The wheels rattled over the gravel, clack, clack, clack. The more I thought about it, the more gold and silver seemed too conspicuous. I slapped my thigh. Meat, that was the safe bet. These days, whose mouth didn't water at the sight of meat? A factory that size had a lot of mouths. Meat would go the furthest. Just before I reached the cannery gate, I glanced around, made sure nobody was watching, and with a thought, the tricycle vanished into my space. With the pack of Great Front Gate cigarettes in my pocket, I strolled up to the guard booth, put on a big smile, and held out a cigarette. "Comrade, sorry to bother you. I'm here to see Director Li Weiman. My name's Li Xing. Could you let him know?" The guard took the cigarette and tucked it behind his ear, looking me up and down. "Director Li's pretty busy right now. What's so urgent?" We're family. He's my uncle." "It'll only take a few minutes," I said matter-of-factly. Hearing I was the director's nephew, the guard didn't press. He picked up the phone, dialed, said a couple of words, and hung up. "Go on in. Director Li's waiting in his office. Straight ahead, turn left, up the stairs." "Much obliged." I nodded and strode inside. I'd been here before, so I found the office easily and knocked. "Come in." I pushed the door open. Li Weiman was bent over some paperwork. The moment he looked up and saw me, he set down his pen and stood. "Well, if it isn't my nephew. What a rare guest. Sit. Sit. I was just thinking about you." I sat down and got straight to the point. "Uncle, those 2 wild boars last time, was that enough for the factory?" "I've got 2 more, same quality, big ones, around 300 pounds each." Li Weiman's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. "Want them?" "Of course I want them. We've got hundreds of workers here. Those last 2 barely gave everyone a taste. Not even enough to get stuck in your teeth. However many you've got, I'll take them all. Same price as last time, a yuan a pound. Also," I paused, "I've got a relative looking for a permanent position. Think you could work something out?" Li Weiman rubbed his chin, frowned, and studied me for a long moment. "Nephew, you're putting your uncle in a tough spot. Permanent worker slots are precious. That one I got for your cousin last time took some real doing." Then his tone shifted. "It'll cost extra." "No, not money. Goods. Same as last time. Throw in a few rabbits and I'll take care of it." I'd expected as much and agreed immediately. "Done. Don't you worry, uncle. I'll have the boars and the rabbits here before noon. You'll be satisfied, guaranteed." "Now that's what I like to hear." Li Weiman laughed and clapped me on the shoulder. "I'll get the paperwork drawn up. Come pick it up right after you deliver." "Thanks, uncle." I stood to leave. "I'll go get the goods now and let you get back to work." Out of the cannery, I walked a short way, found a quiet alley, and pulled the tricycle back out. I loaded up 2 small sacks of cornmeal. I didn't dare bring wheat flour. Pure white flour was far too conspicuous. Truth be told, pure cornmeal was rare enough. Then stacked on 100-odd pounds of potatoes, and finally added 2 plump roosters. I covered it all with a cloth and headed straight for the relief station. The relief station looked the same as always. Firewood piled by the door, the smell of coal smoke and burning wood drifting out from inside. I rode into the yard and hollered, "Old Chun, you in?" Footsteps came quickly, and Old Chun shuffled out with a padded jacket thrown over his shoulders. The second he saw me, his face broke into a grin. "Well, hey there, little Lee. What brings you by? Come inside and warm up. Wind's fierce out here." "Sir, I brought a few things for you and Chief Wang. Let's get them inside first." As I spoke, I hoisted a sack of cornmeal in each hand, good and heavy. "There are 2 chickens tied up in the cart too. Give me a hand with them." Old Chin walked over to the cart and took a look. 2 big roosters flapped their wings, feathers glossy, plump, and well-fed. He couldn't help wondering, where does this kid get this stuff? Chickens that fat? How much grain does it take to raise them? I went back for the potatoes. Old Chun carried the chickens inside and tied them up near the stove. Pour yourself some tea. Just back from the countryside? How'd you do? Yeah, got back into the city first thing this morning. I sat by the stove warming my hands and rubbed them together. Those 2 sacks are cornmeal. One for you, one for Chief Wang. Pure corn, ground fine, nothing mixed in. Old Chen was pouring water when he heard pure corn. His hand froze. He set down the mug, walked over, untied a sack, and looked inside. Golden yellow all the way through, not a speck of anything else. He just stared. He quickly shut the door and lowered his voice. Where'd you get this? This is pure cornmeal. Nobody eats this these days unless they've got connections. I went pretty far out this trip and ran into a hunter. He'd cleared a little patch of land up in the mountains on the sly. Nobody knew about it. He needed cash, so he sold it to me. I gave him a safe, believable story. Old Chen nodded. He understood perfectly and didn't press further, only warned. Don't breathe a word of this to anyone. Clearing land and growing grain on your own. If that gets out, it's serious trouble. Just tell me what I owe you, and old Wang, and I will settle up in a bit. Sir, talking money between us would just spoil things. I waved him off. You and Chief Wang have done so much for me. This is nothing. Consider it a small thank you from me to the both of you. Old Chen started to say something else, but I was already on my feet. I've got somewhere to be. Need to make a delivery to the cannery. Tell Chief Wang I said hello when he gets back. With that I turned and left. Old Chen couldn't catch me in time. He looked at the 2 sacks of cornmeal on the table, the pile of potatoes, and the chickens by the stove, and a warmth spread through his chest. That kid really did know how to look after people. Leaving the relief station, I headed straight for the cannery. When I reached a quiet spot, I pulled out the 100-some-pound wild boar, all 4 hooves trussed up tight, plus 5 rabbits and 5 chickens. I loaded the whole lot into the cart. This boar was even heavier than the last one. I didn't dare ride the bike, afraid I'd blow a tire, so I pushed it all the way to the factory. At the gate, the guard took one look at the monster in the cart, and his eyes bugged out. He hollered inside. Somebody get out here. Unload this thing. Director Li's shipment is here. A few burly workers came running out and hauled the boar, the rabbits, and the chickens off the cart. I followed them in, found Li Weiman in his office, got my receipt, and made sure my work credentials were all in order before heading out with an easy mind. I didn't go straight back to Lu Xiaoyi's little courtyard. Instead, I swung by number 95 South Gong and Drum Lane. I needed to show my face, or the whole compound would start thinking I'd gone missing. The second I stepped through the gate, I spotted Silly Zhu, his head still wrapped in gauze, standing outside third Uncle Yan Bugui's door with a young girl. She had ear-length bobbed hair and wore a faded blue cotton jacket over a padded coat. She looked pretty young. This was Silly Zhu's little sister, He Yushui. Third uncle, do me a favor here. Yushui's taking the vocational school exam next year. Find her a teacher for some tutoring. I'll pay every cent of the fees, Silly Zhu pleaded. Yan Bugui squatted on the steps fiddling with his abacus, not even looking up. Zhu, it's not that I don't want to help. It's just, you know. He rubbed his fingers together in the universal money gesture. I pushed my bike over and greeted them with a grin. Silly Zhu, this your sister Yushui? Home on break. He Yushui looked up at me, her eyes curious and a little wary, but she didn't say anything. The moment Silly Zhu saw it was me, his face darkened. What are you doing back here? This is none of your business. Beat it. I'm going home. That a problem for you? I raised an eyebrow, then turned to the girl. Yushui, right? You need tutoring? I'll teach you. Forget junior high. I can handle high school material too. Silly Zhu got worked up. Quit talking nonsense. You're a purchasing agent. What do you know about schoolwork? Don't screw up my sister's exam. Whether I know anything or not. Why don't you let Yushui give me a problem and find out? I said, unbothered. Then to her. Pick any problem you're stuck on. If I can't explain it, I'll walk away right now. He Yushui hesitated, then pulled a math textbook out of her satchel, flipped to a page, and pointed at an algebra problem. Then explain this one. I leaned in for a look. Wasn't this 5th grade stuff? I picked up a pebble off the ground and worked through it right there on the steps, drawing as I talked. Clean steps, steady pace, pausing now and then to ask, following me so far? He Yushui's eyes got wider and wider as she tracked the logic. Before long she was nodding. I get it. You explain it better than our teacher does. Feel better now? I laughed. I'll tutor her for free, not a cent. One condition, though, your brother stops picking fights with me. Otherwise I quit. Silly Zhu still couldn't stand me, but seeing that his sister actually understood, he swallowed his pride. Fine, I'll let it go, but you'd better teach her right. If you mess up her exam, I'm coming for you. Relax. I guarantee she gets into that vocational school. I thumped my chest. Let's go to my place now. I'll put together a set of problems, see where you're weak, and we'll target that. He Yushui nodded and followed me toward the front-facing room. Silly Zhu called after her. Yushui, don't wear yourself out. Come home for dinner. Yan Bugui wasn't having it either. Hey, Silly Zhu, You really think a purchasing agent can teach better than a real teacher? He just got lucky with a problem he happened to know. Don't let him lead Yushui astray. Uncle Yin, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Let's just wait and see. I smiled at him, perfectly confident. Yin Bugue pursed his lips, grumbling inwardly. This kid just cost me a referral fee. I'll have to make it back somewhere, or I'm out real money. You don't go broke from eating or dressing. You go broke from failing to calculate. I ignored Yin Jieching's little scheming and led He Yushui into the front room. I pushed the door open and pointed at a chair. Sit here. Get out all the tests you've taken. I took the other chair. He Yushui obediently pulled a stack of exam papers from her satchel and laid them out neatly on the floor. Li Ji, these are all the problems I got wrong this term. There are a bunch of concepts I just can't wrap my head around, she said quietly. I went through them one by one. Her fundamentals weren't bad at all. She just hadn't sorted out the logic of algebra, and she didn't know how to draw auxiliary lines in geometry. Classic stuck in the gears, honor student. One nudge, and she'd be off and running. I pulled out an algebra paper and sketched a number line on the ground with a twig. Look at this one. First find the equal relationship, then rule out the solutions that don't fit the problem. One step at a time. Don't rush. I kept my pace slow and broke every step down clearly, no roundabout explanations. He Yushui followed along with wide round eyes, her brow gradually smoothing out. She nodded along, and whenever she didn't get something she asked right away, no shyness about it. Oh, so that's how you draw the auxiliary line, she clapped after I finished a geometry problem, grinning with excitement. Li Ji, you explain things so much more clearly than our teacher. Of course, your Li Ji near got into Tsing, into college back in the day. I said it half joking. Privately, I thought, junior high material? For a guy with a degree from a top-tier 21st century university, this was child's play. Between the teaching and the learning, the sun went down before either of us noticed. The room dimmed. I closed the last paper. That's it for today. We covered algebra and geometry. Come back tomorrow, and I'll get you through physics and chemistry. Something occurred to me. How are you doing in biology? The question caught her off guard. Biology? Okay, I guess. The teacher skipped a lot of it. He just said the boys should read certain pages, and the girls should read certain other pages. That reminded me of my own school days. Yeah, back then I read that stuff on the sly. You girls never snuck a look at the pages meant for the boys. Yushui flushed red and bent over her bag, saying nothing. I kept a straight face. You need to read it. It's on the test, and points are points. Every point is an edge. Still blushing, she nodded, packed up her bag, the color not quite gone from her cheeks, but her eyes were bright. Thank you, Li Ji. I'll come early tomorrow. I promise I won't be late. And I'll go read it carefully. Don't mention it. Get home. Your brother's probably already pacing the courtyard. I walked her to the door and watched her hurry off toward the middle courtyard, head down, before shutting it. I'd barely closed it when Yin Bugue popped out like he'd sprouted from the base of the wall, grabbing my handlebars with a big smile plastered on his face. Xiao Li, hold on. Don't run off. I raised an eyebrow. Uncle Yin, you. So you've been crouching by the wall, eavesdropping all afternoon? Come on, nothing like that. He waved his hands quickly, though he still didn't let go of the cart. I just got back from fishing and happened to see you walking Yushui home. Say, you go out to the countryside on purchasing runs all the time, right? Think you could pick up some cheap meat for me? What's wrong with pickled vegetables? I teased. Meat's precious these days. One bite costs you a few pounds of cornmeal. You don't go broke from eating or dressing. You go broke from bad planning. Hey, it's not for me. He rubbed his hands together and lowered his voice. Jieching's got a matchmaking meeting in a couple of days. The girl's coming over for dinner. I can't exactly serve her pickles and cornmeal, can I? I need a real dish, something with meat, to save face. Make the girl think our family's doing all right. The second I heard Yin Jieching's matchmaking meeting, Yuli popped into my head. From watching the show in my past life, I knew Yuli was a solid girl, down to earth, quick-witted. She ended up going through hell with Yin Jieching and still never let go. A girl that good shouldn't be scared off by the Yin family's penny pinching. A thought muttered in the back of my mind. Wonder if I could snatch her out from under him. I dropped the joking and said seriously, don't worry. I'm heading to the countryside the day after tomorrow. I'll bring you back some cheap meat, fresh, and plenty of it. But I get a seat at the table and a couple of drinks. Yin Bugue's eyes lit up and he nodded like a woodpecker. Perfect. I knew I could count on you, Xiao Li. But let's get this straight up front. Since you'll be sitting down and drinking with us, could you knock a little more off the price of the meat? Or how about we just call it even against the liquor? I shook my head, privately laughing at how a cheapskate never changes, and pushed my cart toward the street. We'll talk money later. First, let's make sure my matchmaking goes. Make sure your son's matchmaking goes smoothly. Hey, day after tomorrow. Don't forget the meat. Whatever you do, don't mess up Jieching's meeting, he shouted after me, sounding downright anxious. Got it. I won't forget. I waved and pedaled off toward North Lagu Lane. Lu Xiaoyi and Qin Huairu were definitely waiting on me for dinner. Who had time to stand around jawing with that old miser? The evening wind was cool as I rode, but my head was plenty busy. On one side, sweet, innocent Yu Shui. On the other, the image of Yuli showing up for that matchmaking dinner, plus Yin Bugue, cheap as dirt but desperate to keep up appearances. All of it had its own particular flavor. I got to the little courtyard house, pushed the door open, rode the tricycle inside. The main room was lit up. Lu Xiaoyi sat on a low stool telling Xiaodang a story, and Xiaodang was gazing up at her, listening so intently that neither of them noticed me come in. The smell of dinner drifted out of the kitchen, the rich aroma of a stew mixed with the toasty smell of corn cakes. It made my mouth water. I slipped into the kitchen. Qin Huairu was feeding kindling into the stove, the firelight painting her cheeks red. When she saw me, she stood and brushed the ash off her hands. "You're back? Go wash up. Dinner's almost ready." Corn cakes just came off the pan, still hot. I walked over, wrapped my arms around her, and kissed her on the cheek, warm and smoky from the stove, so real it hit me in the chest. She flushed and gave me a light push. "Go wash your hands." "Stop it. The kids are right outside." "So what? We're all family here." I laughed and let go, heading to the corner of the yard to wash up. Back in the main room, I scooped up Xiaodang, who was still lost in the story, and rubbed my chin against her little face. "Hey, sweetheart, did you miss Daddy?" Xiaodang threw her arms around my neck and said in her milky little voice, "Yes. Auntie Xiaoyi missed you too. Today she told Mommy that last night Daddy was super amazing." That did it. I couldn't help but look over at Lu Xiaoyi, my eyes full of mischief. Her face went scarlet in an instant. She shot me a fierce glare and spat. "Don't go repeating things, you silly girl." "But it's true." Xiaodang pouted, the picture of innocence. I burst out laughing and deliberately egged her on. "Then Daddy will keep working hard tonight. So Auntie Xiaoyi misses him even more. What are you, a donkey? Don't you ever rest?" Lu Xiaoyi, torn between embarrassment and anger, smacked my arm. "The kid's right here. Watch your filthy mouth. Just think of me as the production team's donkey. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of hard work." I lifted my chin smugly. While we were carrying on, Qin Huairu came in with 2 dishes, pork stewed with cabbage and glass noodles, and stir-fried shredded potatoes. "Wash your hands. Dinner's ready." Lu Xiaoyi quickly led Xiaodang off to wash up, and I went to the kitchen to help carry out the corn cakes and grab chopsticks. The 4 of us, a family, in our way, crowded around the little table and dug in, warm and noisy. The corn cakes were crisp and fragrant, the stew rich with flavor, and Xiaodang gnawed on half a cake until crumbs covered her mouth. After dinner, I pulled the official permanent worker employment certificate from the cannery out of my pocket and handed it to Lu Xiaoyi. "Here, your job's all set. Report in with Huairu after New Year's." She took it and ran her fingers over the red official seal, her eyes shining. "So now I'm a worker on the state payroll too. I'm taking this home tomorrow to show my parents. They kept telling me to marry a worker. Well, now I am one." Qin Huairu was happy for her too. "That's wonderful. With a real job, life feels a lot more secure." We chatted a while longer. Then I noticed Xiaodang fiddling with an empty can, looking bored out of her mind. Something tugged at me. The kid had had a rough time in the Jia household. She didn't even own a single toy. I needed to make her something fun. I stood up. "I'm going out for a bit. Be back soon." I didn't say what for. "Be careful. It's dark out there," Qin Huairu said. "I'm not a kid." I laughed and wheeled the cart out the door. At the shadowy mouth of the alley, I glanced left and right. Nobody around, and with a flick of thought, slipped into my space. There was still lumber left over from building the house last time. I sped up the flow of time inside, shaped my will into tools, and got to work. After building an entire wooden house, making toys was child's play. A finely crafted rocking horse. A slide that came apart for storage. All mortise and tenon joinery, solid and built to last. Then a swing. It didn't take long at all. I sanded everything smooth so there wasn't a splinter to be found, then brushed on a coat of sap from the space's trees, which left a faint, clean fragrance. Coming out of the space, I loaded the toys one by one into the cart bed and pedaled home. The moment I pushed through the gate, Lu Xiaoyi, Qin Huairu, and Xiaodang came crowding over, staring into the cart with open curiosity. "Daddy, what is all this?" Xiaodang tugged at my shirt, eyes wide as saucers. "This is a rocking horse, this is a slide, and here's a swing. All made for you." I lifted the horse down and set it on the ground for her to try. Xiaodang climbed on carefully, gripped the handles with her little hands, and pushed off with her feet. The horse rocked and she let out a startled squeal, then dissolved into giggles. Qin Huairu and Lu Xiaoyi just stared. "He went out for what, an hour? Where do you even buy these? Was there really carpentry work this fine anywhere in the neighborhood?" The 2 of them pitched in to unload the slide and the swing, but the joinery was so intricate that no matter how long I explained, Neither of them could figure it out, and they ended up fumbling all over the place. Forget it. You two take a break. I'll do it. I shooed them aside, exasperated. Before long, the slide was set up in the yard, and the swing set was assembled too. Xiaodang went from the rocking horse to the slide, and the second she slid off she'd throw herself at the swing, cheeks flushed red from laughing, running herself out of breath. Qin Huairu watched her daughter having the time of her life and grumbled. What did you waste money on that for? Look how spoiled she's getting. She won't even eat a proper meal anymore. All she thinks about is the snacks and pastries you bring home. But she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. Nobody knew better than she did that I truly cared about the two of them. Lu Xiaoyi still had a bit of the kid in her too. Once Xiaodang had her fill, she sat down on the swing and had me push her from behind. The swing rocked back and forth, wind brushing her face, and she laughed like a little girl. But then a wave of bitterness welled up in her. I loved children this much, and yet she'd been married to Su Damao for years without so much as a hint of a pregnancy. Was there something wrong with her? Watching Xiaodang play without a care in the world, her mood slowly sank. As they played, the wind picked up outside, rattling the branches by the gate. Worried Xiaodang would catch a chill, I said, "Sweetheart, come play inside. It's cold out, don't go catching a cold." I started taking the slide apart, cleared a space in the main room, and set it up again. Before we knew it, it was past 9. Xiaodang had worn herself out. She let out a big yawn and curled up in my arms, eyes drooping shut. Qin Huairu went to heat water for washing feet. Lu Xiaoyi came over to me, her voice small with hurt and uncertainty. "I want one too. Do you think there's something wrong with my body?" I laid Xiaodang down on the Kong, turned around, walked over, and ruffled her hair. "What are you talking about? How could there be anything wrong with you? Su Damao's the one who's useless. It's got nothing to do with you. Just watch. I'll put in some extra effort tonight, and I guarantee you'll be pregnant." "Daddy, what are you going to work extra hard at tonight?" Xiaodang, who'd nearly drifted off, suddenly lifted her head and asked innocently. I burst out laughing, scooped her up, and gave her a kiss. "Working hard to give you a little brother or sister. Which do you want, a brother or a sister?" Xiaodang's eyes dimmed instantly, and her little mouth pushed out in a pout. "If there's a little brother or sister, does that mean I don't get good food anymore? Grandma never let me eat before. When I wanted some, she'd hit me. She only let Gidge eat." The words went into my chest like a needle. I hugged her tight, aching for her, my voice unusually gentle. How could I not let Xiaodang eat? Daddy loves Xiaodang most of all. When you have a little brother or sister, the good food goes to you first, the fun toys go to you first, and nobody's allowed to pick on you. The kid had real scars from Jia Zhongshi's favoritism toward boys and her abuse. Lu Xiaoyi, seeing how pitiful Xiaodang looked, felt it too. She said through gritted teeth, "How did I never notice what a piece of work that Jia Zhongshi is? If I had, I'd have taken Xiaodang in and raised her myself ages ago. She'd never have had to suffer like that." I stroked Xiaodang's head, a cold glint flashing in my eyes. "Don't worry. That old hag's going to get what's coming to her sooner or later." In my head, I already had a plan. Late that night, everything was dead silent. I lifted the quilt gently, moving as lightly as I could, afraid of waking Qin Huairu and Lu Xiaoyi on the Kong. Moonlight spilled through the window lattice, leaving the room in a soft haze. I stared at Xiaodang's sleeping profile, and all I could hear was what she'd said that afternoon. "Grandma only let Gidge eat, and she hit me." The anger flared up all at once, and I couldn't tamp it down. That old hag Jia Zhongshi and Jia Dongxiu and Bongging, what they owed Xiaodang, I was going to collect on her behalf. I pulled on my clothes and crept out of the main room, easing the door open slowly, not making a sound. I hopped over the courtyard wall, got on my tricycle, and headed for courtyard number 95. The night wind cut across my face, bitterly cold, but it did nothing to cool the restlessness burning in me. At the mouth of the alley, I stopped and ducked into the shadows against a wall. I took a deep breath and pushed my psychic power outward, like an invisible net dropping over the Jia family's house. Old brick and timber construction, long overdue for repairs, the roof beams held up by nothing but a few stacked brick columns. I locked onto those load-bearing columns and willed it. Take. Without any warning, the brick columns vanished into thin air. A second later, a thunderous crash split the night. The Jia family's roof caved in all at once, bricks and tiles shattering, timber snapping, the whole mess rolling through the alley like a clap of thunder. What was that? An earthquake? Whose house came down? Get up, go look. Lights snapped on in the nearby courtyards, shadows moving behind them, the whole alley in an uproar. My chest tightened. I swung onto the tricycle and took off. I'd barely gotten 2 pedals in when I heard whistles from the neighborhood patrol in the distance, along with the sound of marching feet. The night patrol had been drawn by the noise and was headed this way. Damn, that was fast. I didn't dare waste a second. I put everything into the pedals, the wheels grinding against the road, and tore off toward Bailuga Lane. By the time I got back to the little courtyard, I was gasping for air, the back of my shirt soaked through with cold sweat. First time doing something like this. My heart was hammering, nerves laced with a strange thrill. I didn't go inside. I slipped into the space instead. It was warm in there. Wang Kai and Wang Yun trotted over and rubbed against my pant legs, but I wasn't in the mood to play with them. I just lay down on the grass and let myself settle. My head was full of the image of that house collapsing, and then Xiaodong's wounded little face. I shook my head and muttered to myself, "You've done it, so don't go getting soft now." Now, not one of them is worth a damn. If they got crushed, they had it coming. If they didn't, lucky them. I'll just come back another day. After maybe half an hour, once my heartbeat had evened out, I left the space, hopped quietly back into the yard, and eased myself back onto the calm. The moment I lay down, Qin Huairu's brow furrowed. She must have felt the chill coming off me, and she instinctively pressed closer, her arm wrapping tight around my waist. Her warm body against mine, the faint smell of soap, and the restlessness in me slowly settled. I looked down at her, then glanced at Lu Xiaoyi beside her, breathing evenly, and did the math in my head. Tomorrow, when I go tutor Yushui, I'll take a look. If any of the Jias are still alive, I'll come back for another round once the house is rebuilt. I slept like a rock. It wasn't until my nose started itching that I blearily cracked my eyes open. Xiaodong was crouched at the edge of the Kong, holding a chicken feather and brushing it back and forth under my nose. When she saw I was awake, she giggled. "Daddy's up. Daddy's a lazybones. You little troublemaker." I grabbed her, pulled her into my arms, and started tickling her. "Messing with Daddy, huh? Let's see how you like this." The room filled with her laughter. Lu Xiaoyi woke up from the noise and sat up, rubbing her eyes. "All right, that's enough. Go wash up, breakfast. Food's ready." After breakfast, I pedaled over to courtyard number 95. I'd barely reached the gate when I spotted Yen Bugue deep in conversation with the old guy from the courtyard next door, his eyes flicking over to my cart every few seconds. "Hey, little Lee's here." One glance at the cart. No meat, and his interest evaporated. "Morning, Uncle Yen. Keeping busy," I said offhandedly, ready to ride on in. He hurried to block me, leaning in all secretive. "Hey, hold up. I've got a secret for you. How about you cover the booze for my matchmaking dinner the day after tomorrow?" I didn't even look at him. "Whatever your secret is, I don't want to know." "Come on." He got flustered. "Aren't you the least bit curious? How do you have zero curiosity?" Then I remembered the girl at that matchmaking dinner was Yu Li, so I humored him. "Fine. Talk." He immediately started haggling. "If I tell you, you've got to waive the cost of the meat and the liquor. Give you an inch and you take a mile, huh?" I raised an eyebrow. "No way you're getting it free. But I'll cut you a deal. Throw in extra fat on the pork. Or don't tell me. I don't care." I made to leave, and he grabbed my arm. Okay, no waving. But the pork better be nice and fatty." He dropped his voice and leaned in close to my ear. "The Jia family's house collapsed last night. Lucky the neighbors dug him out fast. Nobody got crushed. Any slower, and they'd have suffocated in there." My stomach dropped. They survived? But I put on a shocked face. A perfectly good house. How'd it just cave in? How should I know? Probably just old and never repaired. He waved a hand. "That's it," I said, feigning disappointment. "And I have to discount your meat for that? What a ripoff." I pushed past him and wheeled my bike into the courtyard. I'd barely parked when shouting erupted from the middle courtyard. I walked over and took a look. The Jia place was a pile of rubble, bricks and roof tiles scattered everywhere, a few snapped beams leaning at crazy angles. Deeply satisfying. The only flaw, everyone had walked away without a scratch. Yi Zhonghai had Silly Zhu by the arm, working on him. "Zhu, the Jias have nowhere to go. Your place is just sitting there empty. Let Sister Zhang, Dongxiu, and Bonging stay with you for now. Yushui's heading back to school tonight anyway, so there's room." Silly Zhu frowned, clearly unwilling. "First elder, I only ever helped the Jias out of respect for Sister Qin. She's divorced now. Why should I still help them? My name's Silly Zhu. Doesn't mean I'm actually stupid." "Son, why are you being so difficult?" Yi Zhonghai launched into his usual sermon. "This courtyard runs on solidarity and helping each other out. Do you have any idea how hard it is for Annie Jia, raising a kid alone? You're the big-hearted one around here. Everybody's watching." When Silly Zhu didn't budge, he tried another angle. "You put on a good showing, the neighbors will notice. Word gets around that you're a stand-up guy, and matchmakers will be lining up at your door." At the mention of matchmaking, Silly Zhu wavered. His lips moved like he was about to agree. Yushui panicked and grabbed his arm. "Brother, you can't let them move in. Widow Jia is completely unreasonable. Once she's in, that's it. You think you'll ever get her out? How can you be so cold-hearted?" Silly Zhu glared at her. "First elder's right. Sticking together is what people do." Yushui's eyes went red and tears spilled over. "I'm not cold-hearted. I'm scared they'll move in and never leave." "Enough. It's settled," Yi Zhonghai declared, then turned to Yushui. "You'll live at school, and Sister Xiaohua takes your room. 2 big rooms, Zhu in one, Dongxiu and Bonging in the other. Meals are easy. Zhu just brings home an extra lunchbox. I object. My voice cut in, and every head in the courtyard turned toward me. The second widow Jia saw it was me. She planted her hands on her hips and started in. You little bastard. Why are you always sticking your nose in? Jia family business is none of your damn concern. Yi Zhonghai frowned. Little Li, what's your objection? You want the Jias to move in with you. I smiled and let my gaze sweep the crowd before settling on Yi Zhonghai. Comrade Yi Zhonghai, you're the first elder of this courtyard, and the only level 8 technician at the steel mill, correct? He nodded with a touch of pride. That's right. What of it? So with your wages and all your subsidies, you're pulling in over 100 yuan a month, aren't you? I raised my voice. The courtyard went dead silent. Envious stares came from every direction. Widow Jia's and Jia Dongxiu's eyes glazed over. That wasn't envy. That was naked greed. They looked ready to pounce. Exactly the reaction I wanted. Watching Widow Jia practically drool, I said slowly, Widow Jia, there's a way for you to get a place to live and money to spend. Want to hear it? She hurriedly wiped the corner of her mouth. What way? Spit it out. I looked at Yi Zhonghai and deliberately paused. Well, Uncle Li here. He's got no heirs. Oh, listen to me. My mouth just runs away with me. I quickly corrected myself. What I mean is, the first elder has no children, and he's always wanted someone to look after him in his old age. Have Jia Dongxiu kowtow to him. Pull a Lu Bu, take him as a godfather, and you're set for life. A place to live, plus a godfather to support you. Beats a lunchbox from Silly Zhu, doesn't it? The words were barely out of my mouth when Jia Dongxiu's eyes lit up. He shot across the courtyard, dropped in front of Yi Zhonghai, and hit the ground with a thud. His forehead cracked against the dirt. Bang, bang, bang. Godfather, please accept your son's respects. When he looked up, his forehead was scarlet and his eyes were burning. Don't you worry, Godfather. From now on, you've got me. I'll take care of you to the very end. Yi Zhonghai was completely blindsided. He stood there frozen for a long moment. But looking at how earnest Jia Dongxiu was, whatever reservations he'd had went up in smoke. He'd spent years praying for someone to care for him in old age. Well, here it was. He hauled Jia Dongxiu to his feet, grinning ear to ear. Good boy, get up. This is the new society. We don't do the kowtow thing anymore. The neighbors helping clear the rubble started whooping. Congratulations, First Elder, on your fine new son. Somebody to look after you in your old age. That's wonderful. Yin Bugue had been loitering by the archway watching the show and dodging work. But the second he saw an opening, he shoved his way over and pushed up his glasses. Old E, you've got a son now. No worrying about your old age. Shouldn't we celebrate? Second Elder Lu Haizhong puffed himself up and nodded. Old Yan's right. This is a joyous occasion. Can't just leave it at a couple of kowtows. We should do it properly. Set out some tables. Do the formal bowing and tea ceremony. Let the whole courtyard bear witness. Yi Zhonghai was already floating. He nodded instantly. Done. Old Yan, pick a date. Afraid the whole thing might fall apart if they waited. Yin Bugue made a show of counting on his fingers. No time like the present. Today's a fine day. Everyone's off work anyway. Let's make it lively. Yi Zhonghai. He swept his arm through the air. All right. Today it is. Let everybody share in the good luck. I'd already pulled Silly Zhu and Yushui back out of the crowd. Watching this ridiculous scene, I almost laughed out loud. Yi Zhonghai had schemed his whole life to secure someone to care for him in old age. And in the end, he'd taken on a piece of work like Jia Dongxiu as his adopted son. He'd be crying about it soon enough. Yushui, go home and grab your biology textbook. I'll tutor you in a bit, I said, turning to her. Then I turned to Silly Zhu. Zhu, use your head for once. Is there anybody in this courtyard who isn't playing you? You're letting old lady Jia move in and take over Yushui's room. Silly Zhu stiffened his neck. It's temporary. Once their place is fixed, they'll move out. How could they hold on to it forever? He still couldn't see what kind of people the Jias and Yi Zhonghai really were. Then again, after his old man took off, there'd been nobody left to teach him how the world worked. Honestly, I couldn't be bothered with Silly Zhu. Whether he lived or died was no business of mine. But I had my eye on his sister, Yushui. Watching Yushui come over with her book bag, I said to Silly Zhu, come here a second. I've got 2 things to tell you. He didn't want to. I'm going to watch the show. What could you possibly have to say? And he started heading toward Yi Zhonghai. I grabbed him and looked him straight in the eye. Don't come crying to me later. We're talking thousands of yuan here. The words thousands of yuan stopped him cold. He blinked, then asked, thousands of what? I ignored him, turned around, took Yushui's little hand, and headed for my room in the front row. Silly Zhu panicked and hollered after me. Hey, you, hands off. My sister's not your mother. What are you holding her hand for? He came chasing after us. Once inside, I reluctantly let go of Yushui's hand. She lowered her head, cheeks flushed. Even her own brother had never held her hand. let alone another man. Silly Zhu glared at me. All right, talk. What is it? Watch your attitude. If I don't tell you, you're the one who loses out. I wasn't going to coddle him. He turned to leave, then thought about those thousands of yuan and swallowed his temper. He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Fine. Masterly, please speak. This humble servant is listening. Okay, stop smiling. You've already got the face of a middle-aged man. I waved him off, then leaned toward Yu Shui's ear, about to whisper it to her. Seeing my mouth practically touching her ear, Silly Zhu lost it. Hey, weren't you talking to me? Quit taking liberties with my sister, or I'll smack you. Yu Shui shot her brother an embarrassed glare. Right? She thought he was the one getting in the way. I turned, sat down, and crossed my legs. Silly Zhu, this actually doesn't have much to do with you. That money was wired to Yu Shui by your father, He Da-Qing. At the sound of that name, both of them froze. Silly Zhu recovered first. The veins on his neck bulged, and his voice shot up. Don't ever mention him to me. He's no father of mine. The words hit like a thunderclap. His chest heaved, and his eyes burned with hatred. He couldn't forget. He'd been barely a teenager and his sister only 6 when He Da-Qing ran off with the Bai widow without a word, leaving the two of them to fend for themselves in Beijing. For those years, he'd been both brother and father, working at the steel mill during the day, coming home to take care of Yu Shui at night. Some days Yu Shui only got one meal. Anybody with a father like that would hate him just as much, if not more. Yu Shui stood off to the side, her eyes going red. She'd been so young, and her memories of He Da-Qing were fragmentary but vivid. Her dad carrying her on his shoulders through the temple fair, buying her candied hawthorns, teaching her brother to cook at the stove, whipping him with his belt when he couldn't remember a recipe until he was grimacing, buying her floral print dresses, dressing her up, all pretty. But every one of those images ended the day he vanished. I looked at the two of them and spoke slowly. He didn't forget about you. He's been wiring money every single month all these years. Not to you, Silly Zhu, to Yu Shui. Then where's the money? Silly Zhu's fists clenched. How come I haven't seen a single cent? If you had, would you still be hanging on Yi Zhonghai's every word? Would you still be happily lining yourself up to take care of him in his old age? I hit him right where it hurt. Yi Zhonghai's been playing you. He's been intercepting every one of those money orders. Silly Zhu stood there stunned, disbelief all over his face. All these years, Yi Zhonghai had fussed over him, always going on about solidarity and mutual aid, and someone to see me off in my old age. He'd been thoroughly brainwashed. How could a few sentences from me change that? No way. Absolutely not. Silly Zhu jutted out his chin. First uncle isn't that kind of man. Do you have some grudge against him? Are you trying to use me to get back at him? Yu Shui was looking at me doubtfully too. Yi Zhonghai had always had a good reputation in the courtyard. Who would believe he'd pocket money meant for 2 orphans? Use you? I snorted. What am I, a zookeeper? Why would I hire a clown just to give myself a headache? I paused and lowered my voice. One time I ran into Yi Zhonghai outside the post office and overheard him talking to the clerk. The clerk asked if he was there to pick up Yu Shui's remittance. He said yes, said Yu Shui was at school and couldn't come, so he'd collect it and bring it to her. The clerk even praised him. You've really put in the work all these years, coming down every month to run errands for those 2 kids. Now, the sender's name wasn't listed, but besides He Da-Qing, who else could it be? The two of them fell silent. It was true. Besides the father who'd walked out without a word, who else would be sending Yu Shui money? Yu Shui couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears streamed down her face, and her shoulders shook. Silly Zhu's fists tightened until his knuckles went white. He ground his teeth. I'm going to go ask him about this. He started for the door, and I grabbed him fast. Don't be rash. Lose your temper now, and you'll wreck the whole plan. You go over there, and he'll already have a pile of excuses ready for you. What excuse could he possibly have? Is there a good reason for stealing somebody's money? Silly Zhu shouted. Why wouldn't there be? I shot back. What if he says he held on to it for you, saving it up because he was afraid you'd blow through it, and he was going to give it to you when you got married? What do you say to that? Half of Silly Zhu's anger evaporated on the spot. He scratched his head. Maybe that is what first uncle was thinking. Maybe he was looking out for me. Yu Shui wiped her eyes and chimed in. Silly's right. First uncle does take care of us a lot. See? I make it up off the top of my head and you believe it, I said, shaking my head helplessly. If he says that and squeezes out a couple of tears, you'll be just like Jia Dongxiu, down on your knees calling him adoptive father right there on the spot. Silly Zhu's face went red, then white. But Yu Shui seemed to have figured something out. Her eyes cleared. Silly, do you think first uncle wants you to end up like Jia Dongxiu, taking care of him in his old age? He takes the money so we can't get by, and then every so often for a few little favors, and we're supposed to be down on our knees thanking him? Hearing his sister lay it out like that, whatever wishful thinking dummy Zhu had left evaporated. He hung his head and said nothing, his face twisted with conflict. Yu Shui's right. I said, striking while the iron was hot. There's only one way to know for sure. Both siblings looked up. What way? You two go to Baoding and ask your old man yourselves. Then you'll know. What's the point of sitting here guessing? The two exchanged a glance, and Yu Shui asked softly, Brother, should we go? Dummy Zhu stared at the floor for a long moment, then jerked his head up, his eyes hard with resolve. We're going. I've been wanting to ask him for years. Why the hell he walked out on us? And if he can't give me a good reason, I'll beat him half to death. When do we leave? I need to ask for time off, Yu Shui said. Talk was cheap, though. Now that he actually had to face the father who'd abandoned him, Dummy Zhu got cold feet, hemming and hawing without committing to anything. I did the math in my head. Yan Jieqing's matchmaking meeting was the day after tomorrow. If we went today and came back tomorrow, it wouldn't interfere with me swooping in. So I said, I'll go with you too. We leave today, back tomorrow. When Yu Shui heard I was coming along, a wave of warmth rose in her chest. Then let me go find my classmate Yu Haidang first and have her cover for me. I'll head home and pack a few things, Dummy Zhu said, turning to go. I called him back. Pack what? It's one day, and that mouth of yours is looser than an old lady's waistband. Don't go blabbing and tipping anybody off. Come on, let's get Yu Shui's leave squared away and go straight to the train station. Dummy Zhu scratched his head. I was going home to get money. You think the train's free? I pulled 500 or 600 yuan out of my coat's inner pocket, along with a thick stack of national grain coupons, and gave them a little wave. Keep track of what you spend and pay me back later. Then I took Yu Shui's hand and headed for the door. Hey, you little punk, hands off. Dummy Zhu came out after us, pushing the pedicab. I helped Yu Shui into the cargo box, climbed in myself, and looked at Dummy Zhu. What are you standing there for? Pedal. Then I grinned at Yu Shui. Look at your brother, lazy streaks acting up again. Yu Shui glanced at her brother and couldn't help laughing. She pointed out the way. Go that direction, then turn left at the intersection. Yu Haidang lived in one of those long corridor-style tenement buildings. I had Dummy Zhu watch the pedicab downstairs while I went up with Yu Shui. Yu Shui knocked, and a bright voice came from inside. Coming. Who is it? The door opened, and my eyes lit up. The girl standing there was none other than Yu Li, the very woman Yan Jieqing was supposed to meet for that matchmaking. What a coincidence. Yu Li knew Yu Shui and stepped aside to let us in. Yu Shui, hey. Haitang's home, come on in. Yu Shui waved her off. That's okay, Li. I just came to ask. Before she could finish, Yu Haidang came running out of the back room. Yu Shui, what are you doing here? Haitang, cover for me, would you? Something came up at home. I need one day off tomorrow. Yu Li and Yu Haidang looked me over, a hint of wariness in their eyes. They knew Dummy Zhu, but they'd never seen me, and they were worried Yu Shui was being taken advantage of. Yu Li spoke first. And this is Brother Li from our courtyard. He works at the neighborhood co-op. He's coming with me and my brother to take care of something. Yu Shui explained quickly. I put out my hand with a smile. Nice to meet you. Yu Li hesitated, then shook it, though she clearly wasn't fully at ease. The two sisters conferred for a second and decided to just come downstairs with us. The moment they saw Dummy Zhu with the pedicab, they relaxed completely. After we said our goodbyes, Dummy Zhu pedaled straight for the train station. I sent the siblings ahead to line up for tickets while I rode the pedicab off to an empty corner and with a thought, stowed it away in my space. By the time I got back to the ticket window, there was only one person ahead of them. We got our tickets and checked the time. The next train left in half an hour. The steam locomotive clattered out of the station. The second we stepped aboard, a wall of stench hit us. Foot odor, urine, sweat, and something gone sour, all mixed together, thick and sharp enough to turn your stomach. Frowning, I found a seat by a window in the packed car and forced the window open a crack. Back then, train windows still opened by hand, and cold air came whistling in. I didn't dare open it wide, just enough to press my nose against and get some air. That finally settled my stomach a little. Li Xing, when you turn into a dog? What are you sniffing at over there? Dummy Zhu, sitting across from me, couldn't resist ribbing me. I ignored him and kept breathing in the fresh air from outside. Yu Shui sat down next to me, her face pale from the smell in the car, and quietly scooted closer to me to catch some of the cool air. Not long after the train got moving, the car went quiet, with plenty of passengers dozing against their seats. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed two well-dressed men. Neat cuffs, hair slicked and shining. But their eyes were shifty, sweeping over the other passengers again and again. Something clicked. I quietly let my mental energy out and swept over both of them in an instant. Sure enough, each of them had 3 little razor blades hidden on him, edges glinting cold. Now I knew. These two were pickpockets. The pair gradually worked their way over and sat down next to a woman holding a baby. She was dozing against the window, a cloth bundle clutched tight in her arms. I kept them locked in with my mental sense. One of them pretended to shift in his seat, sliding a hand toward the bundle. The blade pinched between his fingers about to slit the cloth open. Hands off, I barked, standing up and crossing over in 2 strides, then kicking him square in the knee. The thief yelped and dropped to the floor, the razor blade clattering away. The other one whipped out a blade and lunged at me. I twisted aside, caught his wrist backhanded, and wrenched hard. He howled in pain, and the blade fell from his grip. The whole car jolted awake and crowded around to watch. The woman woke too and clutched the baby and her bundle tight, her face white as paper. What's going on here? A fight. A railway police officer shoved his way through. Officer, these 2 are pickpockets. They were trying to rob this lady, I said, pointing at the blades on the floor, then at the 2 men still struggling. The officer's expression darkened. He signaled his partner for rope, and they tied the pair up. Settle down and come with us. Comrade, they've probably got more blades on them. You should search them. I've seen plenty of thieves like this. They always have a backup, I told the young officer. Sure enough, they turned up more. He thanked me and asked where I worked, saying he wanted to write a commendation letter for me. I didn't tell him. I just said, these pickpockets all work in gangs. I'd rather not have them coming after me. The officer apologized quickly, thanked me again, and hauled the 2 men off toward the dining car. Only then did the woman finally. She snapped out of it and grabbed my arm, thanking me over and over. Comrade, thank you so much. There's over 100 yuan in that bag that I borrowed in the city, plus 20 jin of national grain coupons. If I'd lost it, I'd never have been able to face anybody back home. Don't mention it, ma'am. Anyone would have done the same. I smiled and went back to my seat. After a bumpy ride, the train pulled into Baoding at 2 in the afternoon. Once we got off, Silly Zhu scratched his head, looking worried. Baoding's a big city. How are we supposed to know where he Daching lives? I'd already figured that part out, but I played dumb. We'll just walk around and ask. Somebody's bound to know. Then I led the 2 of them straight to the post office. The money orders at Yi Zhonghai's place had He Daching's address on them, which meant the post office had to have it on record. I explained why we were there, and the clerk checked the ledger and rattled off the address in no time. He Daching? Sure, I know him. Courtyard number 3, Fuan Street, west side of town. He wires money all the time. Brotherly, you're a genius. Yu Shui's eyes lit up. Silly Zhu nodded too. You've got a good head on you. Why didn't I think of the post office? I didn't say much, just took them over there. When we got to the gate of number 3 Fuan Lane, there was a woman in the courtyard hanging up laundry, full-figured, with a certain look in her eyes. No question about it. The widow Bai? Silly Zhu saw red the second he laid eyes on her. He rolled up his sleeves and started forward. That little vixen is the one who stole my dad away. I grabbed him and held him back. Easy. We came to find somebody, not to start a fight. I had the 2 of them wait at the gate and went up alone, all smiles. Auntie, I live a street over. My great-grandma's having a birthday banquet, and I hear your husband's a great cook. I was hoping to hire him to do the spread. The second she heard there was business in it, her eyes lit right up. My husband works at the Qinghe restaurant. Go find him there. He's good, so lots of folks want him for banquets. You might not be able to get on his schedule. Thanks, Auntie, I'll go right now. I thanked her and led the other 2 straight to the Qinghe restaurant. It was a fancy place, gray brick and tile, a wooden sign reading Qinghe restaurant over the door. By now it had gone joint state-private. At the entrance, Silly Zhu suddenly hesitated and backed up a couple of steps. Maybe we should just go home. We're already here. You want to have come all this way for nothing? Go home if you want. Yu Shui and I are going in. I took Yu Shui by the hand and headed inside. Silly Zhu gritted his teeth and followed, muttering, "Let go of my sister's hand." Inside, I stopped a waiter. "Excuse me, comrade. We came from Beijing looking for He Daching. This is his son, He Yuzhu, and his daughter, He Yushui." The waiter looked Silly Zhu up and down and laughed. Huh, Chef He's boy looks more like his brother. Kid's got a real weathered face on him. Silly Zhu blew up instantly and cocked his fist. I grabbed him and smoothed it over. He's just joking, man. Can't you take a joke? The waiter chuckled. Hang on a minute, I'll go call back to the kitchen. Before long, a middle-aged man in white kitchen whites came out. It was He Daching. The moment he saw Silly Zhu and Yu Shui, he froze, his expression complicated, shock, guilt, and more than a little helplessness. Yu Shui wanted to call out to him, opened her mouth, and couldn't get the word out. The tears just started pouring down. Silly Zhu stood there stiff-necked, lips trembling, unable to say a thing. He Daching stepped forward and reached for Silly Zhu's shoulder, but his son dodged him. He sighed, his voice hoarse. "Zhuzi, Yu Shui, look how big you've gotten. Dad let you down." And then he was crying too. "Let us down? Why'd you just walk out on us back then?" Silly Zhu finally exploded, his voice breaking. He Daching's eyes went redder still. He pulled them both off to a quiet corner and lowered his voice. In the new society, they were assigning class labels. I'd cooked for the nationalists before, and for the Japanese too. With a bad label like that, I'd have been purged. Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady told me to run, said they'd look after you too. That's the only reason I felt okay leaving. Silly Zhu shot to his feet. I'm going back, and I'm going to kill them. Hold on a second. I cut in and turned to Hidaching. Uncle, have you been sending money to Silly Zhu and Yushui all these years? Every single month. Hidaching nodded. When I first got to Baoding and hadn't found my footing, it was 5 yuan a month. After the first year, it was at least 10 a month, sometimes 20 or 30. What? We never got a cent of it. Silly Zhu roared. That son of a bitch. Silly Zhu, since when is it okay to swear at your father? Hidaching's face darkened. Curse me all you want, but leave the rest of the family out of it. If I'm a dog, what does that make you? What does that make your sister? He wasn't cursing you, he meant Yi Zhonghai. I hurried to hold Silly Zhu back. Then I laid the whole thing out. How Yi Zhonghai had been intercepting the money orders. How he'd spent years scheming to turn Silly Zhu into his retirement plan. Right down to the details on the money orders. Hidaching shook all over as he listened. Fists clenched so tight the knuckles cracked. He ground his teeth. That old bastard. He's got no conscience left. How dare he do that to my kids? Calm down. There's still such a thing as the law. I patted him on the back. Soon as we get back, we report it to the police. Skimming money meant for orphans, scheming over somebody's old age. That's enough to earn him a bullet. All three of them nodded hard. Hidaching spat out. A bullet's letting him off easy. He deserves death by 1,000 cuts. And I actually believed his lies back then. Thought he'd take good care of you. He looked at his son and daughter again, guilt written all over his face. These past few years, how have you been getting by? Years of bottled-up grievance came bursting out of Silly Zhu all at once. Eyes red, he poured out everything. How Yi Zhonghai had brainwashed him into propping up the Jia family. How he'd scrimped and saved to put Yushui through school. The abuse he took from old lady Jia. The way everyone in the courtyard had schemed against him. The more he talked, the more worked up he got, until he was choking on his own words. Yushui wiped away tears beside him, filling in the details her brother had skipped. No warm clothes in winter, going hungry for a whole day at a time, crying in secret because she missed her dad. Hidaching listened with tears streaming down his old face, then pulled both his kids into his arms. The three of them clung together and sobbed. Years of longing, hurt, and regret all in that crying. Meanwhile, back at courtyard number 95 in Beijing, things were already in an uproar. Yin Bugui came back from the market with his 2 sons, planning to get Silly Zhu to man the walk. He searched the whole compound, and there was no sign of him. The man's door wasn't even locked. With no other choice, the aunties had to roll up their sleeves and do it themselves, washing vegetables, kneading dough, lighting the stove. The whole courtyard was hazy with smoke. Before the meal, Yin Bugui made a point of climbing onto the stone table in the middle courtyard to preside over the ceremony, making Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu godfather and godson. Jia Dongshu held up an enamel mug, respectfully toasted him with hot water, and called out, "Godfather." The whole courtyard clapped and cheered. Yi Zhonghai was grinning from ear to ear, busy passing out candy. But for some reason he just couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. His right eyelid kept twitching. He figured it was because he'd been up half the night saving the Jia family. So he shook it off and went back to savoring the joy of finally having a son. Meanwhile, the three of us sat talking in the corner of the restaurant until dark. Hidaching went into the back kitchen and personally put together a table of serious dishes. A master chef is a master chef. We all ate until our bellies were round. After dinner, he put the three of us up at a guest house nearby and got 2 rooms. Stay here tonight, and when you head back tomorrow, don't go running your mouths, Hidaching said, telling us over and over. In a few days, once I've wrapped up my business in Baoding, I'll come back to Beijing. Then the three of us will settle the score with Yi Zhonghai together. That night, Yushui had 1 room, and Silly Zhu and I took the other. I hadn't been lying down 5 minutes before Silly Zhu's snoring shook the rafters, complete with teeth grinding and the occasional fart. In no time the room reeked. I really couldn't take that snoring, so I slipped out of bed, tiptoed over to Yushui's door, and said in a low voice, "Yushui, I honestly can't handle your brother. Mind if I crash in here for the night?" Her face went red. She hesitated, then gave a small nod. "Okay, brotherly." Once I was in bed, she scooted toward the wall to make room for me. What happened that night, nobody knows. All I know is that the next morning we woke up wrapped around each other, her leg draped over me, her face as red as a ripe apple. I hurried back to Silly Zhu's room. Not long after, Hidaching showed up with breakfast, boiled eggs, millet porridge, fried dough sticks, and pickles, a whole table of it. Eat up, then get an early start back to Beijing. After we ate, he repeated his warnings a few more times, walked us to the train station, stuffed 100 yuan into Silly Zhu's hand, and didn't leave until he'd seen us board. It was already noon when we got back to Beijing, the sun warm on our backs. I had Silly Zhu and Yushui wait by the roadside while I found a quiet corner and took out the 3-wheeler. I pedaled over and grinned. "Come on, Let's get you two a real meal. Karuji, my treat. The second Silly Zhu heard meat. He cheerfully hopped on the pedals and made straight for Karuji. The grilled meat was crispy outside, tender inside, dipped in salt and pepper. So good the two of them couldn't stop. While I ate, I thought to myself, one of these days I should bring Qin Huairu and Xiaodang here too. After lunch, I took Yushui to school. I pulled 10 yuan out of my pocket along with some grain and meat coupons and handed them to her. Take this for living expenses. If it's not enough, just tell me. Yushui waved her hands. Brotherly, I can't take your money. It's fine, take it. From now on, I'll take care of you. I laughed and pressed the money and coupons into her hands. Silly Zhu wasn't having it. Hey, what do you mean you'll take care of her? That's my sister. You taking advantage of Yushui again? Remembering how she'd been curled up against me that morning, Yushui blushed even deeper. She took the money and coupons, said, "Thank you, brotherly," and ran off into the school. I watched her go with a smile, then turned to Silly Zhu. When you get back, whatever you do, don't let anything slip. Don't give Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady time to react. If anyone asks where you've been, say you picked up a big banquet job on short notice and made good money. Silly Zhu thought it over and nodded firmly. Got it. I'll do what you say. I climbed on the three-wheeler and started to go. Silly Zhu panicked. Hey, you're really going to make me walk back? I didn't even turn around, just pedaled faster. Behind me came his cursing. What a piece of work. On the way, it suddenly hit me that I hadn't seen Su Huijin in days, and I got an itch too. While nobody was looking, a flick of thought and the cargo bed had several fat rabbits and chickens in it, all trussed up tight with rope. Before long, I pulled up at the little tavern. Su Huijin was sitting behind the counter doing the books, her pen flying across the ledger.